There exists, besides, a debt exceeding £50,000 sterling, contracted by the East India Company in India, and exclusively chargeable upon the state revenues of that country, such loans contracted by the company in India itself having always been considered to lie beyond the district of parliamentary legislation, and regarded no more than the debts contracted by the colonial governments in Canada or Australia, for instance. On the other hand, the East India Company was prohibited from contracting interest-bearing debts in Great Britain herself, without the especial sanction of Parliament. Some 175 years ago, when the company set about establishing railways and electric telegraphs in India, it applied for the authorization of Indian bonds in the London market, a request which was granted to the amount of £7,000,000 sterling, to be issued in bonds bearing 4% or interest, and secured only on the Indian state revenues. At the commencement of the outbreak in India, this bond debt stood at £3,894,400 sterling, and the very necessity of again applying to Parliament shows the East India Company to have, during the course of the Indian insurrection, exhausted its legal powers of borrowing at home. Now it is no secret that before recurring to this step, the East India Company had opened a loan at Calcutta, which, however, turned out a complete failure. This proves, on the one hand, that Indian capitalists are far from considering the prospects of British supremacy in India in the same sanguine spirit which distinguishes the London press, and, on the other hand, exacerbates the feelings of John Bull to an uncommon pitch, since he is aware of the immense hoardings of capital having gone on for the last 7 years in India, whither, according to a statement recently published by Messrs. Haggard and Pixley, there has been shipped in 1856 and 1857, from the port of London alone, bullion to the amount of £21 million. The London Times, in a most persuasive strain, has taught its readers that of all the incentives to the loyalty of the natives, that of making them our creditors was the least doubtful, while, on the other hand, among an impulsive, secretive, and avaricious people no temptation to discontent or treachery could be stronger than that created by the idea that they were annually taxed to send dividends to wealthy claimants in other countries. The Indians, however, appear not to understand the beauty of a plan which would not only restore English supremacy at the expense of Indian capital, but at the same time, in a circuitous way, open the native hordes to British commerce. If, indeed, the Indian capitalists were as fond of British rule as every true Englishman thinks it an article of faith to assert, no better opportunity could have been afforded them of exhibiting their loyalty and getting rid of their silver. The Indian capitalists shutting up their hoards, John Bull must open his mind to the dire necessity of 176. Defraying himself in the first instance, at least, the expenses of the Indian insurrection, without any support on the part of the natives. The impending loan constitutes, moreover, a precedent only, and looks like the first leaf in a book, bearing the title, Anglo-Indian Home Debt. It is no secret that what the East India Company wants are not 8 millions, or 10 millions, but 25 to 30 million pounds, and even these as a first installment only, not for expenses to be incurred, I.J. for debts already due. The deficient revenue for the last 3 years amounted to £5,000,000, the treasure plundered by the insurgents up to the 1 October 5 last, to £10,000,000, according to the statement of the Phoenix, an Indian governmental paper, the loss of revenue in the northeastern provinces, consequent upon the rebellion, to £5 million, and the war expenses to at least £10 million. It is true that successive loans by the Indian Company, in the London money market, would raise the value of money and prevent the increasing depreciation of capital, that is to say, the further fall in the rate of interest, but such a fall is exactly required for the revival of British industry and commerce. Any artificial check put upon the downward movement of the rate of discountee is equivalent to an enhancement in the cost of production and the terms of credit, which, in its present weak state, English trade feels itself unable to bear. Hence the general cry of distress at the announcement of the Indian loan. Though the parliamentary sanction adds no imperial guarantee to the loan of the company, that guarantee, too, must be conceded, if money is not to be obtained on other terms, and despite all fine distinctions, as soon as the East India Company is supplanted by the British government, its debt will be merged into the British debt. A further increase of the large national debt seems, therefore, one of the first financial consequences of the Indian revolt. Published in the New York Daily Tribune. Number 5243, February 9, 1858. Printed according to the text of the newspaper 177. Friedrich Engels. Details of the attack on Lucknow. At last we are in possession of detailed accounts of the attack and fall of Lucknow. The principal sources of information, in a military point of view, the dispatches of Sir Colin Campbell, have not yet, indeed, been published, but the correspondence of the British press, and especially the letters of Mr. Russell in the London Times, the chief portions of which have been laid before our readers, are quite sufficient to give a general insight into the proceedings of the attacking party. The conclusions we drew from the telegraphic news, as to the ignorance and cowardice displayed in the defense, are more than confirmed by the detailed accounts. The works erected by the Hindus, formidable in appearance, were in reality of no greater consequence than the fiery dragons and grimacing faces painted by Chinese braves on their shields or on the walls of their cities. Every single work exhibited an apparently impregnable front, nothing but loopholed and embrasured walls and parapets, difficulties of access of every possible description, cannon and small arms bristling everywhere. But the flanks and rear of every position were completely neglected, a mutual support of the various works was never thought of, and even the ground between the works, as well as in front of them, had never been cleared, so that both front and flank attacks could be prepared without the knowledge of the defense, and could approach under perfect shelter to within a few yards from the parapet. It was just such a conglomerate of entrenchments as might be expected from a body of private sappers deprived of their officers, and serving in an army where ignorance and indiscipline reigned supreme. The entrenchments of Lucknow are but a translation of the 178 Friedrich Engels' whole method of sepoy warfare into baked clay walls and earthen parapets. The mechanical portion of European tactics had been partially impressed upon their minds, they knew the manual and platoon drill well enough, they could also build a battery and loophole a wall, but how to combine the movements of companies and battalions in the defense of a position, how to combine batteries and loopholed houses and walls, so as to form an entrenched camp capable of resistance of this they were utterly ignorant. Thus, they weakened the solid masonry walls of their palaces by over-loopholing them, heaped tier upon tier of loopholes and embrasures, placed parapet batteries on their roofs, and all this to no purpose whatever, because it could all be turned in the easiest possible manner. In the same way, knowing their tactical inferiority, they tried to make up for it by cramming every post as full of men as possible, to no other purpose than to give terrible effect to the British artillery and to render impossible all orderly and systematic defense as soon as the attacking columns fell upon this motley host from an unexpected direction. And when the British, by some accidental circumstance, were compelled to attack even the formidable front of the works, their construction was so faulty that they could be approached, breached, and stormed almost without any risk. At the Imambara this was the case. Within a few yards from the building stood a pucca, sun-baked clay, wall. Up to this the British made a short sap, proof enough that the embrasures and loopholes on the higher part of the building had no plunging fire upon the ground immediately in front, and used this very wall as a breaching battery, prepared for them by the Indus themselves. They brought up two 68-pounders, naval guns, behind this wall. The lightest 68-pounder in the British service weighs 87 cwt, without the carriage, but supposing even that an 8-inch gun for hollow shot only is alluded to, the lightest gun of that class weighs 50 cwt, and with the carriage at least 3 tons. That such guns could be brought up at all in such proximity to a palace several stories high, with a battery on the roof, shows a contempt of commanding positions and an ignorance of military engineering which no private sapper in any civilized army could be capable of. Details of the attack on Lucknow 179. Thus much for the science against which the British had to contend. As to courage and obstinacy, they were equally absent from the defense. From the Martiniere to the Musabag, on the part of the natives, there was but one grand and unanimous act of bolting, as soon as a column advanced to the attack. There is nothing in the whole series of engagements that can compare even with the massacre, for fight it can scarcely be called, in the second Darbac during Camel's relief of the Residency. No sooner do the attacking parties advance, than there is a general helter-skelter to the rear, and where there are but a few narrow exits so as to bring the crowded rabble to a stop, they fall pell-mell, and without any resistance, under the volleys and bayonets of the advancing British. The British bayonet has done more execution in any one of these onslaughts on panic-stricken natives than in all the wars of the English in Europe and America put together. In the East, such bayonet battles, where one party only is active and the other abjectly passive, are a regular occurrence in warfare. The Burmese stockades in every case furnished an example. According to Mr. Russell's account, the chief loss suffered by the British was caused by Hindus cut off from retreat, and barricaded in the rooms of the palaces, whence they fired from the windows upon the officers in the courtyards and gardens. In storming the Imambara and the Kaisarbak, the bolting of the Hindus was so rapid, that the place was not taken, but simply marched into. The interesting scene, however, was now only commencing, for, as Mr. Russell blandly observes, the conquest of the Kaisarbak on that day was so unexpected that there was no time to guard against indiscriminate plunder. A merry scene it must have been for a true, liberty-loving John Bull to see his British grenadiers helping themselves freely to the jewels, costly arms, clothes, and all the toggery of His Majesty of Oudh. The Sikhs, Gurkhas, and camp followers were quite ready to imitate the example, and a scene of plunder and destruction followed which evidently surpassed even the descriptive talent of Mr. Russell. Every fresh step in advance was accompanied with plunder and devastation. The Kaisarbak had fallen on the 1/4, and half an hour after, discipline 180 Friedrich Engels was at an end, and the officers had lost all command over their men. On the 17th, Gen. Campbell was obliged to establish patrols to check plundering, and to remain in inactivity until the present license ceases. The troops were evidently completely out of hand. On the 18th, we hear that there is a cessation of the grosser sort of plunder, but devastation is still going on freely. In the city, however, while the vanguard were fighting against the natives' fire from the houses, the rearguard plundered and destroyed to their heart's content. In the evening, there is another proclamation against plundering, strong parties of every regiment to go out and fetch in their own men, and to keep their camp followers at home, nobody to leave the camp except on duty. On the 20th, a recapitulation of the same orders. On the same day, 2 British officers and gentlemen, Lutz, Cape and Theckwell, went into the city looting, and were murdered in a house, and on the 26th, matters were still so bad that the most stringent orders were issued for the suppression of plunder and outrage. Hourly roll calls were instituted, all soldiers strictly forbidden to enter the city, camp followers, if found armed in the city, to be hanged, soldiers not to wear arms except on duty, and all non-combatants to be disarmed. To give due weight to these orders, a number of triangles for flogging were erected at proper places. This is indeed a pretty state of things in a civilized army in the 19th century, and if any other troops in the world had committed 1/10 of these excesses, how would the indignant British press brand them with infamy? But these are the deeds of the British Army, and therefore we are told that such things are but the normal consequences of war. British officers and gentlemen are perfectly welcome to appropriate to themselves any silver spoons, jeweled bracelets, and other little memorials they may find about the scene of their glory, and if Campbell is compelled to disarm his own army in the midst of war, in order to stop wholesale robbery and violence, there may have been military reasons for the step, but surely nobody will begrudge these poor fellows a week's holiday and a little frolic after so many fatigues and privations. Details of the attack on Lucknow 181. The fact is, there is no army in Europe or America with so much brutality as the British. Plundering, violence, massacre, things that everywhere else are strictly and completely banished, are a time-honored privilege, a vested right of the British soldier. The infamies committed for days together, after the storming of Badajoz and San Sebastian, in the Peninsular War, are without a parallel in the annals of any other nation since the beginning of the French Revolution, and the medieval usage, proscribed everywhere else, of giving up to plunder a town taken by assault, is still the rule with the British. At Delhi imperious military considerations enforced an exception, but the army, though bought off by extra pay, grumbled, and now at Lucknow they have made up for what they missed at Delhi. For 12 days and nights there was no British army at Lucknow, nothing but a lawless, drunken, brutal rabble, dissolved into bands of robbers, far more lawless, violent, and greedy than the sepoys who had just been driven out of the place. The sack of Lucknow in 1858 will remain an everlasting disgrace to the British military service. If the reckless soldiery, in their civilizing and humanizing progress through India, could rob the natives of their personal property only, the British government steps in immediately afterwards and strips them of their real estate as well. Talk of the First French Revolution confiscating the lands of the nobles and the church. Talk of Louis Napoleon confiscating the property of the Orleans family. Here comes Lord Canning, a British nobleman, mild in language, manners, and feelings, and confiscates, by order of his superior, Viscount Palmerston, the lands of a whole people, every rood, perch, and acre, over an extent of 10,000 square miles. A very nice bit of loot indeed for John Bull. And no sooner has Lord Ellenborough, in the name of the new government, disapproved of this hitherto unexampled measure, than uprise the Times and a host of minor British papers lo defend this wholesale robbery, and break a lance for the right of John Bull to confiscate everything he likes. But then, John is an exceptional being, and what is virtue in him, according to the Times, would be infamy in others. Meanwhile, thanks to the complete dissolution of the British army for the purpose of plunder, the insurgents escaped, unpursued, into the open country. They concentrate in Rohilkund, while a portion carry on petty warfare in Oudh, and other fugitives have taken the direction of Bundelkund. At the same time, the hot weather and the rains are fast approaching, and it is not to be expected that the season will be so uncommonly favorable to European constitutions as last year. Then, the mass of the European troops were more or less acclimated. This year, most of them are newly arrived. There is no doubt that a campaign in June, July, and August will cost the British an immense number of lives, and what with the garrisons that have to be left in every conquered city, the active army will melt down very rapidly. Already are we informed that reinforcements of 1,000 men per month will scarcely keep up the army at its effective strength, and as to garrisons, Lucknow alone requires at least 8,000 men, over one-third of Camel's army. The force organizing for the campaign of Rohilkund will scarcely be stronger than this garrison of Lucknow. We are also informed that among the British officers the opinion is gaining ground that the guerrilla warfare, which is sure to succeed the dispersion of the larger bodies of insurgents, will be far more harassing and destructive of life to the British than the present war with its battles and sieges. And, lastly, the Sikhs are beginning to talk in a way which bodes no good to the English. They feel that without their assistance the British would scarcely have been able to hold India, and that, had they joined the insurrection, Hindustan would certainly have been lost to England, at least, for a time. They say this soundly, and exaggerate it in their Eastern way. To them the English no longer appear as that superior race which beat them at Mudki, Feroza Shah, and Aliwal. From such a conviction to open hostility there is but a step with Eastern nations, a spark may kindle the blaze. Altogether, the taking of Lucknow has no more put down the Indian insurrection than the taking of Delhi. This summer's campaign may produce such events that the British will have, next winter, to go substantially details of the attack on Lucknow 183 over the same ground again, and perhaps even to reconquer the Punjab. But in the best of cases, a long and harassing guerrilla warfare is before them, not an enviable thing for Europeans under an Indian sun. Written on May 8, 1858. Published in the New York Daily Tribune. Number 5333, L/IAE 25, 1858. Printed according to the text of the newspaper 184. Karl Marx. The annexation of Oudh about 18 months ago, at Canton, the British government propounded the novel doctrine in the law of nations that a state may commit hostilities on a large scale against a province of another state, without either declaring war or establishing a state of war against that other state. Now the same British government, in the person of the Governor-General of India, Lord Canning, has made another forward move in its task of upsetting the existing law of nations. It has proclaimed that the proprietary right in the soil of the province of Oudh is confiscated to the British government, which will dispose of that right in such manner as it may see fitting. When, after the fall of Warsaw in 1831, the Russian Emperor confiscated the proprietary right in the soil hitherto held by numerous Polish nobles, there was one unanimous outburst of indignation in the British press and Parliament. When, after the Battle of Navarra, the Austrian government did not confiscate, but merely sequestered, the estates of such Lombard noblemen as had taken an active part in the War of Independence, that unanimous outburst of British indignation was repeated. And when, after the December 2, 1851, Louis Napoleon confiscated the estates of the Orleans family, which, by the common law of France, ought to have been united to the public domain on the accession of Louis Philippe, but which had escaped that fate by a legal quibble, then British indignation knew no bounds, and the London Times declared that by this act the very foundations of social order were upset, and that civil society could no longer exist. All this honest indignation has now been practically illustrated. England, the annexation of Oudh 185 by one stroke of the pen, has confiscated not only the estates of a few noblemen, or of a royal family, but the whole length and breadth of a kingdom nearly as large as Ireland, the inheritance of a whole people, as Lord Ellenborough himself terms it. But let us hear what pretexts, grounds we cannot call them. Lord Canning, in the name of the British government, sets forth for this unheard of proceeding. First, the army is in possession of Lucknow. Second, the resistance, begun by a mutinous soldiery, has found support from the inhabitants of the city and of the province at large. Third, they have been guilty of a great crime, and have subjected themselves to a just retribution. In plain English, because the British army have got hold of Lucknow, the government has the right to confiscate all the land in Oudh which they have not yet got hold of. Because the native soldiers in British pay have mutinied, the natives of Oudh, who were subjected to British rule by force, have not the right to rise for their national independence. In short, the people of Oudh have rebelled against the legitimate authority of the British government, and the British government now distinctly declares that rebellion is a sufficient ground for confiscation. Leaving, therefore, out of the question all the circumlocution of Lord Canning, the whole question turns upon the point that he assumes the British rule in Oudh to have been legitimately established. Now, British rule in Oudh was established in the following manner: when, in 1856, Lord Dalhousie thought the moment for action had arrived, he concentrated an army at Kanpuri which, the King of Oudh was told, was to serve as a corps of observation against Nepal. This army suddenly invaded the country, took possession of Lucknow, and took the king prisoner. He was urged to cede the country to the British, but in vain. He was then carried off to Calcutta, and the country was annexed to the territories of the East India Company. This treacherous invasion was based upon Article 6 of the Treaty of 1801, concluded by Lord V. Wellesley. This treaty was the natural consequence of that concluded in 1798 by Sir John Shore. According to Wajid Ali Shah ed. 186. The usual policy followed by the Anglo-Indian government in their intercourse with native princes, this first treaty of 1798 was a treaty of offensive and defensive alliance on both sides. It secured to the East India Company a yearly subsidy of 76 lakhs of rupees, $3,800,000, but by Articles 12 and 13 the king was obliged to reduce the taxation of the country. As a matter of course, these two conditions, in open contradiction to each other, could not be fulfilled by the king at the same time. This result, looked for by the East India Company, gave rise to fresh complications, resulting in the Treaty of 1801, by which a cession of territory had to make up for the alleged infractions of the former treaty, a cession of territory which, by the way, was at the time denounced in Parliament as a downright robbery, and would have brought Lord Wellesley before a committee of inquiry, but for the political influence then held by his family. In consideration of the cession of territory, the East India Company, by Article 3, undertook to defend the king's remaining territories against all foreign and domestic enemies, and by Article 6 guaranteed the possession of these territories to him and his heirs and successors forever. But this same Article 6 contained also a pitfall for the king, viz., the king engaged that he would establish such a system of administration, to be carried into effect by his own officers, as should be conducive to the prosperity of his subjects, and be calculated to secure the lives and property of the inhabitants. Now, supposing the King of England had broken this treaty, had not, by his government, secured the lives and property of the inhabitants, say by blowing them from the cannon's mouth, and confiscating the whole of their lands, what remedy remained to the East India Company? The king was, by the treaty, acknowledged as an independent sovereign, a free agent, one of the contracting parties. The East India Company, on declaring the treaty broken and thereby annulled, could have but two modes of action, either by negotiation, backed by pressure, they might have come to a new arrangement, or else they might have declared war against the king. But to invade his territory without declaration of war, to take him prisoner unawares, dethrone him and annex his territory, was in the annexation of OUDH 187 infraction not only of the treaty, but of every principle of the law of nations. That the annexation of Oudh was not a sudden resolution of the British government is proved by a curious fact. No sooner was Lord Palmerston, in 1830, Foreign Secretary, than he sent an order to the then Governor-General * to annex Oudh. The subordinate at that time declined to carry out the suggestion. The affair, however, came to the knowledge of the King of Oudh * who availed himself of some pretext to send an embassy to London. In spite of all obstacles, the embassy succeeded in acquainting William IV, who was ignorant of the whole proceeding, with the danger which had menaced their country. The result was a violent scene between William IV and Palmerston, ending in a strict injunction to the latter never to repeat such coups d'état on pain of instant dismissal. It is important to recollect that the actual annexation of Oudh and the confiscation of all the landed property of the country took place when Palmerston was again in power. The papers relating to this first attempt at annexing Oudh, in 1831, were moved for, a few weeks ago, in the House of Commons, when Mr. Bailey, Secretary of the Board of Control, declared that these papers had disappeared. Again, in 1837, when Palmerston, for the second time, was Foreign Secretary, and Lord Auckland Governor-General of India, the King of Oudh was compelled to make a fresh treaty with the East India Company. This treaty takes up Article 6 of the 1 of 1801, because it provides no remedy for the obligation contained in it, to govern the country well, and it expressly provides, therefore, by Article 7, that the King of Oudh shall immediately take into consideration, in concert with the British resident, the best means of remedying the defects in the police, and in the judicial and revenue administrations of his dominions, and that if his Majesty should neglect to attend to the advice and counsel of the British government, and if gross and systematic oppression, anarchy, and misrule should prevail within the Oudh dominions, Sir. Hns seriously to endanger the public tranquillity, The British government reserves to itself the right of appointing its/6ll Nazir CD din ed. :*L/Lohampt Ali Shah ed. 188. Own officers to the management of whatsoever portions of the audited territory, either to a small or great extent, in which such misrule shall have occurred, for so long a period as it may deem necessary, the surplus receipts in such case, after defraying all charges, to be paid into the King's treasury, and a true and faithful account rendered to His Majesty of the receipts and expenditure. By Article 8, the treaty further provides that in case the Governor-General of India in Council should be compelled to resort to the exercise of the authority vested in him by Article 7, he will endeavour so far as possible to maintain, with such improvements as they may admit of, the native institutions and forms of administration within the assumed territories, so as to facilitate the restoration of these territories to the Sovereign of Audit, when the proper period for such restoration shall arrive. This treaty professes to be concluded between the Governor-General of British India in Council, on one hand, and the King of Audit on the other. It was, as such, duly ratified, by both parties, and the ratifications were duly exchanged. But when it was submitted to the Board of Directors of the East India Company, it was annulled, April 10, 1838, as an infraction of the friendly relations between the Company and the King of Audit, and an encroachment, on the part of the Governor-General, on the rights of that potentate. Palmerston had not asked the Company's leave to conclude the treaty, and he took no notice of their annulling resolution. Nor was the King of Audit informed that the treaty had ever been cancelled. This is proved by Lord Dalhousie himself, Minute January 5, 1856. It is very probable that the King, in the course of the discussions which will take place with the Resident *, may refer to the treaty negotiated with his predecessor in 1837, the Resident is aware that the treaty was not continued in force, having been annulled by the Court of Directors as soon as it was received in England. The Resident is further aware that, although the King of Audit was informed at the time that certain aggravating provisions of the Treaty of 1837, respecting an increased military force, would not be carried into effect, the entire abrogation of it was never communicated to His Majesty. The effect of this reserve and want of full communication is felt to be embarrassing today. It is the more embarrassing that the cancelled instrument was still included in a volume of treaties which was published in 1845, High the Authority of Government. In the same minute, Sector 17, it is said. J. Ames Outram ed. The annexation of OUDH 189. If the King should allude to the Treaty of 1837, and should ask why, if further measures are necessary in relation to the administration of audit, the large powers which are given to the British government by the said treaty should not now be put in force, His Majesty must be informed that the treaty has had no existence since it was communicated to the Court of Directors, by whom it was wholly annulled. His Majesty will be reminded that the Court of Lucknow was informed at the time that certain articles of the Treaty of 1837, by which the payment of an additional military force was imposed upon the King, were to be set aside. It must be presumed that it was not thought necessary at that time to make any communication to His Majesty regarding those articles of the treaty which were not of immediate operation, and that the subsequent communication was inadvertently neglected. But not only was this treaty inserted in the official collection of 1845, it was also officially adverted to as a subsisting treaty in Lord Auckland's notification to the King of Audit, dated July 8, 1839, in Lord Hardinge's, then Governor-General, remonstrance to the same King, of November 23, 184-7, and in Col. Sleeman's, resident at Lucknow, communication to Lord Dalhousie himself, of the 10th December 1, 85-1. Now, why was Lord Dalhousie so eager to deny the validity of a treaty which all his predecessors, and even his own agents, had acknowledged to be in force in their communications with the King of Audit? Solely because, by this treaty, whatever pretext the King might give for interference, that interference was limited to an assumption of government by British officers in the name of the King of Oudid, who was to receive the surplus revenue. That was the very opposite of what was wanted. Nothing short of annexation would do. This denying the validity of treaties which had formed the acknowledged base of intercourse for 20 years, this seizing violently upon independent territories in open infraction even of the acknowledged treaties, this final confiscation of every acre of land in the whole country, all these treacherous and brutal modes of proceeding of the British toward the natives of India are now beginning to avenge themselves, not only in India, but in England. Karl Marx. Lord Canning's Proclamation and Land Tenure. In India. Lord Canning's proclamation in relation to Oudid, some important documents in reference to which we published on Saturday, has revived the discussion as to the land tenures of India, a subject upon which there have been great disputes and differences of opinion in times past, and misapprehensions in reference to which have led, so it is alleged, to very serious practical mistakes in the administration of those parts of India directly under British rule. The great point in this controversy is, what is the exact position which the Zamindars, Talukdars, or Sirdars, so called, hold in the economical system of India? Are they properly to be considered as landed proprietors or as mere tax gatherers? It is agreed that in India, as in most Asiatic countries, the ultimate property in the soil vests the government, but while one party to this controversy insists that the government is to be looked upon as a soil proprietor, letting out the land on shares to the cultivators, the other side maintains that in substance the land in India is just as much private property as in any other country, whatever this alleged property in the government being nothing more than the derivation of title from the sovereign, theoretically acknowledged in all countries, the codes of which are based on the feudal law and substantially acknowledged in all countries whatever in the power of the government to levy taxes on the land to the extent of the needs of the government, quite independent of all considerations, except as mere matter of policy, of the convenience of the owners. Admitting, however, that the lands of India are private property, held by as good and strong a private title as Lord Canning's proclamation and land tenure be in India 191 elsewhere, who shall be regarded as the real owners? There are two parties for whom this claim has been set up. One of these parties is the class known as Zamindars and Talukdars, who have been considered to occupy a position similar to that of the landed nobility and gentry of Europe, to be, indeed, the real owners of the land, subject to a certain assessment due to the government, and, as owners, to have the right of displacing at pleasure the actual cultivators, who, in this view of the case, are regarded as standing in the position of mere tenants at will, liable to any payment in the way of rent, which the Zamindars may see fit to impose. The view of the case which naturally fell in with English ideas, as to the importance and necessity of a landed gentry as the main pillar of the social fabric, was made the foundation of the famous landed settlement of Bengal 70 years ago, under the Governor-Generalship of Lord Cornwallis, a settlement which still remains in force, but which, as it is maintained by many, wrought great injustice alike to the government and to the actual cultivators. A more thorough study of the institutions of Hindustan, together with the inconveniences, both social and political, resulting from the Bengal settlement, has given currency to the opinion that by the original Hindu institutions, the property of the land was in the village corporations, in which resided the power of allotting it out to individuals for cultivation, while the Zamindars and Talukdars were in their origin nothing but officers of the government, appointed to look after, to collect, and to pay over to the prince the assessment due from the village. This view has influenced to a considerable degree the settlement of the landed tenures and revenue made of late years in the Indian provinces, of which the direct administration has been assumed by the English. The exclusive proprietary rights claimed by the Talukdars and Zamindars have been regarded as originating in usurpations at once against the government and the cultivators, and every effort has been made to get rid of them as an incubus on the real cultivators of the soil and the general improvement of the country. As, however, these middlemen, whatever the origin of their rights might be, could claim prescription in their favor, it was impossible not to recognize their 192 Claims as to a certain extent legal, however inconvenient, arbitrary, and oppressive to the people. In Oudid, under the feeble reign of the native princes, these feudal landholders had gone very far in curtailing alike the claims of the government and the rights of the cultivators, and when, upon the recent annexation of that kingdom, this matter came under revision, the commissioners charged with making the settlement soon got into a very acrimonious controversy with them as to the real extent of their rights. Hence resulted a state of discontent on their part which led them to make common cause with the revolted sepoys. By those who incline to the policy above indicated, that of a system of village settlement looking at the actual cultivators as invested with a proprietary right in the land, superior to that of the middlemen, through whom the government receives its share of the landed produce, the proclamation of Lord Canning is defended as an advantage taken of the position in which the great body of the zemindars and talukdars of Oudid had placed themselves, to open a door for the introduction of much more extensive reforms than otherwise would have been practicable, the proprietary right confiscated by that proclamation being merely zemindari or talukdari right, and affecting only a very small part of the population, and that by no means the actual cultivators. Independently of any question of justice and humanity, the view taken on the other hand by the Derby Ministry of Lord Canning's proclamation, corresponds sufficiently well with the general principles which the Tory, or Conservative, party maintain on the sacredness of vested rights and the importance of upholding an aristocratic landed interest. In speaking of the landed interest at home, they always refer rather to the landlords and rent receivers than to the rent payers and to the actual cultivators, and it is, therefore, not surprising that they should regard the interests of the zemindars and talukdars, however few their actual number, as equivalent to the interests of the great body of the people. Here indeed is one of the greatest inconveniences and difficulties in the government of India from England, that views of Indian questions are liable to be influenced by 193. Purely English prejudices or sentiments, applied low a stale of society and a condition of things to which they have in fact very little real pertinency. The defence which Lord Canning makes in his dispatch, published today, all the policy of his proclamation against the objections of Sir James Outram, the Commissioner of Oudid, is very plausible, though it appears that he so far yielded to the representations of the Commissioner as to insert into the proclamation the modifying sentence, not contained in the original draft sent to England, and on which Lord Ellenborough's dispatch was based. Lionel Canning's opinion as to the light in which the conduct of landholders of Oudid in joining in the rebellion ought to be viewed does not appear to differ much from that of Sir James Outram and Lord Ellenborough. He argues that they stand in a very different position not only from the mutinous sepoys, but from that of the inhabitants of rebellious districts in which the British rule had been longer established. He admits that they are entitled to be treated as persons having provocation for the course they took, but at the same time insists that they must be made to understand that rebellion cannot be resorted to without involving serious consequences to themselves. We shall soon learn what the effect of the issue of the proclamation has been, and whether Lord Canning or Sir James Outram was nearer right in his anticipation of its results. Written on May 25, 1858. Published in the New York Daily Tribune. Number 5344, June 7, 1858. Printed according to the text of the newspaper 194. Friedrich Engels. The British Army in India. Our indiscreet friend, Mr. William Russell of the London Times, has recently been induced, by his love of the picturesque, to illustrate, for the second time, the sack of Lucknow, to a degree which other people will not think very flattering to the British character. It now appears that Delhi, too, was looted to a very considerable extent, and that besides the Kaisar Bagh, the city of Lucknow generally contributed to reward the British soldier for his previous privations and heroic efforts. VVE quote from Mr. Russell. There are companies which can boast of privates with thousands of pounds worth in their ranks. One man I heard of who complacently offered to lend an officer whatever sum he wanted if he wished to buy over the captain. Others have remitted large sums to their friends. Ere this letter reaches England, many a diamond, emerald, and delicate pearl will have told its tale in a very quiet, pleasant way, of the storm and sack of the Kaisar. It is as well that the fair wearers saw not elo the glittering baubles were won, or the scenes in which the treasure was trove. Some of these officers have made, literally, their fortunes. There are certain small caskets in battered uniform cases which contain estates in Scotland and Ireland, and snug fishing and shooting boxes in every game-haunted or salmon-frequented angle of the world. This, then, accounts for the inactivity of the British Army after the conquest of Lucknow. The fortnight devoted to plunder was well spent. Officers and soldiers went into the town poor and debt-ridden, and came out suddenly enriched. They were no longer the same men, yet they were expected to return to their former military duty, to submission, silent obedience, fatigue, privation, and battle. But this is out of the question. The army, disbanded for the purpose of plunder, is changed forever. No word of command, no prestige of the general, can make it again what it once was. Listen again to Mr. Russell. The British Army in India 195. It is curious to observe how riches develop disease, how one's liver is affected by loot, and what tremendous ravages in one's family, among the nearest and dearest, can be caused by a few crystals of carbon. The weight of the belt round the private's waist, full of rupees and gold mowers, assures him that the vision, of a comfortable inclependency at home, can be realized, and it is no wamelker he resents the fall in, then, fall in. 2 battles, 2 shares of prize money, the plunder of 2 cities, and many pickings by leeway, have made some of our men too rich for easy soldiering. Accordingly, we hear that above 150 officers have sent in their resignations to Sir Colin Campbell, a very singular proceeding indeed in an army before the enemy, which in any other service would be followed up in 24 hours by cashiering and severest punishment otherwise, but which, we suppose, is considered in the British Army as a very proper act for an officer and a gentleman who has suddenly made his fortune. As to the private soldiers, with them the proceeding is different. Loot engenders the desire for more, and if no more Indian treasures are at hand for the purpose, why not loot those of the British government? Accordingly, says Mr. Russell, there has been a suspicious upsetting of 2 treasure tumbrils under a European guard, in which some few rupees were missing, and paymasters exhibit a preference for natives in the discharge of the delicate duty vf convoy. Very good, indeed. The Hindu or Sikh is better disciplined, less thieving, less rapacious than that incomparable model of a warrior, the British soldier. But so far we have seen the individual Briton only employed. Let us now cast a glance at the British Army, looting in its collective capacity. Every day adds to the prize property, and it is estimated that the sales will produce £600,000. The town of Kanpuri is said to be full of the plunder of Lucknow, and if the damage done to public buildings, the destruction of private property, the deterioration in value of houses and land, and the results of depopulation could be estimated, it would be found that the capital of Oudh has sustained a loss of 5 or 6 millions sterling. The Kalmuk hordes of Genghis Khan and Timur, falling upon a city like a swarm of locusts, and devouring everything that came in their way, must have been a blessing. 196 Friedrich Engels to a country, compared with the eruption of these Christian, civilized, chivalrous and gentle British soldiers. The former, at least, soon passed away on their erratic course, but these methodic Englishmen bring along with them their prize agents, who convert loot into a system, who register the plunder, sell it by auction, and keep a sharp lookout that British heroism is not defrauded of a title of its reward. /VE shall watch with curiosity the capabilities of this army, relaxed as its discipline is by the effects of wholesale plunder, at a time when the fatigues of a hot weather campaign require the greatest stringency of discipline. The Hindus must, however, by this time be still less fit for regular battle than they were at Lucknow, but that is not now the main question. It is far more important to know what shall be done if the insurgents, after a show of resistance, again shift the seat of war, say to Rajputana, which is far from being subdued. Sir Colin Campbell must leave garrisons everywhere. His field army has melted down to less than 1/2 of the force he had before Lucknow. If he is to occupy Rohilkhand, what disposable strength will remain for the field? The hot weather is now upon him. In June the rains must have put a stop to active campaigning, and allowed the insurgents breathing time. The loss of European soldiers through sickness will have increased every day after the middle of April, when the weather became oppressive, and the young men imported into India last winter must succumb to the climate in far greater numbers than the seasoned Indian campaigners who last summer fought under Havelock and Wilson. Rohilkhand is no more the decisive point than Lucknow was, or Delhi. The insurrection, it is true, has lost most of its capacity for pitched battles, but it is far more formidable in its present scattered form, which compels the English to ruin their army by marching and exposure. Look at the many new centers of resistance. There is Rohilkhand, where the mass of the old sepoys are collected. There is northeastern Oudh beyond the Gagra, where the Oudhians have taken up position. There is Kalpi, which for the present serves as a point of concentration for the insurgents of Bundelkhand. \VE shall most likely hear in a few weeks, if not sooner, that both Bareilly and Kalpi have fallen. The former will be of the British Army in India 197 little importance, inasmuch as it will serve to absorb nearly all, if not the whole of Kamal's disposable forces. Kalpi, menaced now by General Whitlock, who has led his column from Nagpur to Bunda in Bundelkhand, and by General Rose, who approaches from Jhansi, and has defeated the advanced guard of the Kalpi forces, will be a more important conquest. It will free Kamal's base of operations, Kanpuri, from the only danger menacing it, and thus perhaps enable him to recruit his field forces to some extent by troops set at liberty thereby. But it is very doubtful either there will be enough to do more than to clear Oudh. Thus, the strongest army England ever concentrated on one point in India is again scattered in all directions, and has more work cut out than it can conveniently do. The rages of the climate, during the summer's heat and rains, must be terrible, and whatever the moral superiority of the European over the Indus, it is very doubtful whether the physical superiority of the Hindus in braving the heat and rains of an Indian summer will not again be the means of destroying the English forces. There are at present but few British troops on the road to India, and it is not intended to send out large reinforcements before July and August. Up to October and November, therefore, Campbell has but that one army, melting down rapidly as it is, to hold his own with. \V had if in the meantime the insurgent Indus succeed in raising Rajputana and Maratha try in rebellion? \V had if the Sikhs, of whom there are 80,000 in the British service, and who claim all the honour of the victories for themselves, and whose temper is not altogether favourable to the British, were to rise. Altogether, one more winter's campaign, at least, appears to be in store for the British in India, and that cannot be carried on without another army from England. Written about June 4, 1858. Published in the New York Daily Tribune. Number 5361, June 26, 1858. Printed according to the text of the newspaper 198, Karl Marx, The British Government and the Slave Trade, London, June 18, 1858. In the sitting of the House of Lords on June 17, the question of the slave trade was introduced by the Bishop of Oxford, who presented a petition against that trade from the parish of St. Mary in Jamaica. The impression these debates are sure to produce upon every mind not strongly prejudiced is that of great moderation on the part of the present British government, and its firm purpose of avoiding any pretext of quarrel with the United States. Lord Malmesbury dropped altogether the right of visit as far as ships under the American flag are concerned, by the following declaration. The United States say that on no account, for no purpose, and upon no suspicion shall a ship carrying the American flag be boarded except by an American ship, unless at the risk of the officer boarding or detaining her. I have not admitted the international law as laid down by the American Minister for Foreign Affairs, until THAT statement had been approved and fortified by the law officers of the Crown. But having admitted that, I have put it as strong as possible to the American government that if it is known that the American flag covers every iniquity, every pirate and slaver on earth will carry it and no other, that this must bring disgrace on that honored banner, and that instead of vindicating the honor of the country by an obstinate adherence to their present declaration, the contrary result will follow, that the American flag will be prostituted to the worst of purposes. I shall continue to urge that it is necessary in these civilized times, with countless vessels navigating the ocean, that there should be a police on the ocean, that there should be, if not a right by international law, and agreement among nations how far they would go to verify the nationality of vessels, and ascertain their right to bear a particular flag. From the language I have used, from the conversations which I had with the American minister resident in this country, and from the observations contained in a very able paper drawn up by Gen. Cass on this subject, I am not without strong hope that some the British government and the slave trade 199 arrangement of this kind may be made with the United States, which, with the orders given to the officers of both countries, may enable us to verify the flags of all countries, without running the risk of offense to the country to which a ship belongs. On the opposition benches there was also no attempt made at vindicating the right of visit on the part of Great Britain against the United States, but, as Earl Grey remarked, the English had treaties with Spain and other powers for the prevention of the slave trade, and if they had reasonable grounds for suspecting that a vessel was engaged in this abominable traffic, and that she had for the time made use of the United States flag, that she was not really an American ship at all, they had a right to overhaul her and to search her. If, however, she produced the American papers, even though she be full of slaves, it was their duty to discharge her, and to leave to the United States the disgrace of that iniquitous traffic. He hoped and trusted that the orders to their cruisers were strict in this respect, and that any excess of that discretion which was allowed their officers under the circumstances would meet with proper punishment. The question then turns exclusively upon the point, and even this point seems abandoned by Lord Malmesbury, whether or not vessels suspected of usurping the American flag may not be called upon to produce their papers. Lord Aberdeen directly denied that any controversy could arise out of such a practice, since the instructions under which the British officers were to proceed on such an occurrence, instructions drawn up by Dr. Lushington and Sir G. Coburn, had been communicated at the time to the American government and acquiesced in by Mr. V. Webster, on the part of that government. If, therefore, there had been no change in these instructions, and if the officers had acted within their limits, the American government could have no ground of complaint. There seemed, indeed, a strong suspicion hovering in the minds of the hereditary wisdom, that Palmerston had played one of his usual tricks by effecting some arbitrary change in the orders issued to the British cruisers. It is known that Palmerston, while boasting of his zeal in the suppression of the slave trade, had, during the 11 years of his administration of foreign affairs, ending in 1841, broken up all the existing slave trade treaties, had ordered acts which the British law authorities 200 pronounced criminal, and which actually subjected one of his instruments to legal procedure and placed a slave dealer under the protection of the law of England against its own government. He chose the slave trade as his field of battle, and converted it into a mere instrument of provoking quarrels between England and other states. Before leaving office in 1841 he had given instructions which, according to the words of Sir Robert Peel, must have led, had they not been countermanded, to a collision with the United States. In his own words, he had enjoined the naval officers to have no very nice regard to the law of nations. Lord Malmesbury, although in very reserved language, intimated that by sending the British squadrons to the Cuban waters, instead of leaving them on the coast of Africa, Palmerston removed them from a station where, before the outbreak of the Russian War, they had almost succeeded in extinguishing the slave trade, to a place where they could be good for little else than picking up a quarrel with the United States. Lord Woodhouse, Palmerston's OW and late ambassador to the court of St. Petersburg, concurring in this view of the case, remarked that, no matter what instructions had been given, if the government gave authority to the British vessels to go in such numbers into the American waters, a difference would sooner or later arise between us and the United States. Yet, whatever may have been Palmerston's secret intentions, it is evident that they are baffled by the Tory government in 1858, as they had been in 1842, and that the war cry so lustily raised in the Congress and in the press is doomed to result in much ado about nothing. As to the question of the slave trade itself, Spain was denounced by the Bishop of Oxford as well as Lord Brougham, as the mainstay of that nefarious traffic. Both of them called upon the British government to force, by every means in its power, that country into a course of policy consonant to existing treaties. As early as 1814 a general treaty was entered into between Great Britain and Spain, by which the latter passed an unequivocal condemnation of the slave trade. In 1817 a specific treaty was concluded, by which Spain fixed the abolition of the slave British government and the slave trade 201 trade, on the part of her own subjects, for the year 1820, and, by way of compensation for the losses her subjects might suffer by carrying out the contract, received an indemnity of £400,000. The money was pocketed, but no equivalent was tendered for it. In 1835 a new treaty was entered into, by which Spain bound herself formally to bring in a sufficiently stringent penal law to make it impossible for her subjects to continue the traffic. The procrastinating Spanish proverb, "a la mi Ana," * was again strictly adhered to. It was only 10 years later that the penal law was carried, but, by a singular mischance, the principal clause contended for by England was left out, namely, that of making the slave trade piracy. In one word, nothing was done, save that the Captain General of Cuba, the Minister at Home, the Camarilla, and, if rumor speaks truth, royal personages themselves, raised a private tax upon the slavers, selling the license of dealing in human flesh and blood at so many doubloons per head. Spain, said the Bishop of Oxford, had not the excuse that this traffic was a system which her government was not strong enough to put down, because Gen. Valdez had shown that such a plea could not be urged with any show of truth. On his arrival in the island he called together the principal contractors, and, giving them 6 months' time to close all their transactions in the slave trade, told them that he was determined to put it down at the end of that period. What was the result? In 1840, the year previous to the administration of Gen. Valdez, the number of ships which came to Cuba from the coast of Africa with slaves was 56. In 1842, while Gen. Valdez was Captain General, the number was only 3. In 1840 no less than 14,470 slaves were landed at the island, in 1842 the number was 3,100. Now what shall England do with Spain? Repeat her protests, multiply her dispatches, renew her negotiations. Lord Malmesbury himself states that they could cover all the waters from the Spanish coast to Cuba with the documents vainly exchanged between the two governments. Or shall England enforce her claims, sanctioned by so many treaties? Here it is that the shoe pinches. In steps the sinister figure of the august ally, now the acknowledged guardian angel of the slave trade. The third Bonaparte, the patron of slavery, in all its forms, forbids England to act tomorrow ed. 202. Up to her convictions and her treaties. Lord Malmesbury, it is known, is strongly suspected of an undue intimacy with the hero of Satire.79. Nevertheless, he denounced him in plain terms as the general slave dealer of Europe, as the man who had revived the infamous traffic in its worst features under the pretext of free emigration of the blacks to the French colonies. Earl G. Ray completed this denunciation by stating that wars had been undertaken in Africa for the purpose of making captives, /VHO were to be sold to the agents of the French government. The Earl of Clarendon added that both Spain and France were rivals in the African market, offering a certain sum per man, and there was not the least difference in the treatment of these Negroes, whether they were conveyed to Cuba or to a French colony. Such, then, is the glorious position England finds herself in by having lent her help to that man in overthrowing the Republic. The Second Republic, like the first one, had abolished slavery. Bonaparte, who acquired his power solely by truckling to the meanest passions of men, is unable to prolong it save by buying day by day new accomplices. Thus he has not only restored slavery, but has bought the planters by the renewal of the slave trade. Everything degrading the conscience of the nation, is a new lease of power granted to him. To convert France into a slave-trading nation would be the surest means of enslaving France, who, when herself, had the boldness of proclaiming in the face of the world, "Let the colonies perish, but let principles live." One thing at least has been accomplished by Bonaparte. The slave trade has become a battle cry between the imperialist and the republican camps. If the French Republic be restored today, tomorrow Spain will be forced to abandon the infamous traffic. Published in L.E. New York Daily Tribune. No. 53 G6, July 2, 1858. Printed according to the text of the newspaper 203. Karl Marx. Taxes in India. According to the London journals, Indian stock and railway securities have of late been distinguished by a downward movement in that market, which is far from testifying to the genuineness of the sanguine convictions which John Bull likes to exhibit in regard to the state of the Indian guerrilla war, and which, at all events, indicates a stubborn distrust in the elasticity of Indian financial resources. As to the latter, two opposite views are propounded. On the one hand, it is affirmed that taxes in India are onerous and sub beyond those of any country in the world, that as a rule throughout most of the presidencies, and through those presidencies most where they have been longest under British rule, the cultivators, that is, the great body of the people of India, are in a condition of unmitigated impoverishment and dejection, that, consequently, Indian revenues have been stretched to their utmost possible limit, and Indian finances are therefore past recovery. A rather discomfortable opinion this at a period when, according to Mr. G. Gladstone, for some years to come, the extraordinary Indian expenditure alone will annually amount to about £20,000 sterling. On the other hand, it is asserted, the asseveration being made good by an array of statistical illustrations, that India is the least taxed country in the world, that, if expenditure is going on increasing, revenue may be increased too, and that it is an utter fallacy to imagine that the Indian people will not bear any new taxes. Mr. Bright, who may be considered the most arduous and influential representative of the discomfortable doctrine, 204, made, on the occasion of the second reading of the new Government of India Bill, the following statement: the Indian government had cost more to govern India than it was possible to extort from the population of India, although the government had been by no means scrupulous either as to the taxes imposed, or as to the mode in which they had been levied. It cost he more than £30 millions to govern India, for that was the gross revenue, and there was always a deficit, which liad to be made up by loans borrowed at a high rate of interest. The Indian debt now amounted to £60 millions, and was increasing, while the credit of the government was falling, partly because they had not treated their creditors very honorably on one or two occasions, and now on account of the calamities which had recently happened in India. He had alluded to the gross revenue, but as that included the opium revenue, which was hardly a tax upon the people of India, he would take the taxation which really pressed upon them at £25 millions. Now, let not this £25 millions be compared with the £60 million that was raised in this country. Let the House recollect that in India it was possible to purchase 12 days' labour for the same amount of gold or silver that would he obtained in payment for one in England. This £25 million expended in the purchase of labour in India would buy as much as an outlay of £300 million would procure in England. He might be asked how much was the labour of an Indian worth? 7l, if the labour of an Indian was only worth 2d a day, it was clear that we could not expect him to pay as much taxation as if it was worth 2s. /VE 30 million of population IUG read Britain and Ireland. In India there were 150 million inhabitants. /VE raised here £60 million sterling of taxes. In India, reckoning by the day's labour of the people of India, we raised £300 million of revenue, or 5 times a greater revenue than was collected at home. Looking at the fact that the population of India /was 5 times greater than that of the British Empire, a man might say that the taxation per head in India and England was about the same, and that therefore there /was no greater hardship inflicted. But in England there was an incalculable power of machinery and steam, of means of transit, and of everything that capital and human invention could bring to aid the industry of a people. In India there was nothing of the kind. They had scarcely a decent road throughout India. Now, it must be admitted that there is something wrong in this method of comparing Indian taxes with British taxes. There is on the one side the Indian population, 5 times as great as the British one, and there is on the other side the Indian taxation amounting to half the British. But, then, Mr. Bright says, Indian labor is an equivalent for about 1/12 only of British labor. Consequently £30,000,000 of taxes in India would represent £300 million taxes in India, 205 of taxes in Great Britain, instead of the £60,000,000 actually there raised. /V hat then is the conclusion he ought to have arrived at. That the people of India in regard to their numerical strength pay the same taxation as the people in Great Britain, if allowance is made for the comparative poverty of the people in India, and £30,000,000 is supposed to weigh as heavily upon 150 million Indians as £60,000,000 upon 30,000,000 Britons, such being his supposition, it is certainly fallacious to turn round and say that a poor people cannot pay so much as a rich one, because the comparative poverty of the Indian people has already been taken into account in making out the statement that the Indian pays as much as the Briton. There might, in fact, another question be raised. It might be asked, whether a man who earns say 12 cents a day can be fairly expected to pay 1 cent with the same ease with which another, earning $12 a day, pays $1. Both would relatively contribute the same aliquot part of their income, but still the tax might bear in quite different proportions upon their respective necessities. Yet, Mr. Bright has not yet put the question in these terms, and, if he had, the comparison /V the burden of taxation, borne by the British wages labourer on the one hand, and the British capitalist on the other, would perhaps have struck nearer home than the comparison between Indian and British taxation. Moreover, he admits himself that from the £30,000,000 of Indian taxes, the £5 million constituting the opium revenue must be subtracted, since this is, properly speaking, no tax pressing upon the Indian people, but rather an export duty charged upon Chinese consumption. Then we are reminded by the apologists of the Anglo-Indian administration that £16,000 of income is derived from the land revenue, or rent, which from times immemorial has belonged to the state in its capacity as supreme landlord, never constituted part of the private fortune of the cultivator, and does, in fact, no more enter into taxation, properly so called, than the rent paid by the British farmers to the British aristocracy can be said to enter British taxation. Indian taxation, according to this point of view, would stand thus. 206. Aggregate sum raised. Deduct for opium revenue. Deduct for rent of land. £30, 000, 5,000, 16,000, 000 taxation proper £9, 000, 000 of this £9,000 000, again, it must be admitted that some important items, such as the post office, the stamp duties, and the custom duties, are in a very minute proportion on the mass of the people. Accordingly, Mr. Hendricks, in a paper recently laid before the British Statistical Society on the finances of India, tries to prove, from parliamentary and other official documents, that of the total revenue paid by the people of India, not more than 1/5 is at present raised by taxation, i.e., from the real income of the people, that in Bengal 27% or only, in the Punjab 23% only, in Madras 21% only, in the Northwest Provinces 17% only, and in Bombay 16% only of the total revenue is derived from taxation proper. The following comparative view of the average amount of taxation derived from each inhabitant of India and the United Kingdom, during the years 1855 to 56, is abstracted from Mr. Hendricks's statement. Bengal, per head, revenue £0.50. Taxation proper £0.1 for Northwest Provinces. 3.5. Taxation proper 0.7 Madras. 4.7. Taxation proper 1.0 Bombay 8.3. Taxation proper 1.4 Punjab 3.3. Taxation proper 0.9 United Kingdom. Taxation proper 1.10 for a different year. The following estimate of the average paid by each individual to the national revenue is made by Gen. Briggs. In England, 1,852. In France. In Prussia. In India, 1,854. £1.19.4. 112.0. 19.3. 387 feet 2 inches. From these statements it is inferred by the apologists of the British administration that there is not a single country taxes in India 207 in Europe, where, even if the comparative poverty of India is taken into account, the people are so lightly taxed. Thus it seems that not only opinions with respect to Indian taxation are conflicting, but that the facts from which they purport to be drawn are themselves contradictory. On the one hand, we must admit the nominal amount of Indian taxation to be relatively small, but on the other, we might heap evidence upon evidence from parliamentary documents, as well as from the writings of the greatest authorities on Indian affairs, all proving beyond doubt that this apparently light taxation crushes the mass of the Indian people to the dust, and that its exaction necessitates a resort to such infamies as torture, for instance. But is any other proof wanted beyond the constant and rapid increase of the Indian debt and the accumulation of Indian deficits? It will certainly not be contended that the Indian government prefers increasing debts and deficits because it shrinks from touching too roughly upon the resources of the people. It embarks in debt, because it sees no other way to make both ends meet. In 1805 the Indian debt amounted to £25,626,631, in 1829 it reached about £34,000,000, in 1850, £4,7151,018, and at present it amounts to about £60,000,000. By the by, we leave out of the count the East Indian debt contracted in England, which is also chargeable upon the East Indian revenue. The annual deficit, which in 1805 amounted to about 2.5 millions, had, under Lord Dalhousie's administration, reached the average of 5 millions. Mr. George Campbell of the Bengal Civil Service, and of a mind strongly biased in favor of the Anglo-Indian administration, was obliged to avow, in 1852, that, although no Oriental conquerors have ever obtained so complete an ascendancy, so quiet, universal and undisputed possession of India as we have, yet all have enriched themselves from the revenues of the country, and many have out of their abundance laid out considerable sums on works of public improvements. From doing this we are debarred. The quantity of the whole burden is by no means diminished, under the English rule, yet we have no surplus. In estimating the burden of taxation, its nominal amount must not fall heavier into the balance than the method of raising it, and the manner of employing it. The former is 208. Detestable in India, and in the branch of the land tax, for instance, wastes perhaps more produce than it gets. As to the application of the taxes, it will suffice to say that no part of them is returned to the people in works of public utility, more indispensable in Asiatic countries than anywhere else, and that, as Mr. Bright justly remarked, nowhere so extravagant is a provision made for the governing class itself. Written on June 29, 1858, published in the New York Daily Tribune, number 5383, July 23, 1858 Prin led according to the text of the newspaper, 200 Karl Marx the Indian Bill. The latest Indian bill has passed through its third reading in the House of Commons, and since the Lords, swayed by Derby's influence, are not likely to show fight, the doom of the East India Company appears to be sealed. They do not die like heroes, it must be confessed, but they have bartered away their power, as they crept into it, bit by bit, in a business-like way. In fact, their whole history is one of buying and selling. They commenced by buying sovereignty, and they have ended by selling it. Chelsea have fallen, not in a pitched battle, but under the hammer of the auctioneer, into the hands of the highest bidder. In 1693 they procured from the Crown a charter for 21 years by paying large sums to the Duke of Leeds and other public officers. In 1767 they prolonged their tenure of power for 2 years by the promise of annually paying £400,000 into the imperial exchequer. In 1769 they struck a similar bargain for 5 years, but soon after, in return for the exchequers foregoing the stipulated annual payment and lending them £1,400, 000 at 4% they alienated some parcels of sovereignty, leaving to Parliament in the first instance the nomination of the Governor-General and 4 councillors, altogether surrendering to the Crown the appointment of the Lord Chief Justice and his 3 judges, and agreeing to the conversion of the Court of Proprietors from a democratic into an oligarchic body. In 1858, after having solemnly pledged themselves to the Court of Proprietors to resist by all constitutional means the transfer to the Crown of the governing powers of the East India Company, they have accepted that principle, and agreed to a bill penal as regards the company, but securing emolument and place to its principal directors. If the death 210 of a hero, as Schiller says, resembles the setting of the sun *, the exit of the East India Company bears more a likeness to the compromise effected by a bankrupt with his creditors. By this bill the principal functions of administration are entrusted to a Secretary of State in Council, just as at Calcutta the Governor-General in Council manages affairs. But both these functionaries, the Secretary of State in England and the Governor-General in India, are alike authorized to disregard the advice of their assessors and to act upon their own judgment. The new bill also invests the Secretary of State with all the powers at present exercised by the President of the Board of Control, through the agency of the Secret Committee *, the power, that is, in urgent cases, of dispatching orders to India without stopping to ask the advice of his council. In constituting that council it has been found necessary, after all, to resort to the East India Company as the only practicable source of appointments to it other than nominations by the Crown. The elective members of the council are to be elected by the directors of the East India Company from among their own number. Thus, after all, the name of the East India Company is to outlive its substance. At the last hour it was confessed by the Derby Cabinet that their bill contains no clause abolishing the East India Company, as represented by a court of directors, but that it becomes reduced to its ancient character of a company of stockholders, distributing the dividends guaranteed by different acts of legislation. Pitt's Bill of 1784 virtually subjected their government to the sway of the Cabinet under the name of the Board of Control. The Act of 1813 stripped them of their monopoly of commerce, save the trade with China. The Act of 1834 destroyed their commercial character altogether, and the Act of 1854 annihilated their last remnant of power, still leaving them in possession of the Indian administration. By the rotation of history the East India Company, converted in 1612 into a joint stock company, is again clothed in its primitive Schiller, Tyrol Bears, Act 3, Scene 2 ed. See this Lucklion, pf.h-ed. TIIEI Indian Bill 211 garb, only that it represents now a trading partnership without trade, an jointment stock company which has no funds to administer, but only fixed dividends to draw. The history of the Indian Bill is marked by greater dramatic changes than any other act of modern parliamentary legislation. When the Sepoy insurrection broke out, the cry of Indian reform rang through all classes of British society. Popular imagination was heated by the torture reports, the government interference with the native religion was loudly denounced by Indian general officers and civilians of high standing, the rapacious annexation policy of Lord Dalhousie, the mere tool of Downing Street, the fermentation recklessly created in the Asiatic mind by the piratical wars in Persia and China, wars commenced and pursued on Palmerston's private dictation, the weak measures with which he met the outbreak, sailing ships being chosen for transport in preference to steam vessels, and the circuitous navigation around the Cape of Good Hope instead of transportation over the Isthmus of Suez. All these accumulated grievances burst into the cry for Indian reform, reform of the company's Indian administration, reform of the government's Indian policy. Palmerston caught at the popular cry, but resolved upon turning it to his exclusive profit. Because both the government and the company had miserably broken down, the company was to be killed in sacrifice, and the government to be rendered omnipotent. The power of the company was to be simply transferred to the dictator of the day, pretending to represent the crown as against the parliament, and to represent parliament as against the crown, thus absorbing the privileges of the one and the other in his single person. With the Indian army at his back, the Indian treasury at his command, and the Indian patronage in his pocket, Palmerston's position would have become impregnable. His bill passed triumphantly through the first reading, but his career was cut short by the famous Conspiracy Bill, followed by the advent of the Tories to power. On the very first day of their official reappearance on the Treasury benches, they declared that, out of deference for the decisive will of the Commons, they would forsake their opposition to the transfer from the Company to the 212 Crown of the Indian Government. Lord Ellenborough's legislative abortion seemed to hasten Palmerston's restoration, when Lord John Russell, in order to force the dictator into a compromise, stepped in, and saved the government by proposing to proceed with the Indian Bill by way of parliamentary resolution, instead of by a governmental bill. Then Lord Ellenborough's audit dispatch, his sudden resignation, and the consequent disorganization in the ministerial camp, were eagerly seized upon by Palmerston. The Tories were again to be planted in the cold shade of opposition, after they had employed their short lease of power in breaking down the opposition of their own party against the confiscation of the East India Company. Yet it is sufficiently known how these fine calculations were baffled. Instead of rising on the ruins of the East India Company, Palmerston has been buried beneath them. During the whole of the Indian debates, the House seemed to indulge the peculiar satisfaction of humiliating the cives Romanus. All his amendments, great and small, were ignominiously lost, allusions of the most unsavoury kind, relating to the Afghan War, the Persian War, and the Chinese War, were continually flung at his head, and Mr. Gladstone's clause, withdrawing from the Indian minister the power of originating wars beyond the boundaries of India, intended as a general vote of censure on Palmerston's past foreign policy, was passed by a crushing majority, despite his furious resistance. But although the man has been thrown overboard, his principle, upon the whole, has been accepted. Although somewhat checked by the obstructive attributes of the Board of Council, which, in fact, is but the well-paid spectre of the old Court of Directors, the power of the executive has, by the formal annexation of India, been raised low such a degree that, to counterpoise it, democratic weight must be thrown into the parliamentary scale. Written on July 9, 1958. Published in the New York Daily Tribune. Number 5384, July 24, 1858. Printed according 10. The text of the newspaper 213. Karl Marx. The opium trade. The news of the new treaty wrung from China by the Allied plenipotentiaries AD has, it would appear, conjured up the same wild vistas of an immense extension of trade which danced before the eyes of the commercial mind in 1845, after the conclusion of the First Chinese War. Supposing the Petersburg wires to have spoken truth, is it quite certain that an increase of the Chinese trade must follow upon the multiplication of its emporiums? Is there any probability that the War of 1857–58 will lead to more splendid results than the War of 1841–42? So much is certain that the Treaty of 1843, instead of increasing American and English exports to China, proved instrumental only in precipitating and aggravating the commercial crisis of 1847. In a similar way, by raising dreams of an inexhaustible market and by fostering false speculations, the present treaty may help preparing a new crisis at the very moment when the market of the world is but slowly recovering from the recent universal shock. Beside its negative result, the First Opium War succeeded in stimulating the opium trade at the expense of legitimate commerce, and so will this Second Opium War do, if England will by the general pressure of the civilized world to abandon the compule : sorry opium cultivation in India and the armed opium propaganda to China. /ve forbear dwelling on the morality of that trade, described by Montgomery Martin, himself an Englishman, in the following terms. Why, the slave trade was merciful compared with the opium trade. /ve did not destroy the bodies of the Africans, for it was our immediate interest to keep them alive. We did not debase their nature, corrupt their minds, nor destroy their souls. Bull the opium seller slays the body after he has corrupted, degraded, and annihilated the moral. 214 Karl Marx being of unhappy sinners, which every hour is bringing new victims lo a Moloch which knows no satiety, and where the English murderer and see Heine's suicide vie with each other in offerings at his shrine. The Chinese cannot take both gu-ps and drug, under actual circumstances. Extension of the Chinese trade resolves into extension of the opium trade. The growth of the latter is incompatible with the development of legitimate commerce. These propositions were pretty generally admitted 2 years ago. A committee of the House of Commons, appointed in 1847 to take into consideration the state of British commercial intercourse with China, reported thus. We regret that the trade with that country has been for some time in a very unsatisfactory condition, and that the result of our extended intercourse has by no means realized the just expectations which had naturally been founded in a free access to so magnificent a market. We find that the difficulties of the trade do not arise from any want of demand in China for articles of British manufactures, or from the increasing competition of other nations. The payment for opium absorbs the silver to the great inconvenience of the general traffic of the Chinese, and tea and silk must in fact pay the rest. The Friend of China, of July 28, 1849, generalizing the same proposition, says in set terms. The opium trade progresses steadily. The increased consumption of teas and silk in Great Britain and the United States would merely result in the increase of the opium trade. The case of the manufacturers is hopeless. One of the leading American merchants in China reduced, in an article inserted in Hunt's Merchants magazine, for January, 1850, the whole question of the trade with China to this point. Which branch of commerce is to be suppressed, the opium trade or the export trade of American or Engelbite produce? The Chinese themselves took exactly the same view of the case. Montgomery Martin narrates. I inquired of the Dao Tai * at Shanghai which would be the best means of increasing our commerce with China, and his first answer : High of Tischel - ed. To me, in presence of Capt. Balfour, Her Majesty's consul, was, cease to send us so much opium and we will be able to take your manufactures. The history of general commerce during the last 8 years has, in a new and striking manner, illustrated these positions, but, before analyzing the deleterious effects on legitimate commerce of the opium trade, we propose giving a short review of the rise and progress of that stupendous traffic, which, whether we regard the tragical collisions forming, so to say, the axis round which it turns, or the effects produced by it on the general relations of the Eastern and Western worlds, stands solitary on record in the annals of mankind. Previous to 1767 the quantity of opium exported from India did not exceed 200 chests, the chest weighing about 133 pounds. Opium was legally admitted in China on the payment of a duty of about $3 per chest, as a medicine, the Portuguese, who brought it from Turkey, being its almost exclusive exporters into the Celestial Empire. In 1773, Colonel Watson and Vice President Wheeler, persons deserving to take a place among the Hermantiers, Palmers, and other poisoners of worldwide fame, suggested to the East India Company the idea of entering upon the opium traffic with China. Consequently, there was established a depot for opium in vessels anchored in a bay to the south-west of Macau. The speculation proved a failure. In 1781 the Bengal government sent an armed vessel, laden with opium, to China, and in 1794, the company stationed a large opium vessel at Whampoa, the anchorage for the port of Canton. It seems that Whampoa proved a more convenient depot than Macau, because, only 2 years after its selection, the Chinese government found it necessary to pass a law which threatens Chinese smugglers of opium to be beaten with a bamboo and exposed in the streets with wooden collars around their necks. About 1798, the East India Company ceased to be direct exporters of opium, but they became its producers. The opium monopoly was established in India, while the company's own ships were hypocritically forbidden from trafficking in the drug. The licenses it granted for private ships trading to China contained a provision which attached a penalty to them if freighted with opium of other than the company's own make. In 1800, the import into China had reached the number of 2,000 chests. Having, during the L_th century, borne the aspect common to all feuds between the foreign merchant and the national custom house, the struggle between the East India Company and the Celestial Empire assumed, since the beginning of the 19th century, features quite distinct and exceptional, while the Chinese emperor, in order to check the suicide of his people, prohibited at once the import of the poison by the foreigner, and its consumption by the natives. The East India Company was rapidly converting the cultivation of opium in India, and its contraband sale to China, into internal parts of its own financial system. While the semi-barbarian stood on the principle of morality, the civilized opposed the principle of pelf. That a giant empire, containing almost 1/3 of the human race, vegetating in the teeth of time, insulated by the forced exclusion of general intercourse, and thus contriving to dupe itself with delusions of celestial perfection, that such an empire should at last be overtaken by the fate on occasion of a deadly duel, in which the representative of the antiquated world appears prompted by ethical motives, while the representative of overwhelming modern society fights for the privilege of buying in the cheapest and selling in the dearest markets. This, indeed, is a sort of tragical couplet, stranger than any poet would ever have dared to fancy. Written on August 31, 1858, published in the New York Daily Tribune, number 5433, September 20, 1858, printed according to the text of the newspaper L217. Karl Marx. It was the assumption of the opium monopoly in India by the British government, which led to the proscription of the opium trade in China. The cruel punishments inflicted by the celestial legislator upon his own contumacious subjects, and the stringent prohibition established at the China custom houses proved alike nugatory. The next effect of the moral resistance of the Chinamen was the demoralization, by the Englishmen, of the imperial authorities, custom house officers, and mandarins generally. The corruption that ate into the heart of the celestial bureaucracy, and destroyed the bulwark of the patriarchal constitution, was, together with the opium chests, smuggled into the empire from the English storeships anchored at Whampoa. Nurtured by the East India Company, vainly combated by the central government at Peking, the opium trade gradually assumed larger proportions, until it absorbed about $2,500,000 in 1816. The throwing open in that year of the Indian commerce, with the single exception of the tea trade, which still continues to be monopolized by the East India Company, gave a new and powerful stimulus to the operations of the English contrabandists. In 1820, the number of chests smuggled into China had increased to 5,147, in 1821 to 7,000, and in 1824, to 2,639. Meanwhile, the Chinese government, at the same time that it addressed threatening remonstrances to the foreign merchants, punished the Kong merchants, known as their abettors, developed an unwanted activity in its prosecution of the native opium consumers, and, at its custom houses, put into practice more stringent measures. The final result, like that of similar exertions in 1794, was to drive the opium depots from a precarious to a more convenient basis of operations. Macau and Viviampa were abandoned for the island of Lingting, at the entrance of the Canton River, there to become permanently established in vessels armed to the teeth, and well manned. In the same way, when the Chinese government temporarily succeeded in stopping the operate ions of the old Canton houses, the trade only shifted hands, and passed to a lower class of men, prepared to carry it on at all hazards and by whatever means. Thanks to the greater facilities thus afforded, the opium trade increased during the 10 years from 1824 to 1834, from 12,639 to 21,785 chests. Like the years 1800, 1816 and 1824, the year 1834 marks an epoch in the history of the opium trade. The East India Company then lost not only its privilege of trading in Chinese tea, but had to discontinue and abstain from all commercial business whatever. It being thus transformed from a mercantile into a merely government establishment, the trade to China became completely thrown open to English private enterprise. Vihesh pushed on with such vigor that, in 1837, 30,000 chests of opium, valued at $25,000, were successfully smuggled into China, despite the desperate resistance of the Celestial government. Two facts here claim our attention: first, that of every step in the progress of the export trade to China since 1816, a disproportionately large part progressively fell upon the opium smuggling branch, and secondly, that hand in hand with the gradual extinction of the ostensible mercantile interest of the Anglo-Indian government in the opium trade, grew the importance of its fiscal interest in that illicit traffic. In 1837 the Chinese government had at last arrived at a point where decisive action could no longer be delayed. The continuous drain of silver, caused by the opium importations, had begun to derange the exchequer, as well as the moneyed circulation of the Celestial Empire. Hai, one of the most distinguished Chinese statesmen, proposed to legalize the opium trade and make money out of it, but after a full deliberation, in which all the high OFFICCRs of TLWMPIRSLRNRCCL and which C11C1HLCD over a period of more than a YCARs Clura Lion, TL1C Chi1HSCG Arnment decided THAT, on account of the injuries it inflicted on the people, the nefarious traffic should not be legalized. As the opium THIRD 219 early as 1830, a duty of 25% would have yielded a revenue of $3,850,000. In 1837, it would have yielded double that sum, but then the celestial barbarian declined, laying a tax sure to rise in proportion to the degradation of his people. In 1853, Xianfeng, the present emperor, under still more distressed circumstances, and with the full knowledge of the futility of all efforts at stopping the increasing import of opium, persevered in the stern policy of his ancestors. Let me remark, en passant, that by persecuting the opium consumption as a heresy the emperor gave its traffic all the advantages of a religious propaganda. The extraordinary measures of the Chinese government during the years 1837, 1838 and 1839, which culminated in Commissioner Lin's arrival at Canton, and the confiscation and destruction, by his orders, of the smuggled opium, afforded the pretext for the First Anglo-Chinese War, the results of which developed themselves in the Chinese Rebellion, the utter exhaustion of the imperial exchequer, the successful encroachment of Russia from the north, and the gigantic dimensions assumed by the opium trade in the south. Although proscribed in the treaty with which England terminated a war, commenced and carried on in its defense, the opium trade has practically enjoyed perfect impunity since 1843. The importation was estimated, in 1856, at about $35 million, while, in the same year, the Anglo-Indian government drew a revenue of $25,000,000, just the sixth part of its total state income, from the opium monopoly. The pretexts on which the Second Opium War has been undertaken are of too recent date to need any commentary. We cannot leave this part of the subject without singling out one flagrant self-contradiction of the Christianity-containg and civilization-mongering British government. In its imperial capacity it affects to be a thorough stranger to the contraband opium trade, and even to enter into treaties proscribing it. Yet, in its Indian capacity, it forces the opium cultivation upon Bengal, to the great damage of the productive resources of that country, compels one part of the Indian ryots to engage in the poppy culture, entices another part into the same by dint of money advances, keeps the wholesale manufacture of the deleterious drug a close 220 monopoly in its hands, watches by a whole army of official spies its growth, its delivery at appointed places, its inspisation and preparation for the taste of the Chinese consumers, its formation into packages especially adapted to the conveniency of smuggling, and finally its conveyance to Calcutta, where it is put up at auction at the government sales, and made over by the state officers to the speculators, thence to pass into the hands of the contrabandists who land it in China. The chest costing the British government about 250 rupees is sold at the Calcutta auction mart at a price ranging from 1,210 to 1,600 rupees. But not yet satisfied with this matter-of-fact complicity, the same government, to this hour, enters into express profit and loss accounts with the merchants and shippers, who embark in the hazardous operation of poisoning an empire. The Indian finances of the British government have, in fact, been made to depend not only on the opium trade with China, but on the contraband character of that trade. Were the Chinese government to legalize the opium trade simultaneously with tolerating the cultivation of the poppy in China, the Anglo-Indian exchequer would experience a serious catastrophe. While openly preaching free trade in poison, it secretly defends the monopoly of its manufacture. Whenever we look closely into the nature of British free trade, monopoly is pretty generally found to lie at the bottom of its freedom. Written on September 3, 1858, published in the New York Daily Tribune, number 5438, September 25, 1858, printed according to the text of the newspaper 221. Karl Marx. The unsuccessful issue, in a commercial point of view, of Sir Henry Pottinger's Chinese Treaty S1 signed on August 29, 1842, and dictated, like the new treaties with China, at the cannon's mouth, is a fact now recollected even by that eminent organ of British free trade, the London Economist. Having stood forward as one of the staunchest apologists of the late invasion of China, that journal now feels itself obliged to temper the sanguine hopes which have been cultivated in other quarters. The Economist considers the effects on the British export trade of the Treaty of 1842, a precedent by which to guard ourselves against the result of mistaken operations. This certainly is sound advice. The reasons, however, which Mr. Wilson alleges in explanation of the failure of the first attempt at forcibly enlarging the Chinese market for Western produce, appear far from conclusive. The first great cause pointed out of the signal failure is the speculative overstocking of the Chinese market, during the first 3 years following the Pottinger Treaty, and the carelessness of the English merchants as to the nature of the Chinese demand. The English exports to China which, in 1836, amounted to £1,326,388, had fallen in 1842 to £960,000. Their rapid and continued rise during the following 4 years, is shown by these figures: £1,842 £969 I000, 1843. £1,456,000, 1844. £2,305,000, 1845. 396,000. Yet in 1846 the exports did not only sink below the level of 1836, but the disasters overtaking the China houses at London during the crisis of 1847 proved the computed value of the exports from 1843 to 1846, such as it appears. 222. In the official return tables, Low have by no means corresponded to the value actually realized. If the English exporters thus erred in the quantity, they did not less so in the quality of the articles offered to Chinese consumption. 1. Proof of the latter assertion, Tile Economist Quo KS from Mr. V. Cook, the late correspondent of the London Times at Shanghai and Canton, the following passages. In 1843, 1844 and 1845, /V hen the northern ports HID just been opened, the people at home were wild with excitement. An eminent firm at THIRD sent out a large consignment, knives and forks, and declared themselves prepared to supply China with cutlery. They were sold at prices which scarcely realized their freight. A London house, of famous fame, sent out a tremendous consignment of pianofortes, which shared the same fate. /V happened in the case of cutlery and pianos occurred also, in a less noticeable manner, in the case of worsted and cotton manufactures. /I and Kester made a great blind EITORD when the ports were opened, and that EITORD failed. Since then she has fallen into an apathy, and trusts to the chapter of accidents. Lastly, to prove the dependence of the reduction, maintenance, or improvement of the trade, on the study of the wants of the consumer, now all these arguments and illustrations explain nothing beyond the reaction following the overtrickle of 1843 to 45. It is a phenomenon by no means peculiar to the Chinese trade, that a sudden expansion of commerce should be followed by its violent contractions, or that a new market, at its opening, should be choked by British oversupplies, the articles thrown upon it being not very nicely calculated, in regard either to the actual wants or the paying powers of the consumers. In fact, this is a standing feature in the history of the markets of the world. On Napoleon's fall. 3. After the opening of the European continent, British imports proved so disproportionate to the continental faculties of absorption, that the transition from war to peace proved more disastrous than the continental system itself. Canning's recognition of the independence of the Spanish colonies in America, was also instrumental in producing the commercial crisis of 1825. /Vares calculated for the meridian of Moscow, were then dispatched to Mexico and Colombia. And in our own day, notwithstanding its elasticity, even Australia has not escaped the fate common to all new markets, of having its powers of consumption as well as its means of payment overstocked. The phenomenon peculiar to the Chinese market is this, that since its opening by the Treaty of 1842, the export to Great Britain of tea and silk of Chinese produce has continually been expanding, while the import trade into China of British manufactures has, on the whole, remained stationary. The continuous and increasing balance of trade in favor of China might be said to bear an analogy to the state of commercial balance between Russia and Great Britain, but, then, in the latter case, everything is explained by the protective policy of Russia, while the Chinese import duties are lower than those of any other country England trades with. The Economist tries to account for the stationary and relatively decreasing imports of British manufacture into the Chinese market by foreign competition, and Mr. Cook is again quoted to bear witness to this proposition. According to this authority, the English are beaten by fair competition in the Chinese market in many branches of trade. The Americans, he says, beat the English in drills and sheetings. At Shanghai in 1856 the imports were 221,716 pieces of American drills, against 8,745 English, and 14,420 of American sheetings, against 1,240 English. In woolen goods, on the other hand, Germany and Russia are said to press hardly on their English rivals. We want no other proof than this illustration to convince us that Mr. Cook and The Economist are both mistaken in the appreciation of the Chinese market. they consider as limited to the Anglo-Chinese trade features which are exactly reproduced in the trade between the United States and the Celestial Empire. In 1837, the excess of the Chinese exports to the United States over the imports into China was about £860,000. During the period since the Treaty of 1842, the United States have received an annual average of £2 million in Chinese produce, for which it paid in American merchandise £900,000. Of the pound 1G02,849, to which the aggregate imports into Shanghai, exclusive of specie and opium, amounted in 1855, England supplied pound 1,122,241, America 272,708 pounds, and other countries 207 pounds 900, while the exports reached a total of 12,603 pounds 540, of which 6,405,040 pounds were to England, 5,396,406 pounds to America, and 102,088 pounds to other countries. Compare only the American exports to the value of 272,708 pounds, with their imports from Shanghai exceeding 5 million pounds. If, nevertheless, American competition has, to any sensible degree, made inroads on British traffic, how limited a field of employment for the aggregate commerce of foreign nations the Chinese market must offer. The last cause assigned to the trifling importance the Chinese import market has assumed since its opening in 1842, is the Chinese Revolution, but notwithstanding that revolution, the exports to China relatively shared, in 1851-52, in the general increase of trade, and, during the whole of the revolutionary epoch, the opium trade, instead of falling off, rapidly obtained colossal dimensions. However that may be, this much will be admitted, that all the obstacles to foreign imports originating in the disordered state of the empire must be increased, instead of being diminished, by the late piratical war, and the fresh humiliations heaped on the ruling dynasty. It appears to us, after a careful survey of the history of Chinese commerce, that, generally speaking, the consuming and paying powers of the Celestials have been greatly overestimated. With the present economical framework of Chinese society, which turns upon diminutive agriculture and domestic manufactures as its pivots, any large import of foreign produce is out of the question. Still, to the amount of £8 million, a sum which may be roughly calculated to form the aggregate balance in favor of China, as against England and the United States, it might gradually absorb a surplus quantity of English and American goods, if the opium trade were suppressed. This conclusion is necessarily arrived at on the analysis of the simple fact, that the Chinese finances and monetary circulation, in spite of the favorable balance of trade, are seriously deranged by an import of opium to the amount of about £7,000,000. John Bull, however, used to plume himself on his high standard of morality, prefers to bring up his adverse balance of trade by periodical war tributes, extorted from China on piratical pretexts. He only forgets that the Carthaginian and Roman methods of making foreign people pay, are, if combined in the same hands, sure to clash with, and destroy each other. Karl Marx. London, December 1, 1858. The case of Mr. William Hudson Guernsey, alias Washington Guernsey, criminally prosecuted for stealing from the library of the British Colonial Office two secret dispatches addressed, the one on June 10, 1857, the other on July 18, 1858, to the late government of Lord Palmerston by Sir John Young, Lord High Commissioner of the Ionian Islands, has just been tried before Baron Martin of the Central Criminal Court, and ended in the acquittal of the accused. The trial was interesting, both in a political and a judicial point of view. It will be remembered that the Homeric Mr. Gladstone had hardly left London, on his extraordinary mission to pacify the Ionian Islands 82, when, like a Scythian arrow, darted from an unseen hand, Sir John Young's dispatch, which proposes to abandon the protectorate of the islands and surrender them to Greece, but only after having cut off the finest morsel by merging Corfu in the colonial domains of Great Britain, made its appearance in the columns of the Daily News. Great and general was the astonishment. The portion of the London press opposed to secret diplomacy congratulated Lord Derby's cabinet on the bold step of initiating the public into the mystery of diplomatic whisperings, and the Morning Star, in its naive enthusiasm, proclaimed that a new epoch of international policy had dawned upon the United Kingdom. The sweet voice of praise became, however, in no time, o'erhowled by shrill and angry tones of criticism. The anti-ministerial press eagerly seized upon the premeditated blunder, as they called it, which, they said, was aimed at nothing else than the destruction, in the first instance, of Mr. Gladstone's political independence and at question of the Ionian Islands 22 his temporary removal from the parliamentary arena, while, at the same time, by an unscrupulous stroke of L/Machiavellian perfidy, his mission was to be baffled on the part of his O/YN employers by the publication of a document which put him at once in a false position toward the party he had to negotiate with, to /vard public opinion in England, and toward the public law of Europe. To ruin a too confiding rival, said the Times, He Globe, the Observer, and the smaller anti-ministerial Fry, the Derby cabinet had not hesitated to commit an indiscretion which, under existing circumstances, amounted to nothing less than treason. How could Mr. Gladstone negotiate when the Ionians /Veer not only informed that a foregone conclusion was arrived at on the part of Britain, but when the leading Ionian patriots were compromised by the betrayal of their acceptance of a plan resulting in the dismemberment of the Seven Islands? How could he negotiate in face of the European remonstrances, which were sure to result from such an infringement of the Treaty of Vienna 83, that treaty constituting England not the owner of Corfu, but the protector only of the Seven Islands, and settling the territorial divisions of the European map forever? These newspaper articles were, in fact, followed by actual remonstrances on the part of Russia and France. Let me remark, en passant, that the Treaty of Vienna, the only acknowledged code of international law in Europe, forms one of the most monstrous actiones juris publici I heard of in the annals of mankind. Hat is the first article of that treaty. The eternal exclusion of the Bonaparte family from the French throne, yet there sits Louis Napoleon, the founder of the Second Empire, acknowledged and fraternized with, and cajoled and bowed to by all the crowned heads of Europe. Another article runs to the EITCCT that Belgium is forever granted to Holland, while, on the other hand, for 18 years past, the separation of Belgium from Holland is not only a fait accompli, but a legal fact. Then the Treaty of Vienna prescribes that Krakow, incorporated with Austria since 1846, shall forever remain an independent republic, and last, not least, that Poland, merged by Nicholas into the Russian Empire, shall be an independent constitutional kingdom, linked with Russia. 228. The personal bond of the Romanov dynasty only. Thus, leaf after leaf has been torn out of this holy book of T.E. European Jus Publicum, and it is only appealed to when it suits the interests of one party and the weakness of the other. The Derby cabinet was evidently wavering, whether to pocket the unmerit praises of one part of the press, or meet the unmerit slanders of the other. Yet, after 8 days' vacillation, it decided on the latter step, declared by a public advertisement that it had no hand in the publication of Sir John Young's dispatches, and that an investigation was actually going on as to the performer of the criminal trick. Finally, Mr. William Hudson Guernsey was traced out as the guilty man, tried before the Central Criminal Court, and convicted of having purloined the dispatches. The Derby cabinet consequently comes out victorious in the contest, and here the political interest of the trial ends. Still, in consequence of this lawsuit, the attention of the world has been again directed to the relations between Great Britain and the Ionian Islands. That the plan of Sir John Young was no private crotchet, is conclusively proved by the following extract from a public address of his predecessor, Sir Henry Ward, to the Ionian Assembly, on the 13th of April, 1850. It is no tea for me to speak, in the name of the British Crown, of that distant future which the address shadows forth, when the scattered members of the Greek race may be reunited in one mighty empire, with the consent of the European powers. But I have no difficulty in expressing my own opinion. He spoke in the name of the British Crown, that, if such an event be within the scope of human contingencies, the Sovereign and the Parliament of England would be equally willing to see the Ionians resume their place as members of the new power that would then take its place in the policy of the world. Meanwhile, the philanthropic feelings of Great Britain for the islands, gave themselves vent in the truly Austrian ferocity with which Sir Henry Ward crushed the then rebellion in the islands. Out of a population of 200,000 souls, 8,000 were punished by hanging, scourging, imprisonment and exile, women and children being whipped until blood flowed. In order not to be suspected of exaggeration, I will quote a British paper, the Morning Chronicle, of April 25. /VE shudder at the awful measure of retribution which was inflicted by the court /Urschels, under the direction of the Lord High Commissioner. Death, transportation, and corporal punishments were awarded to the /frecht criminals in some cases without trial, in another by the rapid process of martial law. Of capital executions there were 21, and of other punishments a large number. But, then, the Britishers boast of having blessed the Ionians with a free constitution and developed their material resources to a pitch forming a bright contrast with the wretched economical state of Greece proper. Now, as to the constitution, Lord Grey, at the moment when he was given to constitution-mongering for the whole colonial empire of Great Britain, could with no good grace pass over the Ionian Islands, but he only gave them back what England for long years had fraudulently wrested from them. By a treaty drawn up by Count Capo d'Istria, and signed with Russia at Paris in 1815, the protection of the Ioni.M Islands was made over to Great Britain, on the express condition of her abiding by the Russian constitution granted to them in 1803.84. The first British Lord High Commissioner, Sir Thomas Maitland, abrogated that constitution, and replaced it by one investing him with absolute power. In 1839, the Chevalier Mistoxidus, an Ionian, states in his Pro Memoria, printed by the House of Commons, June 22, 1840. The Ionians do not enjoy the privilege which the communities of Greece used to possess even in the days of Turkish tyranny, that of electing their own magistrates, and managing their own affairs, but are under officers imposed upon them by the police. The slight latitude which had been allowed to the municipal bodies of each island of administering their own revenues has been scotched from them, and in order to render them more dependent, these revenues have been thrown into the public exchequer. As to the development of the material resources, it will suffice to say that England, Free Trade England, is not ashamed to pester the Ionians with export duties, a barbarous expedient which seemed relegated to the financial code of Turkey. Currants, for instance, the staple product of the islands, are charged with an export duty of 221/2%. The intervening seas, says an Ionian, which form, as it were, the highway of the islands, are stopped, after the method of a turnpike gate, at each harbor, by transit duties, which tax the commodity 230 ties of every name and description interchanged between island and island. Nor is this all. During the first 23 years of British administration, the taxation was increased threefold and the expenditure fivefold. Some reduction took place afterward, but then in 1850 there was a deficiency equal to one-half of what was previously the total taxation. Thus, export duties on their own produce, transit duties between the different islands, increase of taxation and waste of expenditure are the economical blessings conferred on the Ionians by John Bull. According to his oracle in Printing House Square 85, he grasps after colonies only in order to educate them in the principles of public liberty, but, if we adhere to facts, the Ionian Islands, like India and Ireland, prove only that to be free at home, John Bull must enslave abroad. Thus, at this very moment, while giving vent to his virtuous indignation against Bonaparte's spy system at Paris, he is himself introducing it at Dublin. The judicial interest of the trial in question hangs upon one point. Guernsey's advocate confessed to the purloining of 10 copies of the dispatches, but pleaded not guilty, because they had not been intended to be used for a private purpose. If the crime of larceny depends on the intention only with which foreign property is unlawfully appropriated, the criminal law is brought to a dead stop in that respect. The solid citizens of the jury box scarcely intended to effect such a revolution in the conditions of property, but only meant to assert, by their verdict, that public documents are the property not of the government, but of the public. Karl Marx. F.I. London, September 13, 1859. At the time when England was generally congratulated upon the extortion from the Celestials of the Treaty of Tientsin 87, I tried to show that, Russia being in point of fact the only power benefited by the piratical Anglo-Chinese War, the commercial advantages accruing from the treaty to England were rather nugatory, while, in a political point of view, so far from establishing peace, that treaty, on the contrary, rendered resumption of war unavoidable. The march of events has fully confirmed these views. The Treaty of Tientsin has become a thing of the past, and the semblance of peace has vanished before the stern realities of war. Let me first state the facts as reported by the last overland mail. The Han. Mr. Bruce, accompanied by M. de Bourboulon, the French plenipotentiary, set out with a British expedition destined to ascend the Pihou, and to accompany the 2 ambassadors on their message to Peking. The expedition, under the orders of Admiral Hope, consisted of 7 steamships, 10 gunboats, 2 troop and store ships, and several hundred marines and royal engineers. The Chinese, on their part, had objected to the mission taking that particular route. Admiral Hope, consequently, found the entrance of the Pihou barred by booms and stakes, and having stayed for 9 days, from the 17th till the June 25th, at the mouth of that river, attempted its forcible passage, the plenipotentiaries having joined the squadron. 232. On the 20th of June. On his arrival oit the Pihou River, Admiral Hope had made sure of the Taku forts, raised during the last war, having been rebuilt, a fact which, be it said en passant, he ought to have known before, since it had been officially announced in the Peking Gazette. On the 25th of June, while the British attempted to force the Pihou passage, the Taku batteries, supported by a Mongol force of apparently 20,000 men, were unmasked, and opened a destructive fire on the British vessels. An engagement on land and water took place, resulting in the utter discomfiture of the aggressors. The expedition had to withdraw, after the loss of 3 English vessels of war, the Cormorant, the Lee and Plover, and with a loss of 464 killed and wounded on the part of the British, while of the 60 Frenchmen present 14 were killed or wounded. 5 English officers were killed and 23 wounded, the Admiral himself escaping not unhurt. After this defeat, Mr. Bruce and M. de Bourboulon returned to Shanghai, while the British squadron was to station off Chinya, Ningpo. On the receipt in England of these unpleasant tidings, the Palmerstonian press at once bestrode the British Lion, and unanimously roared for wholesale revenge. The London Times, of course, affected some dignity in its appeals to the bloody instincts of its countrymen, but the lower class of Palmerstonian organs were quite grotesque in acting the part of Orlando Furioso. Listen, for instance, to the London Daily Telegraph. Great Britain must attack the seaboard of China throughout its whole extent, invade the capital, expel the emperor from his palace and possess herself of a material guarantee against future aggression. We must cat o' nine-tail any dragon-decorated official who presumes to treat our national symbols with contumely. Every one of them, the Chinese generals, must be hanged as a pirate and a homicide to the yard-arms of a British man of war. It would be a refreshing and salutary spectacle that of a dozen bee-buttoned villains, with the countenances of ogres, and the apparel of buffoons, swinging in the sight of the population. Terror must be struck, by one means or the other, and we have already had more than enough of leniency. The Chinese must now be taught to value the English, who are their superiors, and ought to be their masters. The least that can be attempted is to capture Peking, while, if a bold policy were adopted, the confiscation in perpetuity of Canton would follow. We might retain Canton as we held Calcutta, make it the center of our ultra-eastern trade, compensate ourselves for the influence of Russia on the Tartar frontiers of the empire, and lay the basis of a new dominion. Now, from these ravings of Palmerston's penman, let me return to the facts and, as far as it is possible with the present meager information, try to unravel the true bearings of the untoward event. The first question to be answered is, whether, on the supposition that the Treaty of Tientsin stipulates for the immediate access to Peking of the British ambassador, the Chinese government have committed an infraction of that treaty, wrung from them by a piratical war, in withstanding the forcible passage by a British squadron of the Peiho River? As will be seen from the news conveyed by the overland mail, the Chinese authorities had objected, not to the British mission to Peking, but to the British armament ascending the Peiho. They had proposed that Mr. Bruce should travel by land, divested of an armament which, with a fresh recollection of the Canton bombardment, the Celestials could but consider the instrument of invasion. Does the right of the French ambassador to reside at London involve the right of forcing the River Thames at the head of an armed French expedition? It must certainly be allowed that this interpretation put by the British on the admission to Peking of their ambassador, sounds at least as strange as the discovery made by them during the last Chinese War, that in bombarding the town of an empire, you are not waging war upon that empire itself, but only exchanging local hostilities with one of its dependencies. In answer to the reclamations of the Celestials, the British had taken, according to their own statement, every precaution to force, if necessary, admission to Peking, by ascending the Peiho with a rather formidable squadron. Even if bound to admit their Pacific ambassador, the Chinese were certainly warranted in resisting their armed expedition. In thus acting they did not infringe a treaty, but baffled encroachment. In the second instance, it may be questioned whether, although the abstract right of legation had been accorded 234 to the British by the Treaty of Tientsin, the actual enjoyment of that right had, for the present, at least, not been waived by Lord Elgin? A reference to the correspondence relating to the Earl of Elgin's special mission to China, printed by command of Her LLF Majesty, will convince every impartial inquirer that, first, the admission to Peking of the English ambassador was to take place not now, but at a more remote period; secondly, that his right of residence at Peking was qualified by various clauses; and, finally, that the peremptory Article 3 in the English text of the treaty, relating to the ambassador's admission, was, on the request of the Chinese envoys, altered in the Chinese text of the treaty. This discrepancy between the two versions of the treaty is admitted by Lord Elgin himself, who, however, was, as he says, compelled by his instructions to require the Chinese to accept, as the authoritative version of an international agreement, a text of which they did not understand a syllable. Can the Chinese be impeached for acting on the Chinese text of the treaty, instead of the English one, which, according to Lord Elgin's admission, somewhat diverges from the correct sense of the stipulation? In conclusion, I will state that Mr. T. Chisholm Anstey, the late British Attorney General at Hong Kong, formally declares in a letter addressed by him to the editor of the London Morning Star: "The treaty itself, be it what it may, has been long since abrogated by the violent acts of the British government and its subordinates, to the extent at least of depriving the Crown of Great Britain of every advantage or privilege conferred by the treaty. Being on the one hand harassed by the Indian difficulties, and on the other hand arming for the eventuality of a European war, England is likely to incur great dangers from this new Chinese catastrophe, probably of Palmerston's own cooking. The next result must be the break-up of the present administration, whose head was the author of the last Chinese war, while its principal members had passed a vote of censure on their present chief for undertaking that war. At all events, Mr. Milner G. Ibsen and the L/Lanchester School must either withdraw from the present Liberal coalition, or, a thing not very PR0 Babel, in unison with Lord John Russell, Mr. Gladstone, and his Peelite colleagues 88 compel their chief to submit to their own policy. Published in the New York Daily Tribune, number 5 750, September 2, 7, 1859. Printed according to the text of the newspaper. To London, September 16, 1859. A Cabinet Council is announced for tomorrow in order to decide upon the course to be taken in regard to the Chinese catastrophe. The lucubrations of the French Monitor and the London Times leave no doubt as to the resolutions arrived at by Palmerston and Bonaparte. They want another Chinese war. I am informed from an authentic source that at the impending Cabinet Council Mr. Milner Gibson, in the first instance, will contest the validity of the plea for war, in the second instance, will protest against any declaration of war not previously sanctioned by both Houses of Parliament, and if his opinion be overwhelmed by a majority of votes, will secede from the Cabinet, thus again giving the signal for a new onslaught on Palmerston's administration and the break-up of the Liberal coalition that led to the ousting of the Derby Cabinet. Palmerston is said to feel somewhat nervous as to the intended proceedings of Mr. Milner Gibson, the only one of his colleagues whom he is afraid of, and whom he has characterized more than once as a man peculiarly able in picking holes. It is possible that simultaneously with this letter you may receive from Liverpool the news of the results of the Ministerial Council. Meanwhile, the real bearing of the case in question may be best judged, not from what has been printed, but from what has been willfully suppressed by the Palmerston organs in their first publications of the news conveyed by the last overland mail. First, then, they suppressed the statement that the Russian treaty had already been ratified, and that the Emperor of China had given instructions to his mandarins to receive and escort the American embassy to the capital for the exchange of the ratified copies of the American treaty. These acts were suppressed with a view to stifle the suspicion that would naturally arise, that the English and French envoys, instead of the court of Peking, are responsible for meeting obstacles in the transaction of their business, which were not encountered either by their Russian or American colleagues. The other, still more important, fact that was at first suppressed by TLZE Times, and the other Palmerston organs, but is now avowed on their part, is that the Chinese authorities had given notice of their willingness to conduct the English and French envoys to Peking, that they were actually in waiting to receive them at one of the mouths of the river, and offered them an escort if they only consented to leave their vessels and troops. Now, as the Treaty of Tientsin contains no clause granting to the English and French the right of sending a squadron of men of war up the Peiho, it becomes evident that the treaty was violated, not by the Chinese, but by the English, and that on the part of the latter there existed the foregone conclusion to pick a quarrel just before the period appointed for the exchange of the ratifications. Nobody will fancy that the Han Mr. Bruce acted on his own responsibility in thus baffling the ostensible end aimed at by the last Chinese war, but that, on the contrary, he only executed secret instructions received from London. Now, it is true that Mr. Bruce was dispatched not by Palmerston, but by Derby, but, then I have only to remind you that during the first administration of Sir Robert Peel, when Lord Aberdeen kept the seals of the Foreign Office, Sir Henry Bulwer, the English ambassador at Madrid, picked a quarrel with the Spanish court, resulting in his expulsion from Spain, and that, during the debates in the House of Lords on this untoward event, it was proved that Bulwer, instead of obeying the official instructions of Aberdeen, had acted up to the secret instructions of Palmerston, who then sat on the opposition benches. A manoeuvre has also been carried out during these last days in the Palmerstonian press, which leaves no doubt, at least to those acquainted with the secret history of English 238 Karl L/1 ARX diplomacy during the last 30 years, as to the real author of the Peiho catastrophe and the impending Third Anglo-Chinese War. The Times intimates that the guns planted on the forts of Taku which caused such havoc among the British squadron were of Russian origin, and were directed by Russian officers. Another Palmerstonian organ is still more plain-spoken. I quote, "We now perceive how closely the policy of Russia is interwoven with that of Peking, we detect great movements on the Amur, we discern large Cossack armies maneuvering far beyond Lake Baikal, in the frozen dreamland on the twilight borders of the Old World, we trace the course of innumerable caravans, we espy a special Russian envoy, General Moroveev, the governor of eastern Siberia, making his way, with secret designs, from the remoteness of eastern Siberia to the secluded Chinese metropolis. And well may public opinion in this country burn at the thought that foreign influences have had a share in procuring our disgrace and the slaughter of our soldiers and s3.ilers. Now, this is one of Lord Palmerston's old tricks. When Russia wanted to conclude a treaty of commerce with China, he drove the latter by the Opium War into the arms of her northern neighbor. When Russia requested the cession of the Amur, he brought it about by the Second Chinese War, and now that Russia wants to consolidate her influence at Peking, he extemporizes the Third Chinese War. In all his transactions with the weak Asiatic states, with China, Persia, Central Asia, Turkey, it has always been his invariable and constant rule to ostensibly oppose Russia's designs by picking a quarrel, not with Russia, but with the Asiatic state, to estrange the latter from England by piratical hostilities, and by this roundabout way drive it to the concessions it had been unwilling to yield to Russia. You may be sure that on this occasion the whole past Asiatic policy of Palmerston will be again sifted, and I draw, therefore, your attention to the Afghan papers, ordered by the House of Commons to be printed on the June 8, 1839. They throw more light on Palmerston's sinister policy, and the diplomatic history of the last 30 years, than any documents ever before printed. The case is, in a few words, this: in 1838 Palmerston commenced a war against Dost Mohammed, the ruler of Kabul, a war that led to the destruction of an English army, and was commenced on the plea of Dost Mohammed having entered into a secret alliance against England with Persia and Russia. In proof of this assertion, Palmerston laid, in 1839, before Parliament, a blue book, chiefly consisting of the correspondence of Sir A. Burns, the British envoy at Kabul, with the government at Calcutta. Burns had been assassinated during an insurrection at Kabul against the English invaders, but, distrustful of the British foreign minister, had sent copies of some of his official letters to his brother, or Burns, at London. On the appearance, in 1839, of the Afghan papers, prepared by Palmerston, Dr. Burns accused him of having garbled and forged the dispatches of the late Sir A. Burns, and, in corroboration of his statement, had some of the genuine dispatches printed. But it was only last summer that the murder came out. Under the Derby Ministry, on the motion of Mr. Hadfield, the House of Commons ordered all the Afghan papers to be published in full, and this order has been executed in such a form as to constitute a demonstration, to the meanest capacity, of the truth of the charge of garbling and forgery, in the interest of Russia. On the title page of the Blue Book appears the following. Note: the correspondence, only partially given in former returns, is here given entire, the omitted passages being marked by brackets. The name of the official, which appears as a guarantee for the fidelity of the return, is J.W.K., Secretary in Political and Secret Departments, Mr. K being the upright historian of the war in Afghanistan. Now, to illustrate the real relations of Palmerston with Russia, against which he pretended to have set up the Afghan war, one instance may suffice for the present. The Russian agent, Vykovich, who came to Kabul in 1837, was the bearer of a letter from the Tsar to Dost Mohammed. Sir Alexander Burns obtained a copy of the letter, and sent it to Lord Auckland, the Governor-General of India. In his own dispatches, and various documents enclosed by him, this circumstance is referred to over and over again. But the copy of the Tsar's letter was expunged altogether from the papers presented by Palmerston in 1839, and in every dispatch in which it is referred to, such alterations were made as were necessary to suppress the circumstance of the connection of the Emperor of Russia with the Miss 240 Zion to Kabul. This forgery was committed in order to suppress the evidence of the autocrat's connection with Vykovich, whom, on his return to St. Petersburg, it suited Nicholas to formally disavow. For instance, at page 82 of the Blue Book will be found the translation of a letter to Dost Mohammed, which reads now as follows, the bracket TS showing the words originally suppressed by Palmerston. The ambassador on the part of the Russia, or emperor came from Moscow to Tehran, and has been appointed to wait on the Sindars at Kandahar, and thence to proceed to the presence of the emir. He is the bearer of confidential messages from the emperor and of the letters from the Russian ambassador at Tehran. The Husayn ambassador recommends this man to be a most trusty individual, and to possess full authority to make any negotiations, on the part of the emperor and himself, etc., etc. These, and similar forgeries committed by Palmerston in order to protect the honor of the Tsar, are not the only curiosity exhibited by the Afghan papers. The invasion of Afghanistan was justified by Palmerston on the ground that Sir Alexander Burnes had advised it as a proper means for baffling Russian intrigues in Central Asia. Now Sir A. Burnes did quite the contrary, and consequently all his appeals in behalf of Dost Mohammed were altogether suppressed in Palmerston's edition of the Blue Book, the correspondence being, by dint of garbling and forgery, turned quite to the reverse of its original meaning. Such is the man now about to enter on a third Chinese war, on the ostensible plea of thwarting Russia's designs in that quarter. Published in the New York Daily Tribune. Number 5754, October 1, 1859. Printed according to the text of the newspaper. 1. 3. London, September 20, 1859. That there is to be another civilization war against the Celestials seems a matter now pretty generally settled with the English press. Still, since the meeting of the Cabinet Council on Saturday last, a remarkable change has come over those very papers that were foremost in the howl for blood. At first the London Times, in an apparent trance of patriotic fury, thundered at the double treachery committed by cowardly Mongols who lured on the bonzom of the British admiral by studiously falsifying appearances and screening their artillery by the court of Peking, which, with deeper Machiavellism, had set those Mongol ogres to their damnable practical jokes. Curiously to say, although tossed on a sea of passion, the Times had, in its reprints, contrived to carefully expunge from the original reports all points favorable to the doomed Chinaman. To confound things may be the work of passion, but to garble them seems rather the operation of a cool head. However that be, on September 16, just one day before the meeting of the ministers, TLZE Times veered round, and, without much ado, cut one head off its Janus-headed impeachment. We fear, it said, that we cannot accuse the Mongols who resisted our attack on the forts of the Piho of treachery, but then, to make up for that awkward concession, it clung the more desperately to the deliberate and perfidious violation of a solemn treaty by the court of Peking. 3. Simple Renin led Pursoon. Ed. 242. Days later, after the Cabinet Council had lain held, the Times, on further consideration, even funel no room for doubt that if Mr. Bruce and M. de Bourboulon had solicited the Mandarins to conduct them to Peking, they would have been permitted to effect the ratification of the treaty. Will, then, remains there of the treachery of the court of Peking. Not a shadow even, but in its place there remain two doubts on the mind of the Times. It is, says it, perhaps doubtful whether, as a military measure, it was wise to try with such a squadron, our way to Peking. It is still more doubtful whether, as a diplomatic measure, it was desirable to use force at all. Such is the lame conclusion of all the indignation bluster indulged in by the leading organ, but, with a logic of its own, it drops the reasons for war without dropping the war itself. Another semi-governmental paper, The Economist, which had distinguished itself by its fervent apology for the Canton bombardment, seems to take a more economical and less rhetorical view of things now that Mr. J. Wilson has got his appointment of Chancellor of the Exchequer for India. The Economist brings two articles on the subject, the one political, the other economical, the first one winding up with the following sentences. Now, all these things considered, it is obvious that the article of the treaty, which gave our ambassador a right of visiting or residing at Peking, was one literally forced upon the Chinese government, and if it were thought absolutely essential to our interests it should be observed, we think there was much room for the display of consideration and patience in exacting its fulfillment. No doubt it may be said that with such a government as the Chinese, delay and patience are interpreted as signs of fatal weakness, and therefore the most unsound policy we could pursue. But how far are we entitled, on this plea, to vary the principles on which we should assuredly act toward any civilized nation in our treatment of these Oriental governments? When we have wrung out an unwelcome concession from their fears, it may be perhaps the most consistent policy to wring out, also from their fears, the immediate execution of the bargain in the way most convenient to ourselves. But if we fail in so doing, if, in the meantime, the Chinese overcome their fears, and insist, with a suitable display of force, on our consulting them as to the mode to be taken for giving our treaty effect, can we justly accuse them of treachery? Are they not rather practicing upon us our own methods of persuasion? The Chinese government may, and it is very likely that it is, to have contended to entrap us into this murderous snare, and never have purposed to execute the treaty at all. If this should prove to be so, we must and ought to exact reparation. But it may also prove that the intention to defend the mouth of the Piho against the recurrence of such a violent entry as was made good by Lord Elgin in the previous EQ.WNS, not accompanied by any desire to break faith on the general analytics of the treaty. As the hostile initiative came entirely from our side, and it was, of course, at any moment competent to our commanders to retire from the murderous fire, opened only for the defense of the forts, we cannot certainly prove any intention of breaking faith on the part of China. And, till proof of a deliberate intention to break the treaty reaches us, we think we have some reason to suspend our judgment, and ponder whether we may not have been applying to our treatment of barbarians a code of principles not very widely different from that which they have practiced toward ourselves. In a second article, on the same subject, The Economist dwells on the importance, direct and indirect, of the English trade to China. In the year 1858, the British exports to China had risen to £2,876,000, while the value of the British imports from China had averaged upward of £9,000 for each of the last 3 years, so that the aggregate direct trade of England with China may be put down at about £1,200,000. But beside these direct transactions there are 3 other important trades with which, less or more, England is intimately connected in the circle of exchanges: the trade between India and China, the trade between China and Australia, and the trade between China and the United States. Australia, says The Economist, takes from China large quantities of tea annually, and has nothing to give in exchange which finds a market in China. America also takes large quantities of tea and some silk of a value far exceeding that of their direct exports to China. Both these balances in favor of China have to be made good by England, who is paid for this equalization of exchanges by the gold of Australia and the cotton of the United States. England, therefore, independent of the balance due by herself to China, has also to pay to that country large sums in respect to gold imported from Australia and cotton from America. Now this balance due to China by England, Australia, and the United States is, to a great extent, transferred from China to India, as a set-off against the amount due by China to India, on account of opium and cotton. Be it remarked, en son, that the imports 244 from China to India have never yet reached the amount of £1 million sterling, while the exports to China from India realize the sum of nearly £10 million. The inference The Economist draws from these economical observations is, that any serious interruption of the British trade with China would be a calamity of greater magnitude than the mere figures of exports and imports might at first sight suggest, and that the embarrassment consequent upon such a disturbance would not be felt in the direct British tea and silk trade only, but must also affect the British transactions with Australia and the United States. The Economist is, of course, aware of the fact that during the last Chinese War, the trade was not so much interfered with by the war as had been apprehended, and that, at the port of Shanghai, it was even not affected at all. But then, The Economist calls attention upon two novel features in the present dispute which might essentially modify the effects of a new Chinese war upon trade, these two novel features being the imperial not local character of the present conflict, and the signal success which, for the first time, the Chinese have effected against European forces. How very different sounds this language from the war cry the economists so lustily shouted at the time of the Lorsha affair. The Ministerial Council, as I anticipated in my last letter *, witnessed Mr. Milner Gibson's protest against the war, and his menace of seceding from the cabinet, should Palmerston act up to the foregone conclusions betrayed in the columns of the French Moniteur. For the moment Palmerston prevented any rupture of the cabinet, and the Liberal coalition, by the statement that the force indispensable for the protection of British trade should be gathered in the Chinese waters, while before the arrival of more explicit reports on the part of the British envoy, no resolution should be taken as to the war question. Thus the burning question was put off. Palmerston's real intention, however, transpires through the columns of his mob organ, the Daily Telegraph, which in one of its recent numbers says, Sealy Col election, pages 236-110 BD. The NEU Chinese War 245. Should any event lead to a vote unfavorable to the government, in the course of next year, an appeal will certainly be made to the constituencies. The House of Commons will test the result of their activity by a verdict on the Chinese question, seeing that to the professional malignants, headed by Mr. Disraeli, must be added the cosmopolitans, who declare that the Mongols were thoroughly in the right. The fix in which the Tories are hemmed up, by having allowed themselves to become inveigled into the responsible editorship of events planned by Palmerston and enacted by two of his agents, Lord Elgin and Mr. Bruce, Lord Elgin's brother, I shall, perhaps, find another occasion of remarking upon. London, September 30, 1859. In a former letter I asserted that the Pahot conflict had not sprung from accident, but, on the contrary, been beforehand prepared by Lord Elgin, acting upon Palmerston's secret instructions, and fastening upon Lord Malmesbury, the Tory foreign minister, the project of the noble Viscount, then seated at the head of the opposition benches. Now, first, the idea of the accidents in China arising from instructions drawn up by the present British Premier is so far from being new, that, during the debates on the Lorsha War, it was suggested to the House of Commons, by so well-informed a personage as Mr. Disraeli, and, curious to say, confirmed by no less an authority than Lord Palmerston himself. On February 3, 1857, Mr. Disraeli warned the House of Commons in the following terms. I cannot resist the conviction that what has taken place in China has not been in consequence of the alleged pretext, but is, in fact, in consequence of instructions received from home, some considerable time ago. If that be the case, I think the time has arrived when this House would not be doing its duty unless it earnestly considered whether it has any means of controlling a system, which if pursued, will be one, in my mind, fatal to the interests of this country. And Lord Palmerston most coolly replied. The right hon gentleman says the course of events appeared to be the result of some system predetermined by the government at home. Undoubtedly it was. See this collection, pages 231-35 The new Chinese W/R 247. In the present instance, a cursory glance at the Blue Book, entitled, Correspondence relative to the Earl of Elgin's Special Missions to China and Japan, 185-7-59, will show, how the event, that occurred at the Pahot, on the June 25, was already receded by Lord Elgin on the 2d of March. Page 484 of the said correspondence, we find the following two dispatches. The Earl of Elgin to Rear Admiral Sir Michael Seymour Furious, March 2, 1859. Sir, with reference to my dispatch to Your Excellency of the L7th ultimate, I would beg leave to state that I entertain some hope that the decision come to by Her Majesty's government on the subject of the permanent residence of a British ambassador at Peking, which I communicated to Your Excellency in a conversation yesterday, may induce the Chinese government to receive, in a becoming manner, the representative of Her Majesty, when he proceeds to Peking for the exchange of ratifications of the Treaty of Tientsin. At the same time, it is no doubt possible that this hope might not be realized, and, at any rate, I apprehend that Her Majesty's government will desire that our ambassador, when he proceeds to Tientsin, be accompanied by an imposing force. Under these circumstances, I would venture to submit, for your Excellency's consideration, whether it would not be expedient to concentrate at Shanghai, at the earliest convenient period, a sufficient fleet of gunboats for this service, as Mr. Bruce's arrival in China cannot long be delayed. I have, etc. Elgin and Kincardine. The Earl of Malmesbury to the Earl of Allure. Foreign Office, May 2, 1859. My Lord, I have received your Excellency's dispatch of the 7th of March, 1859, and I have to inform you that Her Majesty's Government approve of the note, of which a copy is therein enclosed, and in which your Excellency announced to the Imperial Commissioner that Her Majesty's Government would not insist upon the residence of Her Majesty's Minister being permanently fixed at Peking. Her Majesty's Government also approve of your having suggested to Rear Admiral Seymour that a fleet of gunboats should be collected at Shanghai in order to accompany, /Fr. Bruce up the Piho. I am, 111 Almesbury. Lord Elgin, 1 HCN, knows before Hankel THNT the British Government will desire that his brother, Mr. Bruce, be accompanied by an imposing force of gunboats up the Piho, and he orders Admiral Seymour to make ready for 248. This service. The Earl of Malmesbury, in his dispatch dated May 2, approves of the suggestion intimated by Lord Elgin to the Admiral. The whole correspondence exhibits Lord Elgin as the master, and Lord Malmesbury as the man. While the former constantly takes the initiative and acts upon the instructions originally received from Palmerston, without even waiting for new instructions from Downing Street, Lord Malmesbury recontents himself with indulging the desires which his imperious subaltern anticipates him to feel. He nods assent, when Elgin states that the treaty being not yet ratified, they had not the right to ascend any Chinese river. He nods assent, when Elgin thinks they ought to show much forbearance toward the Chinese in regard to the execution of the article of the treaty relating to the embassy to Peking, and, nothing daunted, he nods assent when in direct contradiction to his own former statements, Elgin claims the right to enforce the passage of the Piho by an imposing fleet of gunboats. He nods assent in the same way that Dogberry nodded assent to the suggestions of the sexton. The sorry figure cut by the Earl of Malmesbury, and the humility of his attitude, are easily understood if one calls to mind the cry raised on the advent of the Tory cabinet, by the London Times and other influential papers, as to the great peril threatening the brilliant success which Lord Elgin, under the instructions of Palmerston, was about to secure in China, but which the Tory administration, if for pique only, and in order to justify their vote of censure on Palmerston's Canton bombardment, were likely to baffle. Malmesbury allowed himself to be intimidated by that cry. He had, moreover, before his eyes and in his heart the fate of Lord Ellenborough, who had dared openly to counteract the Indian policy of the noble Viscount, and in reward for his patriotic courage, was sacrificed by his own colleagues of the Derby cabinet. Consequently, Malmesbury resigned the whole initiative into the hands of Elgin, and thus enabled the latter to execute Palmerston's plan on the responsibility of his official antagonistes, the Tories. It is this same Shakespeare, Much Ado About Nothing, Act 4, Scene 2, Act V, Scene 1 ed. The Neucines War 24. Circumstance which for the present has put the Tories in a very dismal alternative as to the course to be taken in regard to the Piho affair. Either they must sound the war trumpet with Palmerston, and thus keep him in office, or they must turn their backs on Malmesbury, upon whom they heaped such sickening flatteries during the last Italian war. The alternative is the more trying since the impending Third China War is anything but popular with the British mercantile classes. In 1857 they best rode the British lion, because they expected great commercial profits from a forcible opening of the Chinese market. At this moment, they feel, on the contrary, rather angry at seeing the fruits of the treaty obtained, all at once snapped away from their hold. They know that affairs look menacing enough in Europe and India, without the further complication of a Chinese war on a grand scale. They have not forgotten that in 1857, the imports of tea fell by upward of 24 millions of pounds, that being the article almost exclusively exported from Canton, which was then the exclusively theatre of war, and they apprehend that this interruption of trade by war may now be extended to Shanghai and the other trading ports of the Celestial Empire. After a first Chinese war undertaken by the English in the interest of opium smuggling, and a second war carried on for the defense of the lordship of a pirate, nothing was wanted for a climax but a war extemporized for the purpose of pestering China with the nuisance of permanent embassies at its capital. Karl Marx. The British cotton trade, Serbt. From the outbreak of the American War 8J, the prices of cotton were steadily rising, but the ruinous disproportion between the perks of the raw material and the prices of yarns and cloth was not declared until the last weeks of August. Till then, any serious decline in the prices of cotton manufactures, which might have been anticipated from the considerable decrease of the American demand, had been balanced by an accumulation of stocks in first hands, and by speculative consignments to China and India. Those Asiatic markets, however, were soon overdone. Stocks, says the Calcutta Price Current of August 7, 18G1, are accumulating, the arrivals since our last being no less than 24 million yards of plain cottons. Home advices show a continuation of shipments in excess of our requirements, and so long as this is the case, improvement cannot be looked for. The Bombay market, also, has been greatly oversupplied. Some other circumstances contributed to contract the Indian market. The late famine in the northwestern provinces has been succeeded by the ravages of the cholera, while throughout lower Bengal an excessive fall of rain, laying the country under water, seriously damaged the rice crops. In letters from Calcutta, which reached England last week, sales were reported giving a net return of 91/4d per pound for 40 seconds twist, which cannot be bought at Manchester for less than U3/8d, while sales of 40-inch shirtings, compared with present rates at Manchester, yield losses at 71/2d, 9d, and L2d per piece. In the China market, prices were also furrowed down by the Acurnula lion of THR slocks imported. Under these circumstances, the demand for the British cotton manufactures decreasing, their VRIR.ES can, of course, the BITZI cotton trade 251 not keep pace with the progressive rise in the price of the raw material, but, on the contrary, the spinning, weaving, and printing of cotton must, in many instances, cease to pay the costs of production. The consumption of Indian cotton is rapidly growing, and with a further rise in prices, the Indian supply will come forward at increasing ratios, but still it remains impossible to change, at a few months' notice, all the conditions of production and turn the current of commerce. England pays now, in fact, the penalty for her protracted misrule of that vast Indian empire. The two main obstacles she has now to grapple with in her attempts at supplanting American cotton by Indian cotton, is the want of means of communication and transport throughout India, and the miserable state of the Indian peasant, disabling him from improving Favo 11 rural circumstances. Both these difficulties the English have themselves to thank for. English modern industry, in general, relied upon two pivots equally monstrous. The one was the potato as the only means of feeding Ireland and a great part of the English working class. This pivot was swept away by the potato disease and the subsequent Irish catastrophe. 90 A larger basis for the reproduction and maintenance of the toiling millions had then to be adopted. The second pivot of English industry was the slave-grown cotton of the United States. The present American crisis forces them to enlarge their field of supply and emancipate cotton from Slav breeding and slave consumption. 252 col.mj /tickets ing oligarchies. As long as the English cotton manufactures depended on slave-grown cotton, it could be truthfully asserted that they rested on a twofold slavery, the indirect slavery of the white men in England and the direct slavery of the black men on the other side of the Atlantic. Written on September 21, 1861. Karl Marx. London, February 21, 1870. The silence observed by the European press about the infamies committed by the British oligarchic bourgeois government is due to several reasons. To begin with, the British government is rich, and the press, as you know, is incorruptible. Furthermore, the British government is a model government, recognized as such by the landlords, by the capitalists of the continent, and even by Garibaldi, see his book. Hence, one should not speak ill of that ideal government. Finally, the French Republicans are so narrow-minded and egoistic in spirit that they reserve all their wrath for the empire. It would be a crime against freedom of speech to inform their compatriots that in a country of bourgeois freedom people are sentenced to 20 years of hard labor for things punishable with 6 months' imprisonment in the country of cantonments. Here follow a few details taken from English dailies about the treatment of Fenian prisoners. Mulcahy, sub-editor of the Irish People, condemned for having taken part in a Fenian conspiracy, had an iron collar put round his neck at Dartmoor and was hitched to a cart loaded with stones. O'Donovan Rossa, proprietor of the Irish People, was for 35 days kept in a dungeon with his arms chained behind his back night and day. He was not even unshackled to take his food, the meagre brew that was left for him on the prison floor. Although Kickham, one of the editors of the Irish People, did not have the use of his right hand owing to an eye. 254. Abscess, he was made to sit with his companions on a pile of rubbish in the fog and to break stones and bricks with his left hand. For the night he was taken back to his cell, and had nothing more to sustain him than 6 ounces of brea a pint of warm whaler. O'Leary, an old man of 60 or 70, was while in prison put on bread and water for 3 weeks because he did not want to renounce his paganism, that, evidently, is what the jailer calls free thinking, and to become either Papist, Protestant, Presbyterian, or even Quaker, or embrace one of the numerous religions which the governor of the prison offered for the Irish pagan's choice. Martin H. Carey is incarcerated in an insane asylum at Millbank. The silence that was imposed on him and other ill treatment made him lose his reason. Colonel Richard Burke is in no better condition. One of his friends writes that his reason is affected, that he has lost his memory and that his ways, his manners, and his speech indicate insanity. Political prisoners are transferred from one prison to another as though they were wild beasts. The company of the vilest rogues is imposed on them. They are obliged to scour utensils which were used by these miserables, to wear the shirts and flannels of these criminals, many of whom are afflicted with the most disgusting diseases, and to wash in water which these latter had already used. All these criminals were allowed to speak with visitors until the arrival of the Fenians to Portland. A visiting cage was installed for the Fenian prisoners. It consisted of 3 compartments separated by thick iron bars. The jailer occupies the central compartment, and the prisoner and his friends cannot see each other but through this double row of bars. There are prisoners in the docks who eat all the snails, and frogs are considered a delicacy at Chatham. General Thomas Burke declares that he was not surprised to see a dead mouse floating in the soup. The condemned say that it was an unhappy day for them when the Fenians were brought to the prisons. The routine has become much stricter. I shall add a few words to the above. Last year Mr. Bruce, Minister for the Interior, granted TIIE British Government and TIIE Fenian prisoners 255 Liberal, Grand Policeman, Grand Proprietor of Mines in /Vales, and LAENC exploiter of Labour, was interpellated on the bad treatment of Fenian prisoners and especially O'Donovan Rossa. At first he denied everything, later he was compelled to admit it. Then Mr. Moore, Irish member of the House of Commons, demanded an investigation. It was flatly refused by that radical ministry of which that demi-saint, he has been publicly compared to Jesus Christ. Mr. Gladstone is head and the old bourgeois demagogue John Bright is one of the most influential members. Lately, After the rumors of bad treatment were renewed, a few M.P.S. demanded permission from Minister Bruce to visit the prisoners, in order to be able to state the falsity of these rumors. Mr. Bruce refused the permission because, he said, the governors of the prisons feared that the prisoners would be excited by visits of that kind. Last week the Minister for the Interior was again interpellated. He was asked whether it was true that after his nomination as deputy for Tipperary O'Donovan Rosa received corporal punishment, i.e., was whipped. The minister declared that this did not happen after 1868, which goes to say that in the course of 2 to 3 years the political prisoner was indeed whipped. I am also sending you extracts concerning Michael Turbert, a Fenian who was sentenced like all the others to hard labor and who served his sentence at Spike Island Convict Prison, Cork County, Ireland. You will see that the coroner himself attributes his death to tortures. The inquest took place last week. In the course of 2 years more than 20 Fenian workers died or lost their reason by grace of the philanthropy of these good bourgeois, supported by those good landlords. You probably know that the English press professes a chaste horror of the abominable general emergency laws which embellish beautiful France. But it is general emergency laws that brief intervals accepted make up the Irish Charter. Ever since 1793 the English government has for every possible reason regularly and periodically suspended the operation of the habeas corpus bill, the law which guarantees freedom of person, in Ireland and, in 256. Effect, every law save that of brutal force. In this manner thousands of people suspected of being Fenian supporters were taken into custody in Ireland without trial or judgment, without even being formally charged. Not content with depriving them of their liberty, the English government subjected them to most savage tortures. Here is an example. One of the prisons where suspected Fenians were buried alive is Mountjoy Prison in Dublin. The inspector of that prison, Murray, is a wild beast. He has maltreated prisoners in a manner so savage that a few of them went out of their minds. The prison doctor, O'Donnell, an excellent man, who has played an honorable part in the inquest of Michael Turbert's death, wrote letters of protest for some months, which he at first addressed to Murray himself. Since Murray did not reply to them, he addressed his reports to the superior authorities, but Murray, an expert jailer, intercepted them. Finally O'Donnell addressed himself directly to Lord Mayo, then Viceroy of Ireland. This was at the time when the Tories, Derby Disraeli, were in power. /V were the results of these actions. The documents related to the affair were published by order of Parliament and Dr. O'Donnell was dismissed from his post. As for Murray, he kept his. Then came the so-called radical ministry of Gladstone, that delicate, that unctuous, that magnanimous Gladstone who shed such hot and sincere tears over the lot of Porio and the other bourgeois maltreated by King Bomba. 92 What did this idol of the progressive bourgeoisie do? While insulting the Irish with his insolent rejection of their amnesty demands, he not only confirmed the monster Murray in his functions, but in gratitude added a fat sinecure to his post of chief jailer. Such is the apostle of bourgeois philanthropy. But dust had to be thrown in the eyes of the public, one had to create the impression that something was being done for Ireland, and with grand fanfare he announced a law to regulate the land question, the Land Bill. But all this is nothing but deceit with the ultimate object of creating an impression in Europe, of enticing the Irish judges, the British government and the Fenian prisoners 257 and barristers with prospects of endless litigations between landlords and farmers, attracting the landlords' will promises of subventions, and luring the richer farmers with some half-concessions. In the lengthy introduction to his grandiloquent and confused discourse, Gladstone confessed that even the benevolent laws which liberal England had granted Ireland in the last 100 years have unfailingly led to that country's deterioration. And after that naive confession the self-same Gladstone persists in torturing the men who want to end this wrongful and imbecile legislation. Published in El Internacional. Number 59, February 27, 1870. Karl Marx. Confidential Communication, Excerpt. 5. Question of the General Council Resolution on the Irish Amnesty. 93. If England is the bulwark of landlordism and European capitalism, the only point where one can hit official England really hard is Ireland. In the first place, Ireland is the bulwark of English landlordism. If it fell in Ireland, it would fall in England. In Ireland this is 100 times easier, since the economic struggle there is concentrated exclusively on landed property, since this struggle is at the same time national, and since the people there are more revolutionary and exasperated than in England. Landlordism in Ireland is maintained solely by the English army. The moment the FARC union between the two countries ends, a social revolution will immediately break out in Ireland, though in outmoded forms. English landlordism would not only lose a great source of wealth, but also its greatest moral force, i.e., that of representing the domination of England over Ireland. On the other hand, by maintaining the power of their landlords in Ireland, the English proletariat makes them invulnerable in England itself. In the second place, the English bourgeoisie has not only exploited the Irish poverty to keep down the working class in England by forced immigration of poor Irishmen, but it has also divided the proletariat into two hostile camps. The revolutionary fire of the Celtic worker does not go well with the nature of the Anglo-Saxon worker, solid, but slow. On the contrary, in all the big industrial centres in England there is profound antagonism between the Irish proletariat and the English proletariat. The average English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers wages and the standard of life. He feels national and religious antipathies for him. He regards him somewhat like the confidential communication 259 poor whites of the southern states of North America regard their black slaves. This antagonism among the proletarians of England is artificially nourished and supported by the bourgeoisie. It knows that this size Zion is the true secret of maintaining its power. This antagonism is reproduced on the other side of the Atlantic. The Irish, chased from their native soil by the bulls and the sheep, reassemble in North America, where they constitute a huge, ever-growing section of the population. Their only thought, their only passion, is hatred for England. The English and American governments, or the classes they represent, play on these feelings in order to perpetuate the covert struggle between the United States and England. They thereby prevent a sincere and lasting alliance between the workers on both sides of the Atlantic, and consequently, their emancipation. Furthermore, Ireland is the only pretext the English government has for retaining a big standing army, which, if need be, as has happened before, can be used against the English workers after having done its military training in Ireland. Lastly, England today is seeing a repetition of what happened on a monstrous scale in ancient Rome. Any nation that oppresses another forges its own chains. Thus, the attitude of the International Association to the Irish question is very clear. Its first need is to encourage the social revolution in England. To this end a great blow must be struck in Ireland. The General Council's resolutions on the Irish amnesty serve only as an introduction to other resolutions which will affirm that, quite apart from international justice, it is a precondition to the emancipation of the English working class to transform the present forced union, i.e., the enslavement of Ireland, into equal and free confederation if possible, into complete separation if need be. Written about L/Yerk 28, 1870. First published in Die Neue Zeit, Volume 2. Number 151902. Printed according to the text of the document The General Council to the Federal Council of Romance Switzerland in the General Council of the First International, 1858-1870, 111 in Utz, Moscow. Friedrich Engels. History of Ireland. The English proved to be able to reconcile peoples of the most diverse races to their domination. The inhabitants of Wales, who clung so tenaciously to their nationality and language, have fused completely with the British Empire. The Scottish Celts, despite the rebellious spirit displayed by them until 1745 and despite their almost complete extermination first by the government and then by their own aristocracy, do not even think of rebellion. The French from the Norman's Isles, even during the Great Revolution, fought bitterly against France. And even the Heligoland Frisians, sold to England by the Danish, are satisfied with their lot, and a long time passed before the laurels of Sadowa and the conquests of the North German Federation wrenched from their throats a pained wail about unification with the great fatherland. But the English were never able to cope with the Irish, the reason for this being the enormous flexibility of the Irish nation. After the most savage suppression, after every attempt at extermination, the Irish would, following a short interval of time, rise once more in revolt that eclipsed all their preceding rebellions. It seemed that they drew their main strength from the foreign garrison hung round their necks in order to oppress them. The second and, frequently, the first generation of these foreigners became more Irish than the Irish themselves, Hiberni oris ipsis Hibernicis, and the latter became more Irish the more they learned the English language and forgot their own. Written in May early in July 1, 870. Friedrich Engels. About the Irish question. There are two trends in the Irish movement. The first, the earliest one, is the agrarian trend, which has gradually developed from the brigandage supported by the peasants and organized by the clan chiefs dispossessed by the English and the major Catholic landowners. In the 17th century these brigands were called Tories, and it is from them that the present-day Tories take their name, into a spontaneous peasant resistance in the districts and provinces against the uninvited English landlords. The names Ribbonman, Viviatebois, Captain Rock, Captain Moonlight, etc. have changed, but the form of resistance, the shooting not only of the more obnoxious landlords and their agents, collectors, but also of peasants who occupy farms from which others have been forcibly evicted, boycotts, threatening letters, night raids, etc. All this is as old as the contemporary English land tenure in Ireland, that is, it began at the latest at the close of the 17th century. This form of resistance is not to be suppressed, force can do little against it, and it will disappear when its causes disappear. But by its nature it is local and isolated and can never become a general form of political struggle. The liberal national opposition of the urban bourgeoisie, which, as is the case in all agrarian countries with declining townships, Denmark, for example, has its natural leaders in the lawyers, came to the fore soon after the Union, 1800.91. This also stands in need of peasant support, and has therefore had to search for slogans that would appeal to the peasants. Thus, O'Connell found one first in Catholic emancipation and later in the repeal of the Union. Lately this trend has, in view of the landlord's infamies, been compelled to choose a different path. While the Land, 262 Friedrich Engels League pursues more revolutionary, and here feasible, aims in the social sphere, the total removal of the Unionvite landlords, it acts fairly timidly in the political sphere and only demands home rule, i.e., a local Irish parliamentary alongside and under the general Alf British Parliament. This too is certainly attainable in a constitutional manner. The frightened landlords are already clamouring, and even the Tories propose it, for the earliest redemption of peasant land in order to save what can still be saved. On the other hand, Gladstone says that greater self-government for Ireland is quite admissible. After the American Civil War, Fenianism wedged itself in between these two trends. Hundreds of thousands of Irish soldiers and officers who took part in that war did so with the secret intent of building up an army to liberate Ireland. The differences between America and Britain after the war became the principal motive lever of the Fenians. If it had come to a war, Ireland would in a few months have become a member of the United States or at least a republic under its protectorate. The sum which England so readily undertook and paid in the Alabama case by decision of the Geneva arbitration was its price for buying off the American intervention in Ireland. That was the moment when the chief danger was removed. The police sufficed to settle with the Fenians. As in every conspiracy, it was the inevitable betrayal that lent a hand in this, and yet it was only the leaders who betrayed and then became direct spies and false witnesses. The leaders who escaped to America dabbled there in emigrant revolution and mostly went to seed, like O'Donovan Rossa. Whoever has witnessed the European emigration of 1849 to 52 will find all this familiar, with the sole difference, of course, that it all went on in a typically American excessive degree. By now many of the Fenians have doubtlessly returned and revived their old armed organization. They make up an important element in the movement and compel the liberals to more resolute action. But aside from this, they can achieve nothing save frightening John Bull. The latter is admittedly weakening somewhat in the outskirts of his empire, but here, close to his own home, he is still able to about the Irish question 263 suppress any Irish revolt. Firstly, there are in Ireland 14,000 men of the constabulary, the gendarmerie, armed with rifles and bayonets and drilled militarily, and then nearly 30,000 troops of the line, which can easily be reinforced with just as many more and with the English militia. Then there is the navy. And in quelling revolts John Bull is known for his unmatched brutality. An Irish revolt has not the slightest hope of success unless there is a war or danger of a war externally, and just two powers might become dangerous, France and, still more so, the United States. Yet France is out of the question. And in America the parties are playing coy with the Irish votes, making many promises and keeping none. They would not think of getting involved in a war over Ireland. Hat is more, they stand to profit by such conditions in Ireland as would cause an intensive Irish migration to America. And it is only natural that a country which is to become the most populated, the wealthiest and most powerful country in the world within 20 years, has no particular wish to involve itself in adventures that might, and inevitably would, impede its gigantic internal growth. In 20 years it will speak an entirely different language. But if there were a danger of war with America, the English would readily grant Ireland all that it demands, short of complete independence, which is in no case desirable in view of its geographic location. For this reason the Irish have only the constitutional way open to them of gradually winning one position after another. In this, however, the mysterious background of Fenian armed conspiracy may remain a very effective element. But the Fenians themselves are being drawn increasingly to a type of Bakuninism. The assassination of Burke and Cavendish 95 could have pursued the sole aim of thwarting the compromise between the Land League and Gladstone. Yet this compromise would have been the best possible way out for Ireland in the present circumstances. The landlords are driving tenants off the land by the tens of thousands for being in arrears with their rent, sometimes even with military assistance. To curb this systematic depopulation of Ireland, the dispossessed must either starve or emigrate to America, is the cardinal demand of the day. Gladstone is prepared to introduce a bill under which the arrears would be settled much as the redemption of feudal imposts was in Austria in 1848, 1/3 by the peasant, another third by the government, with the remainder lost by the landlord. That is the proposal of the Land League. In this light the heroic deed in Phoenix Park appears as a purely Bakuninist, boastful and senseless propaganda fail, propaganda by deed, if not as crass foolishness. If it did not have the same consequences as the similar foolishness of hodl and nobbling, this is merely due to the fact that Ireland is not part of Prussia. It should be left to the Bakuninists and revolutionary phrasemongers to place these childish things on the same footing as the assassination of Alexander II and to threaten with an Irish revolution that does not come. There is another thing to be borne in mind about Ireland: never praise any Irish politician unconditionally, never declare yourself at one with him, until he is dead. Their Celtic credulity and customary exploitation of peasants, all educated classes, and particularly the juristic profession, live by it in Ireland, make the professional Irish politicians an easy prey to corruption. O'Connell let the peasants pay him a full £30,000 annually for his agitation. When the Union was established, which England is known to have bought at the cost of £1 million in bribes, one of the bribed was rebuked: "You have sold your fatherland," to which he replied with a laugh, "And damned glad I was that I had a fatherland to sell." Published in Der Sozialdemokrat, No. 29, July 13, 1882. Friedrich Engels. England in 1845 and 1885, excerpt. Free trade meant the readjustment of the whole home and foreign, commercial, and financial policy of England in accordance with the interests of the manufacturing capitalists, the class which now represented the nation. And they set about this task with a will. Every obstacle to industrial production was mercilessly removed. The tariff and the whole system of taxation were revolutionized. Everything was made subordinate to one end, but that end of the utmost importance to the manufacturing capitalist. The cheapening of all raw produce, and especially of the means of living of the working class, the reduction of the cost of raw material, and the keeping down, if not as yet the bringing down, of wages. England was to become the workshop of the world. All other countries were to become for England what Ireland already was, markets for her manufactured goods, supplying her in return with raw materials and food. England, the great manufacturing centre of an agricultural world, with an ever-increasing number of corn and cotton-growing Irelands revolving around her, the industrial sun. What a glorious prospect! Written in mid-February 1885. Printed in the magazine The Commonweal, No. 2, March 1, 1885. Friedrich Engels. Protection and Free Trade. Excerpt. It was under the fostering wing of protection that the system of modern industry production by steam-moved machinery was hatched and developed in England during the last third of the 18th century. And, as if tariff protection was not sufficient, the wars against the French Revolution helped to secure to England the monopoly of the new industrial methods. For more than 20 years English men of war cut off the industrial rivals of England from their respective colonial markets, while they forcibly opened these markets to English commerce. The secession of the South American colonies from the rule of their European mother countries, the conquest by England of all French and Dutch colonies worth having, the progressive subjugation of India, turned the people of all these immense territories into customers for English goods. England thus supplemented the protection she practiced at home, by the free trade she forced upon her possible customers abroad, and, thanks to this happy mixture of both systems, at the end of the wars, in 1815, she found herself, with regard to all important branches of industry, in possession of the virtual monopoly of the trade of the world. This monopoly was further extended and strengthened during the ensuing years of peace. The start which England had obtained during the war, was increased from year to year. She seemed to distance more and more all her possible rivals. The exports of manufactured goods in ever-growing quantities became indeed a question of life and death to that country. And there seemed but two obstacles in the way, the prohibitive or protective legislation and free trade 267 of other countries, and the taxes upon the import of raw materials and articles of food in England. Then the free trade doctrines of classical political economy of the French physiocrats and their English successors, Adam Smith and Ricardo, became popular in the land of John Bull. Protection at home was needless to manufacturers who beat all their foreign rivals, and whose very existence was staked on the expansion of their exports. Protection at home was of advantage to none but the producers of articles of food and other raw materials, to the agricultural interest, /Vihish, under then existing circumstances in England, meant the receivers of rent, the landed aristocracy. And this kind of protection was hurtful to the manufacturers. By taxing raw materials it raised the price of the articles manufactured from them, by taxing food, it raised the price of labor. In both ways, it placed the British manufacturer at a disadvantage as compared with his foreign competitor. And, as all other countries sent to England chiefly agricultural products, and drew from England chiefly manufactured goods, repeal of the English protective duties on corn and raw materials generally, was at the same time an appeal to foreign countries, to do away with, or at least, to reduce, in return, the import duties levied by them on English manufactures. After a long and violent struggle, the English industrial capitalists, already in reality the leading class of the nation, that class whose interests were then the chief national interests, were victorious. The landed aristocracy had to give in. The duties on corn and other raw materials were repealed. Free trade became the watchword of the day. To convert all other countries to the gospel of free trade, and thus to create a world in which England was the great manufacturing centre, with all other countries for its dependent agricultural districts, that was the next task before the English manufacturers and their mouthpieces, the political economists. That was the time of the Brussels Congress, the time when Marx prepared the speech in question. Me while recognizing that protection may still, under certain circumstances, for instance in the Germany of 1847, be of advantage to the manufacturing capitalists, while 268 Friedrich Engels proving that free trade was not the panacea for all the evils under which the working class suffered, and might even aggravate them, he pronounces, ultimately and on principle, in favor of free trade. TQ him. Free trade is the normal condition of modern capitalist production. Only under free trade can the immense productive powers of steam, of electricity, of machinery, be fully developed, and quicker the pace of his development, the sooner and the more fully will be realized its inevitable results. Society splits up into two classes, capitalists here, wage laborers there, hereditary wealth on one side, hereditary poverty on the other, supply outstripping demand, the markets being unable to absorb the ever-growing mass of the productions of industry, an ever-recurring cycle of prosperity, glut, crisis, panic, chronic depression, and gradual revival of trade, the harbinger not of permanent improvement but of renewed overproduction and crisis, in short, productive forces expanding to such a degree that they rebel, as against unbearable fetters, against the social institutions under which they are put in motion, the only possible solution. A social revolution, freeing the social productive forces from the fetters of an antiquated social order. And the actual producers, the great mass of the people, from wage slavery. And because free trade is the natural, the normal atmosphere for this historical evolution, the economic medium in which the conditions for the inevitable social revolution will be the soonest created. For this reason, and for this alone, did Marx declare in favor of free trade. Anyhow, the years immediately following the victory of free trade in England seemed to verify the most extravagant expectations of prosperity founded upon that event. British commerce rose to a fabulous amount, the industrial monopoly of England on the market of the world seemed more firmly established than ever, new iron works, new textile factories arose by wholesale, new branches of industry grew up on every side. There was, indeed, a severe crisis in 1857, but that was overcome, and the onward movement in trade and manufacture soon was in full swing again, until in 1866 a fresh panic occurred, a panic, protection and free trade 269 this time, which seems to mark a new departure in the economic history of the world. The unparalleled expansion of British manufactures and commerce between 1848 and 1866 was no doubt due, to a great extent, to the removal of the protective duties on food and raw materials. But not entirely. Other important changes took place simultaneously and helped it on. The above years comprise the discovery and working of the Californian and Australian gold fields which increased so immensely the circulating medium of the world. They marked the final victory of steam over all other means of transport. On the ocean, steamers now superseded sailing vessels. On land, in all civilized countries, the railroad took the first place, the macadamized road the second. Transport now became 4 times quicker and 4 times cheaper. No wonder that under such favorable circumstances British manufactures worked by steam should extend their sway at the expense of foreign domestic industries based upon manual labor. But were the other countries to sit still and to submit in humility to this change, which degraded them to be mere agricultural appendages of England, the workshop of the world? Published in Neuezeit in July 1, 1888 and in the American edition of Marx's speech on free trade, 1889 printed according to the text of Marx's speech on free trade, published in America. From Marx's Capital. Karl Marx. Ireland, excerpt from Capital, Volume I, Chapter XXV, the general law of capitalist accumulation, 273. In concluding this section, we must travel for a moment to Ireland. First, the main facts of the case. The population of Ireland had, in 1841, reached 8,222,664, in 1851, it had dwindled to 6,623,985, in 1861, to 5,853,09, in 1866, to 51/2 millions, nearly to its level in 1801. The diminution began with the famine year, 1846, so that Ireland, in less than 20 years, lost more than 5/rnths of its people. Its total emigration from May, 1851, to July, 1865, numbered 1591,487, the emigration during the years 1861 to 1865 was more than 500,000. The number of inhabited houses fell, from 1851 to 1861, by 52,990. From 1851 to 1861, the number of holdings of 15 to 30 acres increased 61,000, that of holdings over 30 acres, 109,000, whilst the total number of all farms fell 120,000, a fall, therefore, solely due to the suppression of farms under 15 acres i.e., to their centralization. The decrease of the population was naturally accompanied by a decrease in the mass of products. For our purpose, it suffices to consider the 5 years from 1861 to 1865 during which over 500,000 emigrated, and the absolute number of people sank by more than 1/3 of a million. Let us now turn to agriculture, which yields the means of subsistence for cattle and for men. In the following table is calculated the decrease or increase for each separate year, as compared with its immediate predecessor. England, a country with fully developed capitalist production, and preeminently industrial, would have bled to death with such a drain of population as Ireland has suffered. But Ireland is at present only an agricultural district of England, marked off by a wide channel from the country to which it yields corn, wool, cattle, industrial and military recruits. The depopulation of Ireland has thrown much of the land out of cultivation, has greatly diminished the produce of the soil and, in spite of the greater area devoted to cattle breeding, has brought about, in some of its branches, an absolute diminution, in others, an advance scarcely worthy of mention, and constantly interrupted by retrogressions. Nevertheless, with the fall in numbers of the population, rents and farmers' profits rose, although the latter not as steadily as the former. The reason of this is easily comprehensible. On the one hand, with the throwing of small holdings into large ones, and the change of arable into pasture land, a larger part of the whole produce was transformed into surplus produce. The surplus 10th report of the Commissioners of Inland Revenue. London. 1866. If the product also diminishes relatively per acre, it must not be forgotten that for a century and a half England has indirectly exported the soil of Ireland, without as much as allowing its cultivators the means for making up the constituents of the soil that had been exhausted. Produce increased, although the total produce, of which it formed a fraction, decreased. On the other hand, the money value of the surplus produce increased yet more rapidly than its mass, in consequence of the rise in the English market price of meat, wool, and during the last 20, and especially during the last 10, years. The scattered means of production that serve the producers themselves as means of employment and of subsistence, without expanding their own value by the incorporation of the labor of others, are no more capital than a product consumed by its own producer is a commodity. If, with the mass of the population, that of the means of production employed in agriculture also diminished, the mass of the capital employed in agriculture increased, because a part of the means of production that were formerly scattered was concentrated and turned into capital. The total capital of Ireland outside agriculture, employed in industry and trade, accumulated during the last 2 decades slowly, and with great and constantly recurring fluctuations, so much the more rapidly did the concentration of its individual constituents develop. And, however small its absolute increase, in proportion to the dwindling population it had increased largely. Here, then, under our own eyes and on a large scale, a process is revealed, than which nothing more excellent could be wished for by orthodox economy for the support of its dogma, that misery springs from absolute surplus population, and that equilibrium is re-established by depopulation. This is a far more important experiment than was the plague in the middle of the 1/4th century. So Belliud of Malthus Ian's point 97. Note further, if only the naivete of the schoolmaster could apply, to the conditions of production and population of the 19th century, the standard of the 14th, this naivete, into the bargain, overlooked the fact that whilst, after the plague and the decimation that accompanied it, followed on this side of the Channel, in England, enfranchisement and enrichment of the agricultural population, on that side, in France, followed greater servitude and more misery. As Ireland is regarded as the promised land of the principle of population, Th. Sadler, before the publication of his work on the Irish famine of 1846 killed more than 1,000,000 people, but it killed poor devils only. To the wealth of the country it did not the slightest damage. The exodus of the next 20 years, an exodus still constantly increasing, did not, as, example the 30 years /var, decimate, along with the human beings, their means of production. Irish genius discovered an altogether new way of spiriting a poor people thousands of miles away from the scene of its misery. The exiles transplanted to the United States, send home sums of money every year as traveling expenses for those left behind. Every troop that emigrates 1 year, draws another after it the next. Thus, instead of costing Ireland anything, emigration forms one of the most lucrative branches of its export trade. Finally, it is a systematic process, which does not simply make a passing gap in the population, but sucks out of it every year more people than are replaced by the births, so that the absolute level of the population falls year by year. What /veer the consequences for the Irish labourers left behind and freed from the surplus population? That the relative surplus population is today as great as before 1846, that wages are just as low, that the oppression of the labourers has increased, that misery is forcing the country towards a new crisis. The facts are simple. The revolution in agriculture has kept pace with emigration. The production of relative surplus population has more than kept pace with the absolute depopulation. A glance at Table C shows that the change of arable to pasture land must work yet more acutely in Ireland than in England. In England the cultivation of green crops increases with the breeding of cattle, in Ireland, it decreases. Whilst a large number of acres, that were formerly tilled, lie idle or are turned permanently into grassland, a great part of the wasteland and peat bogs that were unused formerly. Population, issued his famous book, Ireland, Its Evils and Their Remedies. 2nd edition, London, 1829. Here, by comparison of the statistics of the individual provinces, and of the individual counties in each province, he proves that the misery there is not, as Malthus would have it, in proportion to the number of the population, but in inverse ratio to this. Between 1851 and 1874, the total number of emigrants amounted to 2,325,922. 282. Become of service for the extension of cattle breeding. The smaller and medium farmers, I reckon among these all who do not cultivate more than 100 acres, still make up about 8/10ths of the whole number. They are, one after the other, and with a degree of force unknown before, crushed by the competition of an agriculture managed by capital, and therefore they continually furnish new recruits to the class of wage labourers. The one great industry of Ireland, linen manufacture, requires relatively few adult men and only employs altogether, in spite of its expansion since the price of cotton rose in 1861 to 1866, a comparatively insignificant part of the population. Like all other great modern industries, it constantly produces, by incessant fluctuations, a relative surplus population within its own sphere, even with an absolute increase in the mass of human beings absorbed by it. The misery of the agricultural population forms the pedestal for gigantic shirt factories, whose armies of laborers are, for the most part, scattered over the country. Here, we encounter again the system described above of domestic industry, which in underpayment and overwork, possesses its own systematic means for creating supernumerary laborers. Finally, although the depopulation has not such destructive consequences as would result in a country with fully developed capitalistic production, it does not go on without constant reaction upon the home market. The gap which emigration causes here, limits not only the local demand for labor, but also the incomes of small shopkeepers, artisans, tradespeople generally. Hence the diminution in incomes between £60 and £100 in Table E. A clear statement of the condition of the agricultural labourers in Ireland is to be found in the reports of the Irish Poor Law Inspectors, 1870, officials of a government which is maintained only by bayonets and by a state of siege, now open, now disguised. They have to observe according to a table in Murphy's Ireland Industrial, Political, and Social, 1870, 94.6% of the holdings do not reach 100 acres, 5.4 exceed 100 acres. Reports from the Poor Law Inspectors on the /vagues of agricultural labourers in Dublin, 1870. See also agricultural labourers, Ireland. Return, etc. 8L/Yark, 1861, London, 18G2. From Capital, Vol. I, Chapter XXV. All the precautions of language that their colleagues in England disdain. In spite of this, however, they do not let their government cradle itself in illusions. According to them, the rate of wages in the country, still very low, has within the last 20 years risen 50 to 60%, and stands now, on the average, at 6.2 per week. But behind this apparent rise, is hidden an actual fall in wages, for it does not correspond at all to the rise in price of the necessary means of subsistence that has taken place in the meantime. For proof, the following extract from the official accounts of an Irish workhouse. Average weekly cost per head. Provisions a year ended and clothing total. Necessaries 29 t.h sept. 1849 is 31/4d. 3d. 1s 61/4d. 1869 2s. 71/4d. 63s. 11/4d. The price of the necessary means of subsistence is therefore fully twice, and that of clothing exactly twice, as much as they were 20 years before. Even apart from this disproportion, the mere comparison of the rate of wages expressed in gold would give a result far from accurate. Before the famine, the great mass of agricultural wages were paid in kind, only the smallest part in money. Today, payment in money is the rule. From this it follows that, whatever the amount of the real wage, its money rate must rise. Previous to the famine, the laborer enjoyed his cabin, with a rood or half-acre or acre of land, and facilities for a crop of potatoes. He was able to rear his pig and keep fowl. But they now have to buy bread, and they have no refuse upon which they can feed a pig or fowl, and they have consequently no benefit from the sale of a pig, fowl, or eggs. Asterisk. In fact, formerly, the agricultural laborers were i.e., pages 29, 1. 284. But the smallest of the small farmers, and formed for the most part a kind of rearguard of the medium and large farms on which they found employment. Only since the catastrophe of 1846 have they begun to form a fraction of the class of purely wage laborers, a special class, connected with its wage masters only by monetary relations. VE know what were the conditions of their dwellings in 1846. Since then they have grown yet worse. A part of the agricultural laborers, which, however, grows less day by day, dwells still on the holdings of the farmers in overcrowded huts, whose hideousness far surpasses the worst that the English agricultural laborers offered us in this way. And this holds generally with the exception of certain tracts of Ulster, in the south, in the counties of Cork, Limerick, Kilkenny, and C, in the east, in Wicklow, Wexford, and C. In the centre of Ireland, in Kings and Queen's County, Dublin, and C, in the west, in Sligo, Roscommon, Mayo, Galway, and C. The agricultural labourers' huts, an inspector cries out, are a disgrace to the Christianity and to the civilization of this country. Asterisk. In order to increase the attractions of these holes for the labourers, the pieces of land belonging thereto from time immemorial, are systematically confiscated. The mere sense that they exist subject to this species of ban, on the part of the landlords and their agents, has given birth in the minds of the laborers to corresponding sentiments of antagonism and dissatisfaction towards those by whom they are thus led to regard themselves as being treated as a proscribed race. The first act of the agricultural revolution was to sweep away the huts situated on the field of labor. This was done on the largest scale, and as if in obedience to a command from on high. Thus many laborers were compelled to seek shelter in villages and towns. There they were thrown like refuse into garrets, hotels, cellars, and corners, in the worst back slums. Thousands of Irish families, who, according to the testimony of the English, eaten up as *LC, p12. *LC, p12. From Capital, Vol. I, Chapter XXV 285. These are with national prejudice, are notable for their rare attachment to the domestic hearth, for their gaiety and the purity of their home life, found themselves suddenly transplanted into hotbeds of vice. The men are now obliged to seek work of the neighboring farmers and are only hired by the day, and therefore under the most precarious form of wage. Hence they sometimes have long distances to go to and from work, often get wet, and suffer much hardship, not unfrequently ending in sickness, disease, and want. The towns have had to receive from year to year what /VAS deemed to be the surplus labor of the rural division, and then people still wonder there is still a surplus of labor in the towns and villages, and either a scarcity or a threatened scarcity in some of the country divisions. The truth is that this want only becomes perceptible in harvest time, or during spring, or at such times as agricultural operations are carried on with activity, at other periods of the year. Many hands are idle, that from the digging out of the main crop of potatoes in October until the early spring following, there is no employment for them, and further, that during the active times they are subject to broken days and to all kinds of interruption. These results of the agricultural revolution, i.e., the change of arable into pasture land, the use of machinery, the most rigorous economy of labor, and c. are still further aggravated by the model landlords, who, instead of spending their rents in other countries, condescend to live in Ireland on their demesnes. In order that the law of supply and demand may not be broken, these gentlemen draw their labor supply, chiefly from their small tenants, who are obliged to attend when required to do the land, i.e., p25. *, p27. *, p25. *, p1. i.e., pages 31, 32. i.e., p25. 28. Lord's work, at rates of wages, in many instances, considerably under the current rates paid to ordinary laborers, and without regard to the inconvenience or loss to the tenant of being obliged to neglect his own business at critical periods of sowing or reaping. The uncertainty and irregularity of employment, the constant return and long duration of gluts of labor, all these symptoms of a relative surplus population, figure therefore in the reports of the Poor Law Administration, as so many hardships of the agricultural proletariat. It will be remembered that we met, in the English agricultural proletariat, with a similar spectacle. But the difference is that in England, an industrial country, the industrial reserve recruits itself from the country districts, whilst in Ireland, an agricultural country, the agricultural reserve recruits itself from the towns, the cities of refuge of the expelled agricultural laborers. In the former, the supernumeraries of agriculture are transformed into factory operatives, in the latter, those forced into the towns, whilst at the same time they press on the wages in towns, remain agricultural laborers, and are constantly sent back to the country districts in search of work. The official inspectors sum up the immaterial condition of the agricultural laborer as follows: though living with the strictest frugality, his own wages are barely sufficient to provide food for an ordinary family and pay his rent, and he depends upon other sources for the means of clothing himself, his wife, and children. The atmosphere of these cabins, combined with the other privations they are subjected to, has made this class particularly susceptible to low fever and pulmonary consumption. After this, it is no wonder that, according to the unanimous testimony of the inspectors, a somber discontent runs through the ranks of this class, that they long for the return of the past, loathe the present, despair of the future, give themselves up to the evil influence of agitators, and have only one fixed idea: to emigrate to America. This is the land of Cocken, into which the great I.E. p. 30. I.e., pages 21, 13. FROL L vol. I, chapter XXV 287. Malthusian panacea, depopulation, has transformed Green Erin. What a happy life the Irish factory operative leads, one example will show. On my recent visit to the north of Ireland, says the English factory inspector, Robert B. Aker, I met with the following evidence of effort in an Irish skilled workman to afford education to his children, and I give his evidence verbatim, as I took it from his mouth. That he was a skilled factory hand, be understood when I say that he was employed on goods for the Manchester market. Johnson am a beetler and work from 6 in the morning till 11 at night, from Monday to Friday. Saturday we leave off at 6 p.m, and get 3 hours of it, for meals and rest. I have 5 children in all. For this work I get tens. 60 a week. My wife works here also, and gets 5s a week. The oldest girl, who is 12, minds the house. She is also cook, and all the servant we obey. She gets the young ones ready for school. A girl going past the house wakes me at 5:30 in the morning. My wife gets up and goes along with me. We get nothing to eat before /ve come to work. The child of 12 takes care of the little children all the day, and we get nothing till breakfast at 8. At 8 we go home. VVE get tea once a week. At other times we get stirabout, sometimes of oat meal, sometimes of Indian meal, as we are able to get it. In the winter we get a little sugar and water to our Indian meal. In the summer we get a few potatoes, planting a small patch ourselves, and when they are done we get back to stirabout. Sometimes we get a little milk, as it may be. So we go on from day to day, Sunday and weekday, always the same the year round. I am always very much tired when I have done at night. We see a bit of flesh meat sometimes, but very seldom. 3 of our children attend school, for whom we pay limited a week ahead. Our rent is 9d a week. Peat for firing costs ls. 60 a fortnight at the very lowest. Such are Irish wages, such is Irish life. In fact, the misery of Ireland is again the topic of the day in England. At the end of 1866 and the beginning report of Insp. Fact, October 31, 1866, p. 96. 288. Of 1867, one of the Irish land magnates, Lord Dufferin, said about its solution in the Times: "We menschlich von solch großem Herrn." From Table E we saw that, during 1864, of pound 4,368,610 of total profits, 3 surplus value makers pocketed only £262,610, that in 1865, however, out of £4,669,979 total profits, the same 3 virtuosi of abstinence pocketed £274,448. In 1864, 26 surplus value makers reached to £646,377. In 1865, 28 surplus value makers reached to £736,448. In 1864, 121 surplus value makers, £1,066,912. In 1865, 186 surplus value makers, £1,320,996. In 1864, 131 surplus value makers, £2,150,818. Nearly half of the total annual profit. In 1865, 194 surplus value makers, £2,418,933, more than half of the total annual profit. But the lion's share, which an inconceivably small number of land magnates in England, Scotland, and Ireland swallow up of the yearly national rental, is so monstrous that the wisdom of the English state does not think fit to afford the same statistical materials about the distribution of rents as about the distribution of profits. Lord Dufferin is one of those land magnates. That rent rolls and profits can ever be excessive, or that their plethora is in any way connected with plethora of the people's misery is, of course, an idea as disreputable as unsound. He keeps to facts. The fact is that, as the Irish population diminishes, the Irish rent rolls swell, that depopulation benefits the landlords, therefore also benefits the soil, and, therefore, the people, that mere accessory of the soil. He declares, therefore, that Ireland is still overpopulated, and the stream of emigration still flows too lazily. To be perfectly happy, Ireland must get rid of at least 1/3 of a million of labouring men. Let no man imagine that this lord, poetic into the bargain, is a physician of the school of Sangrado, who as often as he did not find his patient better, ordered phlebotomy and again phlebotomy, until the patient lost his sickness at the same time as his blood. Lord Dufferin demands a new bloodletting of 1/3 of a million only, instead of about 2 millions, in fact, without the getting rid of these, the millennium in Erin is not to be. The proof is easily given. From Captit, Vol. T. //PTERXXV 289. Null /Iber and extent of far.L /ISJN Ireland in 1864, 1, FNNM, 2, farms over, 3, FNRRNS over, 4, FNRMS over not over 1, not over 5, not OYPJT, I, not over 1 arrow 5 acres 15 acres 30 acres / no. Acres no. Acres no. Acres no. Acres 48, 653 25, 394 82, 037 288, 916 176,368 1 836 310 136,578 3051 343 5 farms G farms 7 farms over 8 total over 30 not over 50 not over 50 acres over 100 acres 100 acres area no. Acres no. Acres no. Acres 71, / 61 2906 274 54, 247 3, 983, 883 1, / 27 8227, 800, and 720, 3 HLG 24 * centralization has from 1851 to 186 1 destroyed principally farms of the first three categories, under 1 and not over 15 acres. These above all must disappear. This gives 307,058 supernumerary farmers, and reckoning the families the low average of 4 persons, 228,232 persons. On the extravagant supposition that, after the agricultural revolution is complete, 1/4 of these are again absorbable, there remain for emigration 921,174 persons. Categories 4, 5, 6, of over 15 and not over 100 acres, are, as was known long since in England, too small for capitalistic cultivation of corn, and for sheep breeding are almost vanishing quantities. On the same supposition as before, therefore, there are further 788,761 persons to emigrate, total, 1709,532. And as l'Appétit vient en manquant, Rondeau's eyes will soon discover that Ireland, with 31 millions, is still always miscrenblood, and miserable because she once overpopulated. Therefore her depopulation must go yet the tolnel nrrn inclugs enso prnl, bogs, and wnstclnncl. 290. Further, that thus she may fulfill her true destiny, that of an English sheep walk and cattle pasture like all good things in this bad world, this profitable method has its drawbacks. With the accumulation of rents in Ireland, the accumulation of the elish in America keeps pace. The Irishman, banished by sheep and ox, reappears on the other side of the ocean as a Fenian, and face to face with the old queen of the seas rises, threatening and more threatening, the young giant republic. Acerba fata Romanos agunt. Salusque fraterni nisus colon. Published according to the English text of Capital, Volume I, Moscow 1958. How the famine and its consequences have been deliberately made the most of, both by the individual landlords and by the English legislature, to forcibly carry out the agricultural revolution and to thin the population of Ireland down to the proportions satisfactory to the landlords, I shall show more fully in Volume 3 of this work, in the section on landed property. There also I return to the condition of the small farmers and the agricultural laborers. At present, only one quotation. Nassau W. Sr. says, with other things, in his posthumous work, Journals, Conversations, and Essays relating to Ireland. 2 volumes. London 1868, Volume II, p. 282. Vale, said Dr. G, we have got our poor law and it is a great instrument for giving the victory to the landlords. Another, and a still more powerful instrument is emigration. No friend to Ireland can wish the war to be prolonged between the landlords and the small Celtic farmers, still less, that it should end by the victory of the tenants. The sooner it is over, the sooner Ireland becomes a grazing country, with the comparatively thin population which a grazing country requires, the better for all classes. The English Corn Laws of 1815 secured Ireland the monopoly of the free importation of corn into Great Britain. They favoured artificially, therefore, the cultivation of corn. /6th The abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846, this monopoly was suddenly removed. Apart from all other circumstances, this event alone was sufficient to give a great impulse to the turning of Irish arable into pasture land, to the concentration of farms, and to the eviction of small cultivators. After the fruitfulness of the Irish soil had been praised from 1815 to 1846, and proclaimed loudly as by nature herself destined for the cultivation of wheat, English agronomists, economists, politicians, discover suddenly that it is good for nothing but to produce forage. M. Léonce de Laverne has hastened to repeat this on the other side of the channel. It takes a serious man, a la Laverne, to be caught by such childishness. A grievous fate M. Dastardly fratricide hounds the Romans ed. Karl Marx. Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist, Chapter XXXI of Capital, Volume I, 291. The genesis of the industrial capitalist did not proceed in such a gradual way as that of the farmer. Doubtless many small guild masters, and yet more independent small artisans, or even wage laborers, transformed themselves into small capitalists, and, by gradually extending exploitation of wage labor and corresponding accumulation, into full-blown capitalists. In the infancy of capitalist production, things often happened as in the infancy of medieval towns, where the question, which of the escaped serfs should be master and which servant, was in great part decided by the earlier or later date of their flight. The snail's pace of this method corresponded in no wise with the commercial requirements of the New World market that the great discoveries of the end of the 15th century created. But the Middle Ages had handed down two distinct forms of capital, which mature in the most different economic social formations, and which, before the era of the capitalist mode of production, are considered as capital quand measurers' capital and merchants' capital. At present, all the wealth of society goes first into the possession of the capitalist. He pays the landowner his rent, the laborer his wages, the tax and tithe gatherer their claims, and keeps a large, indeed the largest, and a continually augmenting share, of the annual produce of labor for himself. The capitalist may now be said to be industrial here in contradistinction to agricultural. In the categoric sense, the farmer is an industrial capitalist as much as the manufacturer. 292. The first O/Wiener of all the wealth of the community, though no law has conferred on him the right to this property. This change has been effected by the taking of interest on capital, and it is not a little curious that all the lawgivers of Europe endeavored to prevent this by statutes, viz., statutes against usury. The power of the capitalist over all the wealth of the country is a complete change in the right of property, and by what law, or series of laws, was it effected? Asterisk. The author should have remembered that revolutions are not made by laws. The money capital formed by means of usury and commerce was prevented from turning into industrial capital, in the country by the feudal constitution, in the towns by the guild organization. These fetters vanished with the dissolution of feudal society, with the expropriation and partial eviction of the country population. The new manufactures were established at seaports, or at inland points beyond the control of the old municipalities and their guilds. Hence in England an embittered struggle of the corporate towns against these new industrial nurseries. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins, sign at least the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief momenta of primitive accumulation. On their heels treads the commercial war of the European nations, with the globe for a theatre. It begins with the revolt of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes giant dimensions in England's anti-Jacobin war, and is still going on in the Opium Wars against China, and c. The different momenta of primitive accumulation distribute themselves now, more or less in chronological order, * the natural and artificial rights of property contrasted. London, 1832, pages 98 to 99. Author of the anonymous work, Th. Hodgkin. 1. Even as late as 1794, the small cloth makers of Leeds sent a deputation to Parliament, with a petition for a law to forbid any merchant from becoming a manufacturer. Dr. Aiken, Description of the country from 30 to 40 miles round Manchester. London, 1795. From Capital, Vol. I, Chapter XXXI 293, particularly over Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England. In England at the end of the 17th century, they arrive at a systematical combination, embracing the colonies, the national debt, the modern mode of taxation, and the protectionist system. These methods depend in part on brute force, e.g., the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, hothouse fashion, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. Of the Christian colonial system, W. Howitt, a man who makes a speciality of Christianity, says, the barbarities and desperate outrages of the so-called Christian race, throughout every region of the world, and upon every people they have been able to subdue, are not to be paralleled by those of any other race, however fierce, however untaught, and however reckless of mercy and of shame, in any age of the earth. Asterisk. The history of the colonial administration of Holland, and Holland was the head capitalistic nation of the 17th century. Is one of the most extraordinary relations of treachery, bribery, massacre, and meanness. Nothing is more characteristic than their system of stealing men, to get slaves for Java. The men stealers were trained for this purpose. The thief, the interpreter, and the seller, were the chief agents in this trade, native princes the chief sellers. The young people stolen, were thrown into the secret dungeons of celebs, until they were ready for sending to the slave ships. An official report says, this one town of Macassar, example is full of secret prisons, one more horrible than the other, crammed with William Howitt, Colonization Anglo-Christianity, a popular history of the treatment of the natives by the Europeans in all their colonies. London, 1838, p. 9. On the treatment of the slaves there is a good compilation in Charles Comte, Trait de la Legislation. 3 Me ed. Bruxelles, 1837. This subject one must study in detail, to see what the Lowery-Wassy makes of itself and of the laborer, wherever it can, without restraint, model the world after its own image. Thomas Stamford Raffles, late Lieutenant Gov of that island, The History of Java, London, 1817. 294. Unfortunates, victims of greed and tyranny, fettered in chains, forcibly torn from their families. To secure Malacca, the Dutch corrupted the Portuguese governor. He let them into the town in 1641. They hurried at once to his house and assassinated him, to abstain from the payment of £2 187.5, the price of his treason. Wherever they set foot, devastation and depopulation followed. Banjawangi, a province of Java, in 1750 numbered over 80,000 inhabitants, in 1811 only 18,000. Sweet commerce. The English East India Company, as is well known, obtained, besides the political rule in India, the exclusive monopoly of the tea trade, as well as of the Chinese trade in general, and of the transport of goods to and from Europe. But the coasting trade of India and between the islands, as well as the internal trade of India, were the monopoly of the higher employees of the company. The monopolies of salt, opium, betel and other commodities, were inexhaustible mines of wealth. The employees themselves fixed the price and plundered at will the unhappy Hindus. The Governor-General took part in this private traffic. His favorites received contracts under conditions whereby they, cleverer than the alchemists, made gold out of nothing. Great fortunes sprang up like mushrooms in a day, primitive accumulation went on without the advance of a shilling. The trial of Warren Hastings swarms with such cases. Here is an instance. A contract for opium was given to a certain Sullivan at the moment of his departure on an official mission to a part of India far removed from the opium district. Sullivan sold his contract to one Ben for £40,000, Ben sold it the same day for £60,000, and the ultimate purchaser who carried out the contract declared that after all he realised an enormous gain. According to one of the lists laid before Parliament, the company and its employees from 1757 to 1766 got £6 million from the Indians as gifts. Between 1769 and 1770, the English manufactured a famine by buying up all the rice and refusing to sell it again, Except at fabulous prices **** in the year 18 more than 1 million Hindus died of hunger in the province of Orissa alone. Nevertheless, the attempt was made to enrich the Indian treasury by the price at which the necessaries of life were sold to the starving people. FWL L Vol. I, Chapter XXXI 295. The treatment of the Aborigines was, naturally, most frightful in plantation colonies destined for export trade only, such as the West Indies, and in rich and well-populated countries, such as Mexico and India, that were given over to plunder. But even in the colonies properly so called, the Christian character of primitive accumulation did not belie itself. Those sober virtuosi of Protestantism, the Puritans of New England, in 1703, by decrees of their assembly set a premium of £40 on every Indian scalp and every captured redskin, in 1720 a premium of £100 on every scalp, in 1744, after Massachusetts Bay had proclaimed a certain tribe as rebels, the following prices: for a male scalp of 12 years and upwards £100, new currency, for a male prisoner £105, for women and children prisoners £50, for scalps of women and children £50. Some decades later, the colonial system took its revenge on the descendants of the pious Pilgrim Fathers, who had grown seditious in the meantime. At English instigation and for English pay they were tomahawked by redskins. The British Parliament proclaimed bloodhounds and scalping as means that God and nature had given into its hand. The colonial system ripened, like a hothouse, trade and navigation. The Society's monopolia * of Luther were powerful levers for concentration of capital. The colonies secured a market for the budding manufactures, and, through the monopoly of the market, an increased accumulation. The treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder, floated back to the mother country and were there turned into capital. Holland, which first fully developed the colonial system, in 1648 stood already in the acme of its commercial greatness. It was in almost exclusive possession of the East Indian trade and the commerce between the southeast and northwest of Europe. Its fisheries, marine, manufactures, surpassed those of any other country. The total capital of the Republic was probably more important than that of all the rest of Europe put together. Gillish for Gesl Schafflin Monopolia. Ed. *G.G. Ulich, Xkiklixi Dinar Stellion, etc., Jena 1-830, Volume I, p. 371 ed. 2/J.G. Karl Mahx gets to add that by 1648, the people of Holland were more overworked, poorer and more brutally oppressed than those of all the rest of Europe put together. Today industrial supremacy implies commercial supremacy. In the period of manufacture properly so called, it is, on the other hand, the commercial supremacy that gives industrial predominance. Hence the preponderant role that the colonial system plays that time. It was the strange god who perched himself on the altar cheek by jowl with the old gods of Europe, and one fine day with a shove and a kick chucked them all of a heap. It proclaimed surplus value making as the sole end and aim of humanity. The system of public credit, i.e., of national debts, whose origin we discover in Genoa and Venice as early as the Middle Ages, took possession of Europe generally during the manufacturing period. The colonial system with its maritime trade and commercial wars served as a forcing house for it. Thus it first took root in Holland. National debts, i.e., the alienation of the state, whether despotic, constitutional, or republican, marked with its stamp the capitalistic era. The only part of the so-called national wealth that actually enters into the collective possessions of modern peoples is their national debt * islands, as a necessary consequence, the modern doctrine that a nation becomes the richer the more deeply it is in debt. Public credit becomes the credo of capital. And with the rise of national debt-making, want of faith in the national debt takes the place of the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost, which may not be forgiven. The public debt becomes one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation. As with the stroke of an enchanter's wand, it endows barren money with the power of breeding and thus turns it into capital, without the necessity of its exposing itself to the troubles and risks inseparable from its employment in industry or even in usury. The state creditors actually give nothing away, for the sum lent is transformed into public bonds, easily negotiable, which go on functioning in their hands, just as William Cobbett remarks that in England all public institutions are designated royal. As compensation for this, however, there is the national debt. From Capital, Vol. I, Chapter XXXI 297. So much hardkissa wood. But further, apart from the class of lazy annuitants thus created, and from the improvised wealth of the financiers, middlemen between the government and the nation, as also apart from the tax farmers, merchants, private manufacturers, to whom a good part of every national loan renders the service of a capital fallen from heaven, the national debt has given rise to joint stock companies, to dealings in negotiable effects of all kinds, and to agiotage, in a word, to stock exchange gambling and the modern bankocracy. At their birth the great banks, decorated with national titles, were only associations of private speculators, who placed themselves by the side of governments, and, thanks to the privileges they received, were in a position to advance money to the state. Hence the accumulation of the national debt has no more infallible measure than the successive rise in the stock of these banks, whose full development dates from the founding of the Bank of England in 1694. The Bank of England began with lending its money to the government at 8%, at the same time it was empowered by Parliament to coin money out of the same capital, by lending it again to the public in the form of bank notes. It was allowed to use these notes for discounting bills, making advances on commodities, and for buying the precious metals. It was not long ere this credit money, made by the bank itself, became the coin in which the Bank of England made its loans to the state, and paid, on account of the state, the interest on the public debt. It was not enough that the bank gave with one hand and took back more with the other, it remained, even whilst receiving, the eternal creditor of the nation down to the last shilling advanced. Gradually it became inevitably the receptacle of the metallic hoard of the country, and the center of gravity of all commercial credit. What effect was produced on their contemporaries by the sudden uprising of this brood of bankocrats, financiers, rentiers, brokers, stock jobbers, and is proved by the writings of that time, example by Bolingbroke's ****s les Tartars inundaient l'Europe aujourd'hui, il faut être bien des tiers pour leur faire in lendre ce que c'est un financier parmi. 298. With the national debt arose an international credit system, which often conceals one of the sources of primitive accumulation in this or that people. Thus the villainies of the Venetian thieving system formed one of the secret bases of the capital wealth of Holland, to whom Venice in her decadence lent large sums of money. So also was it with Holland and England. By the beginning of the 18th century the Dutch manufactures were far outstripped. Holland had ceased to be the nation preponderant in commerce and industry. One of its main lines of business, therefore, from 1707-1776, is the lending out of enormous amounts of capital, especially to its great rival England. The same thing is going on today between England and the United States. A great deal of capital, which appears today in the United States without any certificate of birth, was yesterday, in England, the capitalized blood of children. As the national debt finds its support in the public revenue, which must cover the yearly payments for interest, and the modern system of taxation was the necessary complement of the system of national loans. The loans enable the government to meet extraordinary expenses, without the taxpayers feeling it immediately, but they necessitate, as a consequence, increased taxes. On the other hand, the raising of taxation caused by the accumulation of debts contracted one after another, compels the government always to have recourse to new loans for new extraordinary expenses. Modern fiscally, whose pivot is formed by taxes on the most necessary means of subsistence, thereby increasing their price, thus contains within itself the germ of automatic progression. Overtaxation is not an incident, but rather a principle. In Holland, therefore, where this system was first inaugurated, the great patriot, de Vivat, has in his maxims extolled it as the best system for making the wage laborer submissive, frugal, industrious, and overburdened with labor. The destructive news. Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, t. 4, p. 33, ed. Londres, 1769. If the Tartars were to invade Europe today, we would have our hands full to make it ellum to them what a financier is among us. Ed. From Capital, Vol. I, Chapter XXXI 299. Influence that it exercises on the condition of the wage laborer concerns us less, however, here, than the forcible expropriation, resulting from it, of peasants, artisans, and in a word, all elements of the lower middle class. On this there are not two opinions, even among the bourgeois economists. Its expropriating efficacy is still further heightened by the system of protection, which forms one of its integral parts. The great part that the public debt, and the fiscal system corresponding with it, has played in the capitalization of wealth and the expropriation of the masses, has led many writers, like Cobbett, Doubleday, and others, to seek in this, incorrectly, the fundamental cause of the misery of the modern peoples. The system of protection was an artificial means of manufacturing manufacturers, of expropriating independent laborers, of capitalizing the national means of production and subsistence, of forcibly abbreviating the transition from the medieval to the modern mode of production. The European states tore one another to pieces about the patent of this invention, and, once entered into the service of the surplus value makers, did not merely lay under contribution in the pursuit of this purpose their own people, indirectly through protective duties, directly through export premiums. They also forcibly rooted out, in their dependent countries, all industry, as, example England did with the Irish woolen manufacture. On the continent of Europe, after Colbert's example, the process was much simplified. The primitive industrial capital, here, came in part directly out of the state treasury. Why, cries Mirabeau, why go so far to seek the cause of the manufacturing glory of Saxony before the war? 180,000,000 of debts contracted by the sovereigns. Asterisk colonial system, public debts, heavy taxes, protection, commercial wars, and c. These children of the true manufacturing period, increase gigantically during the infancy of modern industry. The birth of the latter is heralded by a great slaughter of the innocents. Like the Royal Navy, L/Irabo, de la monarchie prussienne sous Frédéric Le Grand, Lundrix 1788. T. 6, p. 101. 300 KNL marks the factories were recruited by means of the press gang. Blasé as Sir F. M. Eden is as to the horrors of the expropriation of the agricultural population from the soil, from the last third of the 1/5th century to his own time, with all the self-satisfaction with which he rejoices in this process, essential for establishing capitalistic agriculture and the due proportion between arable and pasture land. He does not show, how exert the same economic insight in respect to the necessity of child stealing and child slavery for the transformation of manufacturing exploitation into factory exploitation, and the establishment of the true relation between capital and labor power. He says, it may, perhaps, be worthy the attention of the public to consider, whether any manufacture, which, in order to be carried on successfully, requires that cottages and workhouses should be ransacked for poor children, that they should be employed by turns during the greater part of the night and robbed of that rest which, though indispensable to all, is most required by the young, and that numbers of both sexes, of different ages and dispositions, should be collected together in such a manner that the contagion of example cannot but lead to profligacy and debauchery, will add to the sum of individual or national felicity. Asterisk. In the counties of Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, and more particularly in Lancashire, says Fielden, the newly invented machinery was used in large factories built on the sides of streams capable of turning the water wheel. Thousands of hands were suddenly required in these places, remote from towns, and Lancashire, in particular, being, till then, comparatively thinly populated and barren, a population was all that she now wanted. The small and nimble fingers of little children being by /airy far the most in request, the custom instantly sprang up of procuring apprentices from the different parish workhouses of London, Birmingham, and elsewhere. Many, many thousands of these little, hapless creatures were sent down into the north, being from the age of 7 to the age of 13 or 14 * Eden, the Stale of the Poor, or an History of the Labouring Classes in English NND, from the Conquest to the Present Period, Volume I. Book 2, ch. I, p. 421. Prom ca pit at, vol. J, chapter XXXI 301 years old. The custom was for the master to clothe his apprentices and to feed and lodge them in an apprentice house near the factory. Overseers were appointed to see to the works, whose interest it was to work the childrfn to the utmost, because their pay was in proportion to the quantity of work that they could exact. Cruelty was, of course, the consequence. In many of the manufacturing districts, but particularly, I am afraid in the guilty county to which I belong, Lancashire, cruelties the most here trending were practiced upon the unoffending and friendless creatures who were thus consigned to the charge of master manufacturers. They were harassed to the brink of death by excess of labor, were flogged, fettered, and tortured in the most exquisite refinement of cruelty. They were in many cases starved to the bone while flogged to their work and, even in some instances, were driven to commit suicide. The beautiful and romantic valleys of Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, and Lancashire, secluded from the public eye, became the dismal solitudes of torture, and of many a murder. The profits of manufacturers were enormous, but this only whetted the appetite that it should have satisfied, and therefore the manufacturers had recourse to an expedient that seemed to secure to them those profits without any possibility of limit. They began the practice of what is termed night working, that is, having tired one set of hands, by working them throughout the day, they had another set ready to go on working throughout the night, the day set getting into the beds that the night set had just quitted, and in their turn again, the night set getting into the beds that the day set quitted in the morning. It is a common tradition in Lancashire, that the beds never get cold. John Fielden, The Curse of the Factory System, or, A Short Account of the Origin of Factory Cruelties, etc. London 1836, pages 5, 6. On the earlier infamies of the factory system, cf. Dr. Aiken, 1795, i.e., p. 219, and Gisborne, Inquiry into the Duties of Men, 1795, Volume 2. When the steam engine transplanted the factories from the country waterfalls to the middle of towns, the abstemious surplus value maker found the child material ready to his hand, without being forced to seek slaves from the workhouses. When Sir R. Peel, father of the Minister of Plausibility, brought in his bill for the Protect 302 with the development of capitalist production during the manufacturing period, the public opinion of Europe had lost the last remnant of shame and conscience. The nations bragged cynically of every infamy that served them as a means to capitalistic accumulation. Read, example, the naive annals of commerce of the worthy A. Anderson. Here it is trumpeted forth as a triumph of English statecraft that at the Peace of Utrecht, England extorted from the Spaniards by the Asiento Treaty the privilege of being allowed to ply the Negro trade, until then only carried on between Africa and the English West Indies, between Africa and Spanish America as well. England thereby acquired the right of supplying Spanish America until 1743 with 4,800 Negroes yearly. This threw, at the same time, an official cloak over British smuggling. Liverpool waxed fat on the slave trade. This was its method of primitive accumulation. And, even to the present day, Liverpool respectability is the pinder of the slave trade, which compare the work of Aiken, 1795, already quoted has coincided with that spirit of bold adventure which has characterized the trade of Liverpool and rapidly carried it to its present state of prosperity, has occasioned vast employment for shipping and sailors, and greatly augmented the demand for the manufactures of the country, p. 339. Liverpool employed in the slave trade, in 1730, 15 ships, in 1751, 53, in 1760, 74, in 1770, 96, and in 1792, 132. Shin of children, in 1815, Francis Horner, Lumen of the Bullion Committee and intimate Frank of Ricardo, said in the House of Commons. It is notorious, that with the bankrupt's effects, a gang, if he might use the word, of these children had been put up to sale, and were advertised publicly as part of the property. A most atrocious instance had been brought before the Court of King's Bench 2 years before, in which a number of these boys, apprenticed by a parish in London to one manufacturer, had been transferred to another, and had been found by some benevolent persons in a state of absolute famine. Another case more horrible had come to his knowledge while on a parliamentary committee, that not many years ago, an agreement had been made between a London parish and a Lancashire manufacturer, by which it was stipulated, that whilh every 20 sound children 1 idiot should be taken. From Capital, Vol. I, Chapter XXXI 303/V Whilst the cotton industry introduced child slavery in England, it gave in the United States a stimulus to the transformation of the earlier, more or less patriarchal slavery, into a system of commercial exploitation. In fact, the veiled slavery of the wage workers in Europe needed, for its pedestal, slavery pure and simple in the New World tanti mollis erat, to establish the eternal laws of nature of the capitalist mode of production, to complete the process of separation between laborers and conditions of labor, to transform, at one pole, the social means of production and subsistence into capital, at the opposite pole, the mass of the population into wage laborers, into free laboring poor. That artificial product of modern society if money, according to Augier, comes into in 1790, there were in the English West Indies 10 slaves for 1 free man, in the French 14 for 1, in the Dutch 23 for 1. Henry Brougham, An Inquiry into the Colonial Policy of the European Powers, ed. in 1803, Volume 2, p. 74. It took so much effort ed. The phrase, laboring poor, is found in English legislation from the moment when the class of wage laborers becomes noticeable. This term is used in opposition, on the one hand, to the idle poor, beggars, etc., on the other to those laborers, who, pigeons not yet plucked, are still possessors of their own means of labor. From the statute book it passed into political economy, and was handed down by Culpeper, J. Child, etc., to Adam Smith and Eden. After this, one can judge of the good faith of the execrable political cant-monger, Edmund Burke, when he called the expression, laboring poor, execrable political cant. This sycophant who, in the pay of the English oligarchy, played the romantic laudator temporis acti against the French Revolution, just as, in the pay of the North American colonies, at the beginning of the American troubles, he had played the liberal against the English oligarchy, was an out-and-out vulgar bourgeois. The laws of commerce are the laws of nature, and therefore the laws of God. E. Burke, Thoughts and Details on Scarcity, originally presented to the RT. Honorable W. Pitt in the month of November 1, 795. London 1800, pages 31, 32. No wonder that, true to the laws of God and of nature, he always sold himself in the best market. A very good portrait of this Edmund Burke, during his liberal time, is to be found in the writings of the Rev. Mr. Tucker. Tucker was a parson and a Tory, but, for Th.P. Rest, an honorable man and a competent political economist. In face of the infamous cowardice of character that reigns today, and believes most devoutly in the laws of commerce, it is our bounden duty again and again to brand the Burkes, who only differ from their successors in one thing: talent. Marie Augier, du Credit Public. Paris, 1842. 304. The world with a congenital blood stain on one cheek, capital comes dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. Published according to the English text of Capital, Volume I, Moscow 1958. Capital is said by a quarterly reviewer to fly turbulence and strife, and to be timid, which is very true, but this is very incompletely stating the question. Capital eschews no profit, or very small profit, just as nature was formerly said to abhor a vacuum. With adequate profit, capital is very bold. A certain 10%er will ensure its employment anywhere, 20%er certain will produce eagerness, 50%er positive audacity, 100%er will make it ready to trample on all human laws, 300%er and there is not a crime at which it will scruple, nor a risk it will not run, even to the chance of its owner being hanged. If turbulence and strife will bring a profit, it will freely encourage both. Smuggling and the slave trade have amply proved all that is here stated. T.J. Dunning, Trades Unions and Strikes, Their Philosophy and Intention. London 1860, pages 35, 36. 305. Karl Marx Historical Facts About Merchants' Capital, excerpt from Chapter XX of Capital, Volume 3. There is no doubt, and it is precisely this fact which has led to wholly erroneous conceptions, that in the 16th and 17th centuries the great revolutions, which took place in commerce with the geographical discoveries and speeded the development of merchants' capital, constitute one of the principal elements in furthering the transition from feudal to capitalist mode of production. The sudden expansion of the world market, the multiplication of circulating commodities, the competitive zeal of the European nations to possess themselves of the products of Asia and the treasures of America, and the colonial system all contributed materially toward destroying the feudal fetters on production. However, in its first period, the manufacturing period, the modern mode of production developed only where the conditions for it had taken shape within the Middle Ages. Compare, for instance, Holland with Portugal *, and when in the 16th, and partially still in the 17th, century the sudden expansion of commerce and emergence of a new world market overwhelmingly how predominant fishery, manufacture and agriculture, aside from other circumstances, were as the basis for Holland's development, has already been explained by 18th century writers, such as Massey. In contradistinction to the former view, which underrated the volume and importance of commerce in Asia, in antiquity and in the Middle Ages, it has now come to be the custom to extremely overrate it. The best antidote against this conception is to study the imports and exports of England in the early 18th century and to compare them with modern imports and exports. And yet they were incomparably greater than those of any former trading nation. C. Anderson, L'History of Commerce. This was accomplished conversely on the basis of the already existing capitalist mode of production. The world market itself forms the basis for this mode of production. On the other hand, the imminent necessity of this mode of production to produce on an ever-enlarged scale tends to extend the world market continually, so that it is NCJT commerce in this case which revolutionizes industry, but industry which constantly revolutionizes commerce. Commercial supremacy itself is now linked with the prevalence to a greater or lesser degree of conditions for a large industry. Compare, for instance, England and Holland. The history of the decline of Holland as the ruling trading nation is the history of the subordination of merchants' capital to industrial capital. The obstacles presented by the internal solidity and organization of pre-capitalistic, national modes of production to the corrosive influence of commerce are strikingly illustrated in the intercourse of the English with India and China. The broad basis of the mode of production here is formed by the unity of small-scale agriculture and home industry, to which in India we should add the form of village communities built upon the common ownership of land, which, incidentally, was the original form in China as well. In India the English lost no time in exercising their direct political and economic power as rulers and landlords, to disrupt these small economic communities. English commerce exerted a revolutionary influence on these communities and tore them apart only insofar as the low prices of its goods served to destroy the spinning and weaving industries, which were an ancient integrating element of this unity of industrial and agricultural production. And even so this work of dissolution proceeds very gradually. And still more slowly in China, where it if any nation's history, then the history of the English in India is a string of futile and really absurd, in practice infamous, economic experiments. In Bengal they created a caricature of large-scale English landed estates, in southeastern India a caricature of small parcelled property. In the northwest they did all they could to transform the Indian economic community with common ownership of the soil into a caricature of itself. From Capital, Vol. 3, Chapter XX 307 is not reinforced by direct political power. The substantial economy and saving in time afforded by the association of agriculture with manufacture put up a stubborn resistance to the products of the big industries, whose prices include the faux price of the circulation process which pervades them. Unlike the English, Russian commerce, on the other hand, leaves the economic groundwork of Asiatic production untouched. Published according to the English text of Capital, Volume 3, Moscow 1959. Translated from the German : since Russia has been making frantic exertions to develop its own capitalist production, which is exclusively dependent upon its domestic and the neighboring Asiatic market, this is also beginning to change. F.E. 308 Karl Marx England's Balance of Trade, excerpt from Capital, Volume 3, Chapter XXXV, Precious Metal and Rate of Exchange. 2. The rate of exchange. India alone has to pay 5 million in tribute for good government, interest and dividends on British capital, etc., not counting the sum sent home annually by officials as savings from their salaries, or by English merchants as part of their profit to be invested in England. Every British colony continually has to make large remittances for the same reason. Most of the banks in Australia, the West Indies, and Canada, have been founded with English capital, and the dividends are payable in England. In the same way, England owns many foreign securities, European, North American, and South American, on which it draws interest. In addition to this, it has interests in foreign railways, canals, mines, etc., with corresponding dividends. Remittance on all these items is made almost exclusively in products over and above the amount of English exports. On the other hand, what is sent from England to owners of English securities abroad and for consumption by Englishmen abroad, is insignificant in comparison. Published according to the English text of Capital, Volume 3, Moscow 1959. Friedrich Engels Supplement to Cap ITL_, Volume 3 2. The Stock Exchange, Excerpt, 309-7. Then colonization. Today this is purely a subsidiary of the Stock Exchange, in whose interests the European powers divided Africa a few years ago, and the French conquered Tunis and Tonkin. Africa leased directly to companies, Niger, South Africa, German Southwest and German East Africa, and Mashonaland and Natal seized by roads for the Stock Exchange. Published according to the English text of Capital, Volume 3, Moscow 1959. Translated from the German. Letters. 313 Marx to Engels, London, June 2, 1853. Bernie rightly considered the basis of all phenomena in the East he refers to Turkey, Persia, Hindustan to be the absence of private property in land. This is the real key, even to the Oriental heaven. 314 Engels to Marx, Manchester, June 6, 1853. The absence of property in land is indeed the key to the whole of the East. Herein lies its political and religious history. But how does it come about that the Orientals did not arrive at landed property, even in its feudal form? I think it is mainly due to the climate, taken in connection with the nature of the soil, especially with the great stretches of desert which extend from the Sahara straight across Arabia, Persia, India, and Tartary up to the highest Asiatic plateau. Artificial irrigation is here the first condition of agriculture, and this is a matter either for the communes, the provinces, or the central government. An Oriental government never had more than 3 departments: finance, plunder at home, war, plunder at home and abroad, and public works, provision for reproduction. The British government in India has administered NOS 1 and 2 in a rather narrow-minded spirit and dropped number 3 entirely, so that Indian agriculture is being ruined. Free competition discredits itself there completely. This artificial fertilization of the land, which immediately ceased when the irrigation system fell into decay, explains the otherwise curious fact that whole stretches which were once brilliantly cultivated are now waste and bare: Palmyra, Petra, the ruins in the Yemen, districts in Egypt, Persia, and Hindustan. It explains the fact that one single devastating war could depopulate a country for centuries and strip it of its whole civilization. 315 Marx to Engels, London, June 14, 1853. Your article on Switzerland was of course a direct smack at the leading articles in the Tribune, against centralization, etc., and its carry. I have continued this hidden warfare in a first article on India 98, in which the destruction of the native industry by England is described as revolutionary. This will be very shocking to them. As for the rest, the whole rule of Britain in India was swinish, and is to this day. The stationary character of this part of Asia, despite all the aimless movements on the political surface, is fully explained by 2 circumstances which supplement each other. 1. The public works were the business of the central government. 2. Besides this, the whole empire, not counting the few larger towns, was divided into villages, each of which possessed a completely separate organization and formed a little world in itself. In a parliamentary report these villages are described as follows. A village, geographically considered, is a tract of country comprising some 100 or 1000 acres of arable and waste lands. Politically viewed, it resembles a corporation or township. Every village is, and appears always to have been, in fact, a separate community, or republic. Officials: 1. The Patel, Gaud, Mundile, etc., as he is termed in different languages, is the head inhabitant, who has generally the superintendence of the affairs of the village, settles the disputes of the inhabitants, attends to the police, and performs the duty of collecting the revenue within the village. 2. The Kernam, Shanbog, or Putwari, is the register. 3. The Tailuri, or Schulwar, and 4. The Todi, are severally the watchmen of the village and of the crops. 316 K. Marx and F. Engels. 5. The Niagunti distributes the water of the streams or reservoirs in just proportion to the several fields. 6. The Joshi, or astrologer, announces the seed times and harvests, and the lucky or unlucky days, or hours for all the operations of farming. 7. The smith and 8. The carpenter frame the rude instruments of husbandry, and the ruder dwelling of the farmer. 9. The potter fabricates the only utensils of the village. 10. The washerman keeps clean the few garments. 1. The barber, and 12. The silversmith, who of 10 at the same time is also poet and schoolmaster of the village, all in one person. Then comes the Brahmin for worship. Under this simple form of municipal government, the inhabitants of the country have lived from time immemorial. The boundaries of the villages have been but seldom altered, and although the villages themselves have been sometimes injured, and even desolate, by war, famine and disease, the same name, the same limits, the same interests, and even the same families have continued for ages. The inhabitants give themselves no trouble about the breaking up and division of kingdoms. While the village remains entire, they care not to what power it is transferred, or to what sovereign it devolves. Its internal economy remains unchanged. The Patel is usually hereditary. In some of these communities the lands of the village are cultivated in common. In most cases each occupant tills his own field. Within them there is slavery and the caste system. The wastelands are for common pasture. Domes.tick weaving and spinning is done by wives and daughters. These idyllic republics, which only jealously guard the boundaries of their village against the neighboring village, still exist in a fairly perfect form in the northwestern parts of India, which were recent English accessions. I do not think anyone could imagine a more solid foundation for stagnant Asiatic despotism. And however much the English may have hibernicized the country, the breaking up of those stereotyped primitive forms was the sine qua non for Europeanization. Alone the tax-gatherer was not the man to achieve this. The destruction of their archaic industry was necessary to deprive the villages of their self-supporting character. Letters 317 In Bali, an island off the east coast of Java, this Hindu organization, together with Hindu religion, is still intact. Its traces, moreover, like those of Hindu influence, are to be found throughout Java. As to the question of property, this is a very controversial one among the English writers on India. In the broken hill country south of Krishna, property in land does seem to have existed. In Java, on the other hand, Sir Stamford Raffles, former English governor of Java, observes in his History of Java that the sovereign was absolute landlord of the whole surface of the land where rent to any considerable amount was attainable. In any case, it seems to have been the Mohammedans who first established the principle of no property in land throughout the whole of Asia. About the villages mentioned above, I must also note that they already figure in Manu *, and that the basis of the whole organization is, according to him, 10 villages under a superior collector, then 100 and then 1,000. Ancient Hindu Ayah at 318 ENGELS to Marx, Manchester, May 23, 1856. Dear Marx, during our tour in Ireland we came from Dublin to Galway on the west coast, then 20 miles north inland, then to Limerick, down the Shannon to Tarbert, Tralee, Killarney and back to Dublin, a total of about 450 to 500 English miles inside the country itself, so that we have seen about 2/3 of the whole of it. With the exception of Dublin, which bears the same relation to London as Düsseldorf does to Berlin and has quite the character of a small one-time capital, all English built, too. The look of the entire country, and especially of the towns, is as if one were in France or northern Italy. Gendarmes, priests, lawyers, bureaucrats, country squires in pleasing profusion, and a total absence of any industry at all, so that it would be difficult to understand what all these parasitic grottes live on if the distress of the peasants did not supply the other half of the picture. Strong measures are visible in every corner of the country, the government meddles with everything, of so-called self-government there is not a trace. Ireland may be regarded as the first English colony, and as one which because of its proximity is still governed exactly in the old way, and one can already notice here that the so-called liberty of English citizens is based on the oppression of the colonies. I have never seen so many gendarmes in any country, and the sodden look of the bibulous Prussian gendarme is developed to its highest perfection here among the constabulary, who are armed with carbines, bayonets and handcuffs. Characteristic of this country are its ruins, the oldest dating from the 5th and 6th centuries, the latest from the 19th, with every intervening period. The most letters 319 ancient are all churches, after 100, churches and castles, after 1800, houses of peasants. The whole of the west, especially in the neighborhood of Galway, is covered with ruined peasant houses, most of which have only been deserted since 1846. I never thought that famine could have such tangible reality. Whole villages are devastated, and there among them lie the splendid parks of the lesser landlords, who are almost the only people still living there, mostly lawyers. Famine, emigration, and clearances 99 together have accomplished this. There are not even cattle to be seen in the fields. The land is an utter desert which nobody wants. In County Clare, south of Galway, it is somewhat better. Here there are at least cattle, and the hills towards Limerick are excellently cultivated, mostly by Scottish farmers. The ruins have been cleared away and the country has a bourgeois appearance. In the southwest there are a lot of mountains and bogs, but there is also wonderfully luxuriant forest land, beyond that again fine pastures, especially in Tipperary, and towards Dublin there is land which, one can see, is gradually coming into the hands of big farmers. The country was completely ruined by the English wars of conquest from 1100 to 1850, for in reality both the wars and the state of siege lasted as long as that. It has been established as a fact that most of the ruins were produced by destruction during the wars. The people itself has got its peculiar character from this, and for all their national Irish fanaticism the fellows feel that they are no longer at home in their own country. Ireland for the Saxon. That is now being realized. The Irishman knows that he cannot compete with the Englishman, who comes equipped with means superior in every respect. Emigration will go on until the predominantly, indeed almost exclusively, Celtic character of the population is gone to the dogs. How often have the Irish started out to achieve something, every time they have been crushed, politically and industrially. By consistent oppression they have been artificially converted into an utterly impoverished nation and now, as everyone knows, fulfill the function of supplying England, America, Australia, etc., with 320k. Marx and F. Engels prostitutes, casual laborers, pimps, pickpockets, swindlers, beggars and other rabble. Impoverishment characterizes the aristocracy too. The landowners, who everywhere else have become bourgeoisified, are here reduced to complete poverty. Their country seats are surrounded by enormous, amazingly beautiful parks, but all around is waste land, and where the money is to come from it is impossible to see. These fellows are droll enough to make your sides burst with laughing. Of mixed blood, mostly tall, strong, handsome chaps, they all wear enormous mustaches under colossal Roman noses, give themselves the false military airs of retired colonels, travel around the country after all sorts of pleasures, and if one makes an inquiry, they haven't a penny, are laden with debts, and live in dread of the encumbered estates court. Concerning the ways and means by which England rules this country, repression and corruption long before Bonaparte attempted this, I shall write shortly if you won't come over soon. How about it? Yours, F.E. 32-1 Marx to Engels, January 14, 1858. Your article is splendid in style and manner and reminiscent of the best days of the Nieuwe Zeitung. As for Windham, he may be a very bad general, but this time the chap had the misfortune which was his luck at Redan of leading recruits into battle. I am generally of the opinion that this second army dedicated by the English to the Indians and not a single man of it will return can in no way match the first, which appears to have been wiped out almost entirely, in bravery, self-reliance and steadiness. As for the effect of the climate on the troops, I have shown by means of accurate calculations in various articles so long as I ran the military department provisionally that the death rate was disproportionately greater than the official English reports intimated. With the drain of men and bullion which it must cost the English, India is now our best ally. 3221. Marx to Engels. London, October 8, 1858. We cannot deny that bourgeois society has experienced its 16th CEI/furious second time a 16th century which will, I hope, sound the death knell of bourgeois society just as the first one thrust it into existence. The specific task of bourgeois society is the establishment of a world market, at least in outline, and of production based upon this world market. As the world is round, this seems to have been completed by the colonization of California and Australia and the opening up of China and Japan. The difficult question for us is this: on the continent the revolution is imminent and will immediately assume a socialist character. Is it not bound to be crushed in this little corner, considering that in a far greater territory the movement of bourgeois society is still in the ascendant? As to what specially concerns China, I have assured myself by an exact analysis of the movement of trade since 1836, first, that the increase of English and American exports, 1844 to 46, proved in 1847 to be a pure fraud, and that also in the following 10 years the marriage remained nearly stationary, while the imports into England and America from China grew enormously. Second, that the opening up of the 5 ports and the seizure of Hong Kong only resulted in the trade passing from Canton to Shanghai. The other emporiums do not count. The chief reason for the failure of this market appears to be the opium trade, to which in fact any increase in the export trade to China is continually confined, but added to this is the internal economic organization of the country, its minute agriculture, etc., which it will take an enormous time to break due/VN. England's present treaty with China, which in my opinion was worked out by Palmerston in conjunction with the Petersburg cabinet and given to Lord Elgin on his journey, is a mockery from beginning to end. 323 Marx to Engels, November 20, 18G5. The Jamaica affair 100 is typical of the meanness of true Englishmen. Those chaps have no business rebuking the Russians. But, says the Brave Times, these damned rogues enjoyed all the liberties of an Anglo-Saxon constitution. That is, they enjoyed the liberty, among other things, to be taxed to their ears so as to provide the planters with the means to import coolies and thus to reduce their own labor market to a minimum. And it is these squeamish English dogs who shouted about the beast butler for having hanged one man and not permitting the yellow, diamond-hung planter wenches to spit in the faces of the Federal soldiers. 101 For a fuller exposure of English hypocrisy after the American War we only lacked the Irish affair and the Jamaica butcheries. 324 Engels to Marx, December 1, 1865. Each successive mail brings ever more startling news of the Jamaica infamies. The letters of English officers about their heroic exploits against unarmed niggers are priceless. The spirit of the British Army has at last emerged unblushingly. The soldiers enjoy it. Even the Manchester Guardian has been compelled this time to come out against the officials in Jamaica. 325 MAHX to Engels, November 2, 1867. The proceedings against the Fenians in Manchester were every inch what could be expected. You will have seen what a row our people kicked up in the Reform League. I have sought in every way to provoke this manifestation of the English workers in support of Fenianism. Previously I thought Ireland's separation from Britain impossible. Now I think it inevitable, although after separation may come federation. How the English carry on is evidenced by the agricultural statistics for the current year, which appeared a few days ago. Furthermore, the form of these evictions. The Irish Viceroy, Lord Abercorn, that seems to be his name, cleared his estate in the last few weeks by forcibly evicting thousands of people. Among them were prosperous tenants, whose improvements and investments were thus confiscated. In no other European country did foreign rule adopt this form of direct expropriation of the stock population. The Russians confiscate solely on political grounds, the Prussians in /Western Prussia buy up. 3. G. Marx to Engels, London, November 30, 1867. /V. Hat the English do not yet know is that since 1846 the economic content and therefore also the political aim of English domination in Ireland have entered into an entirely new phase, and that, precisely because of this, Fenianism is characterized by a socialistic tendency, in a negative sense, directed against the appropriation of the soil, and by being a lower orders movement. /V. Hat can be more ridiculous than to confuse the barbarities of Elizabeth or Cromwell, who wanted to supplant the Irish by English colonists, in the Roman sense, with the present system, which wants to supplant them by sheep, pigs, and oxen. The system of 181 to 46, with its rack rents and middlemen, collapsed in 1846. During that period evictions were exceptional, occurring mainly in Leinster where the land is especially good for cattle raising. The repeal of the Corn Laws, partly the result of or at any rate hastened by the Irish famine, deprived Ireland of its monopoly of England's corn supply in normal times. Wool and meat became the slogan, hence conversion of tillage into pasture. Hence from then onwards systematic consolidation of farms. The Encumbered Estates Act, which turned a mass of previously enriched middlemen into landlords, hastened the process. Clearing of the estate of Ireland is now the one purpose of English rule in Ireland. The stupid English government in London knows nothing of course itself of this immense change since 184g. But the Irish know it. From Meagher's proclamation, 1848, down to the election manifesto of Hennessy, Tory and Urquhartite, 1866, the Irish have expressed their consciousness of it in the clearest and most forcible manner. The question now is, what shall we advise the English LETTL/S 327 workers? In my opinion they must make the repeal of the Union, in short, the affair of 1783, only democratized and adapted to the conditions of the time, an article of their pronunciamen.to. This is the only legal and therefore only possible form of Irish emancipation which can be admitted in the programme of an English party. Experience must show later whether a mere personal union can continue to subsist between the two countries. I half think it can if it takes place in time. \v hat the Irish need is 1. Self-government and independence from England. 2. An agrarian revolution. \with the best intentions in the world the English cannot accomplish this for them, but they can give them the legal means of accomplishing it for themselves. 3. Protective tariffs against England. Between 1783 and 1801 every branch of Irish industry flourished. The Union, which overthrew the protective tariffs established by the Irish Parliament, destroyed all industrial life in Ireland. The bit of linen industry is no compensation whatever. The Union of 1801 had just the same effect on Irish industry as the measures for the suppression of the Irish woolen industry, etc., taken by the English Parliament under N. George II, and others. Once the Irish are independent, necessity will turn them into protectionists, as it led Canada, Australia, etc. Before I present my views in the Central Council 1102, next Tuesday, this time fortunately without reporters, I would like you to give me your opinion in a few lines. 328 Marx to L. Kugelman, London, April 6, 1868. The Irish question predominates here just now. It has been exploited by G. I. Adstone and Company, of course, only in order to get into office again, and, above all, to have an electoral cry at the next elections, which will be based on household suffrage. For the moment this turn of affairs is bad for the Workers' Party. The intriguers among the workers, such as Odger and Potter, who want to get into the next parliament, have now a new excuse for attaching themselves to the bourgeois liberals. However, this is only a penalty which England and consequently also the English working class is paying for the great crime it has been committing for many centuries against Ireland. And in the long run it will benefit the English working class itself. You see, the English established church in Roland 103 or what they call here the Irish Church is the religious bulwark of ENGELS landlordism in Ireland, and at the same time the outpost of the established church in England itself. I am speaking here of the established church as a landowner. The overthrow of the established church in Ireland will mean its downfall in England, and the two will be followed by the doom of landlordism first in Ireland and then in England. I have, however, been convinced from the first that the social revolution must begin seriously from the bottom, that is, from land ownership. Apart from that, the whole thing will have the very useful result that, once the Irish Church is dead, the Protestant Irish tenants in the province of Ulster will make common cause with the Catholic tenants in the 3 other provinces of Ireland, whereas up to the present landlordism has been able to exploit this religious antagonism. In the German a play on words, von Grund aus from the bottom, Grund und Bodenagentum land ownership. Grund means both bottom and land bd. 32, Engels to Marx, Manchester, October 21, 1869. Irish history shows one what a misfortune it is for a nation to have subjugated another nation. All the abominations of the English have their origin in the Irish Pale. 104 I have still to plough my way through the Cromwellian period, but this much seems certain to me, that things would have taken another turn in England, too, but for the necessity of military rule in Ireland and the creation of a new aristocracy there. 3301. Marx to L. Kugelman, London, November 29, 1869. Nevertheless, both my utterance on this Irish amnesty question and my further proposal to the General Council to discuss the attitude of the English working class to Ireland and to pass resolutions on it have of course other objects besides that of speaking out loudly and decidedly for the oppressed Irish against their oppressors. I have become more and more convinced, and the only question is to drive this conviction home to the English working class, that it can never do anything decisive here in England until it separates its policy with regard to Ireland most definitely from the policy of the ruling classes, until it not only makes common cause with the Irish but actually takes the initiative in dissolving the union established in 1801 and replacing it by a free federal relationship. And this must be done, not as a matter of sympathy with Ireland but as a demand made in the interests of the English proletariat. If not, the English people will remain tied to the leading strings of the ruling classes, because it will have to join with them in a common front against Ireland. Every one of its movements in England itself is crippled by the strife with the Irish, who form a very important section of the working class in England. The prime condition of emancipation here, the overthrow of the English landed oligarchy, remains impossible because its position here cannot be stormed so long as it maintains its strongly entrenched outposts in Ireland. But there, once AITers are in the hands of the Irish people itself, once it is made its own legislator and ruler, once it becomes autonomous, the abolition of the landed aristocracy, to a large extent the same persons as the English landlords, will be infinitely easier than here, because in I.Eders 3.1 Ireland it is not merely a simple economic question but at the same time a national question, since the landlords there are not, like those in England, the traditional dignitaries and representatives of the nation, but its mortally hated oppressors. And not only does England's internal social development remain crippled by her present relations with Ireland, her foreign policy, and particularly her policy with regard to Russia and the United States of America, suffers the same fate. But since the English working class undoubtedly throws the decisive weight into the scale of social emancipation generally, the lever has to be applied here. As a matter of fact, the English Republic under Cromwell met shipwreck in Ireland. 105 non bis in idem, but the Irish have played a capital joke on the English government by electing the convict felon O'Donovan Rossa to Parliament. The government papers are already threatening a renewed suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, a renewed system of terror. In fact, England never has and never can, so long as the present relations last, rule Ireland otherwise than by the most abominable reign of terror and the most reprehensible corruption. Not twice the same thing, ed. 332 Marx to Engels, London, December 10, 1869. The way I shall put forward the matter next Tuesday is this, that quite apart from all phrases about international and humane justice for Ireland which are taken for granted in the International Council, it is in the direct and absolute interest of the English working class to get rid of their present connection with Ireland. And this is my fullest conviction, and for reasons which in part I cannot tell the English workers themselves. For a long time I believed that it would be possible to overthrow the Irish regime by English working class ascendancy. I always expressed this point of view in the New York Tribune. Deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never accomplish anything until it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. That is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general. I have read a lot of Davies in extracts. The book itself I had only glanced through superficially in the museum. So you would do me a great favor if you would copy out for me the passages relating to common property. You must get Curran's speeches edited by Davies, London, James Duffy, 22, Paternoster Row. I meant to give it to you when you were in London. It is now circulating among the English members of the Central Council, and God knows when I shall see it again. For the period 1779 to 1800, Union, it is of decisive importance, not only because of Curran's speeches, especially those held in courts. I consider Curran the only great lawyer, people's advocate, of the 18th century and the noblest personality, while Grattan was a parliamentary rogue, but because you will find quoted there all the Sir John Davies, Historical Tracts ed. Letters 333 sources for the United Iris Lunan. 106 This period is of the highest interest, scientifically and dramatically. Firstly, the deeds of the English in 1588-89 repeated, and perhaps even intensified, in 1788-89. Secondly, a class MO\imant can easily be traced in the Irish MO\imant itself. Thirdly, the infamous policy of Pitt. Fourthly, and that will be /airy irksome to the English gentleman, the proof that Ireland came to grief because, in fact, from a revolutionary standpoint, the Irish were too far advanced for the English king and church mob, while on the other hand the English reaction in England had its roots, as in Cromwell's time, in the subjugation of Ireland. This period must be described in at least one chapter. Put John Bull in the pillory. 334 Engels to Marx, January 19, 1870. I have finally discovered a copy of Prendergast in a local library and hope that I shall be able to obtain it. To my good or bad fortune, the old Irish laws are also to appear soon, and I shall thus have to wade through those as well. The more I study the subject, the clearer it is to me that Ireland has been stunted in its development by the English invasion and thrown centuries back. And this as of the 12th century. Furthermore, it should be borne in mind, of course, that 3 centuries of Danish invasion and plunder had by then substantially drained the country. But these latter had ceased over 100 years before the English invasion. 335 Marx to S. Meyer and A. Voigt-Riemden, April 9, 1870. Among the material sent you will also find some of the resolutions of the General Council of November. Jo on the Irish amnesty, resolutions that you know about and that were written by me, likewise an Irish pamphlet on the treatment of the Fenian convicts. I had intended to introduce additional resolutions on the necessary transformation of the present Union, i.e., enslavement of Ireland, into a free and equal federation with Great Britain. For the time being, further progress in this matter, as far as public resolutions go, has been suspended because of my enforced absence from the General Council. No other member of it has sufficient knowledge of Irish affairs and adequate prestige with its English members to be able to replace me here. Meanwhile, time has not been spent idly, and I ask you to pay particular attention to the following. After occupying myself / with the Irish question for many years, I have come to the conclusion that the decisive blow against the English ruling classes, and it will be decisive for the workers' movement all over the world, cannot be delivered in England but only in /refund. On January 1, 1870, the General Council issued a confidential circular drawn up by me in French, for the reaction upon England. Only the French, not the German, papers are important, on the relation of the Irish national struggle to the emancipation of the working class, and therefore on the attitude which the International Association should take in regard to the Irish question. I shall give you here only quite briefly the decisive points. Ireland is the bulwark of the English landed aristocracy. The exploitation of that country is not only one of the main sources of this aristocracy's material welfare, it is its greatest moral strength. It, in fact, represents the dominant ion of 336 Marx and F. Engels England over Ireland. Ireland is therefore the great means by which the English aristocracy maintains its domination in England itself. If, on the other hand, the English army and police were to withdraw from Ireland tomorrow /v, you would at once have an agrarian revolution there. But the overthrow of the English aristocracy in Ireland involves as a necessary consequence its overthrow in England. And this would fulfill the preliminary condition for the proletarian revolution in England. The destruction of the English landed aristocracy in Ireland is an infinitely easier operation than in England itself, because in Ireland the land question has hitherto been the exclusive form of the social question, because it is a question of existence, of life and death, for the immense majority of the Irish people, and because it is at the same time inseparable from the national question. This quite apart from the Irish being more passionate and revolutionary in character than the English. As for the English bourgeoisie, it has in the first place a common interest with the English aristocracy in turning Ireland into mere pasture land which provides the English market with meat and wool at the cheapest possible prices. It is equally interested in reducing, by eviction and forcible emigration, the Irish population to such a small number that English capital invested in land leased for farming, can function there with security. It has the same interest in clearing the estate of Ireland as it had in the clearing of the agricultural districts of England and Scotland. The £6,000 to £10,000 absentee landlord and other Irish revenues which at present flow annually to London have also to be taken into account. But the English bourgeoisie has, besides, much more important interests in Ireland's present-day economy. Owing to the constantly increasing concentration of tenant farming, Ireland steadily supplies its own surplus to the English labour market, and thus forces down wages and lowers the moral and material condition of the English working class. And most important of all, every industrial and commercial centre in England now possesses a working class divided into two hostile camps, English proletarians and letters 337 Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers his standard of life. In relation to the Irish worker he feels himself a member of the ruling nation and so turns himself into a tool of the aristocrats and capitalists of his country against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. He cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker. His attitude towards him is much the same as that of the poor whites to the niggers in the former slave states of the USA. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker at once the accomplice and the stupid tool of the English rule in Ireland. This antagonism is artificially kept alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. And that class is fully aware of it. But the evil does not stop here. It continues across the ocean. The antagonism between English and Irish is the hidden basis of the conflict between the United States and England. It makes any honest and serious cooperation between the working classes of the two countries impossible. It enables the governments of both countries, whenever they think fit, to break the edge off the social conflict by their mutual bullying, and, in case of need, by war with one another. England, being the metropolis of capital, the power which has hitherto ruled the world market, is for the present the most important country for the workers' revolution, and moreover the only country in which the material conditions for this revolution have developed up to a certain degree of maturity. Therefore to hasten the social revolution in England is the most important object of the International Workingmen's Association. The sole means of hastening it is to make Ireland independent. Hence it is the task of the International everywhere to put the conflict between England and Ireland in the foreground, and everywhere to side openly with Ireland. And 338 K. Marx and F. Engels. It is the special task of the Central Council in London to awaken a consciousness in the English workers that for them the national emancipation of Ireland is no question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment but the first condition of their own social emancipation. These roughly are the main points of the circular letter, which thereby at the same time gave the raisons d'etre of the resolutions of the Central Council on the Irish amnesty. Shortly afterwards I sent a strong anonymous article on the treatment of the Fenians by the English, etc., against Gladstone, etc., to the Internationale, organ of our Belgian Central Committee in Brussels. In this article I at the same time made the charge against the French Republicans. The Marseillaise had printed some nonsense on Ireland written here by the wretched Tallandier, that in their national egoism they were saving all their wrath for the Empire. That worked. My daughter Jenny wrote a series of articles to the Marseillaise signing them J. Williams. She had called herself Jenny Williams in her private letter to the editorial board, and published, among other things, a Donovan Rose's letter. Hence immense noise. After many years of cynical refusal, Gladstone was thus finally compelled to agree to a parliamentary inquiry into the treatment of the Fenian prisoners. Jenny is now the regular correspondent on Irish affairs for the Marseillaise. This is naturally to be a secret between us. The British government and press are fiercely annoyed by the fact that the Irish question has thus now come to the fore. Rant in France, and that these rogues are now being watched and exposed via Paris on the whole continent. We hit another bird with the same stone, having forced the Irish leaders, journalists, etc., in Dublin to get into contact with us, which the General Council so far had been unable to achieve. You have now a great field in America for working along the same lines. Coalition of the German workers with the Irish workers, and of course also with the English and American workers who will agree to join, is the greatest job you could start on nowadays. This must be done in the name of the International. The social significance of the Irish question must be made clear. 339 Marx to N.F. Danielson, London, February 19, 1881. In India, serious complications, if not a general outbreak, are in store for the British government. What the English take from them annually in the form of rent, dividends for railways useless to the Indus, pensions for military and civil servicemen, for Afghanistan and other wars, etc., etc., what they take from them without any equivalent, and quite apart from what they appropriate to themselves annually without in India, speaking only of the value of the commodities the Indians have gratuitously and annually to send over to England, it amounts to more than the total sum of income of the 60 millions of agricultural and industrial laborers of India. This is a bleeding process with a vengeance. The famine years are pressing each other, and in dimensions till now not yet suspected in Europe. There is an actual conspiracy going on wherein Hindus and Mussulmans cooperate. The British government is aware that something is brewing, but these shallow people, I mean the governmental men, stultified by their own parliamentary ways of talking and thinking, do not even desire to see clear, to realize the whole extent of the imminent danger. To delude others, and by deluding them to delude yourself, this is parliamentary wisdom in a nutshell. Tant mieux asterisk. Asterisk, so much the better ed. 340 Engels to E. Bernstein, London, August 9, 1882. 4. It seems to me that in the Egyptian affair you are making too much of the so-called National Party. We know little about Arabi, but I am prepared to wager 10 to 1 that he is an ordinary pasha who does not want to concede tax collecting to the financiers, because in the old Oriental fashion he prefers to put the taxes into his own pocket. It is again the eternal story of peasant countries. From Ireland to Russia, and from Asia Minor to Egypt, in a peasant country the peasant exists solely to be exploited. It has been so since the Assyrian and Persian state. The satrap, alias pasha, is the chief Oriental form of exploiter, just as the merchant and jurist represent the modern Western form. Repudiation of the Khedive's debts is, of course, good, but the question is, what then? We West Europeans should not be so easily led astray as the Egyptian Fellas or all the Romanic people. Strange. All the Romanic revolutionaries complain that all the revolutions they have made were always for the benefit of other people. This is easily explained. It is because they were always taken in by the word revolution. And yet, no sooner a mutiny breaks out somewhere than the entire Romanic revolutionary world is in raptures over it uncritically. I think that we can well be on the side of the oppressed fellas without sharing the illusions they nurture at the time. A peasant people just has to be hoodwinked for centuries before it becomes aware of it from experience, and to be against the English brutalities while by no means siding with their military adversaries of the moment. In all questions of international politics the sentimental party newspapers of the French and Italians are to be used with utmost mistrust, and we Germans are duty-bound to preserve our theoretical superiority through criticism in this sphere as well. L. 341. Engels to K. Koski. London, September 12, 1882. You ask me what the English workers think about colonial policy. Vivel, exactly the same as they think about politics in general, the same as the bourgeois think. There is no workers' party here, you see, there are only conservatives and liberal radicals, and the workers gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies. In my opinion the colonies proper, i.e., the countries occupied by a European population, Canada, the Cape, Australia, will all become independent. On the other hand, the countries inhabited by a native population, which are simply subjugated, India, Algeria, the Dutch, Portuguese and Spanish possessions, must be taken over for the time being by the proletariat and led as rapidly as possible towards independence. How this process will develop is difficult to say. India will perhaps, indeed very probably, make a revolution, and as a proletariat in process of self-emancipation cannot conduct any colonial wars, it would have to be allowed to run its course. It would not pass off without all sorts of destruction, of course, but that sort of thing is inseparable from all revolutions. The same might also take place elsewhere, e.g. in Algeria and Egypt, and would certainly be the best thing for us. We shall have enough to do at home. Once Europe is reorganized, and North America, that will furnish such colossal power and such an example that the semi-civilized countries will of themselves follow in their wake. Economic needs, if anything, will see to that. But as to what social and political phases these countries will then have to pass through before they likewise arrive at socialist organization, I think we today can advance only rather idle hypotheses. One trying alone is certain: the victorious proletariat can force no blessings of any kind upon any foreign nation without undermining its own victory by so doing. Which of course by no means excludes defensive wars of various kinds. 342 Engels to K. Koski, London, September 18, 1883. I thought the article on colonization very good. It is a pity that you make use chiefly of the German material, which is dull as usual and lacking the most vivid aspects of tropical colonization, and its latest form, I mean colonization in the interests of stock exchange swindles, such as is now being enacted in Tunisia and Tonkin by France openly and frankly. A new striking example here of the South Sea slave traffic, the attempted annexation of New Guinea, etc., through Queensland, was designed directly for the slave trade. On the day when the annexation expedition departed for New Guinea, a Queensland ship, the Fanny, sailed for the same destination and for the islands east of it to kidnap labor, but returned without it and with wounded on board and other unpleasant signs of battle. The Daily News, the beginning of September, speaks of it and notes in an editorial that Englishmen can scarcely rebuke the French for practices of that kind until they do the same. 343 Engels to A. Babel, January 18, 1884. If you wish an example of state socialism, take Java. On the basis of the old communistic village communities, the Dutch government has there organized all production in so socialistic a fashion, and has so nicely taken all sales of the products into its own hands, that aside from about 100 million marks in salaries for officials and the army, it receives a net income of some 70 million marks a year to pay interest to the luckless states which are creditors of the Dutch. In comparison, Bismarck is an innocent child. 344 Engels to K. Koski, London, February 1, 6, 1884. It would be a good thing for somebody to take the pains of elucidating the state socialism now rampant by using the example of it in Java, where its practice is in full bloom. All the material for that will be found in Java, or How to Manage a Colony, by I.W.B. Money, Barrister at Law, London 1861, 2 vols. Here it will be seen how on the basis of the old community communism *, the Dutch organized production under state control and secured for the people what they considered a quite comfortable existence. The result: the people are kept at the stage of primitive stupidity, and 70 million marks, now surely more, are annually collected by the Dutch national treasury. This case is highly interesting and can easily be turned to practical use. Incidentally, it is proof of how today primitive communism furnishes there, as well as in India and Russia, the finest and broadest basis of exploitation and despotism, so long as it is not aroused by some element of modern communism, and how in the conditions of modern society it turns out to be a crying anachronism, to be removed or further developed, as much as were the independent mark associations of the original cantons. Gemeinde Kommunismus ed. 345 Engels to N.F. Danielson I Onden, September 22, 1892. Capitalist production, being a transitory economical phase, is full of internal contradictions which develop and become evident in proportion as it develops. This tendency to destroy its own market at the same time it creates it, is one of them. Another is the 6E3BBLXOO ho no AOJICEU*, to which it leads, and which is developed sooner in a country without a foreign market, like Russia, than in countries which more or less are capable of competing on the open world market. This situation without an apparent issue finds its issue, for the latter countries, in commercial revulsions, in the forcible opening of new markets. But even then the cul-de-sac stares one in the face. Look at England. The last new market which could bring on a temporary revival of prosperity by its being thrown open to English commerce, is China. Therefore English capital insists upon constructing Chinese railways. But Chinese railways mean the destruction of the whole basis of Chinese small agriculture and domestic industry, and, as there will not even be the counterpoise of a Chinese grande industry, hundreds of millions of people will be placed in the impossibility of living. The consequence will be a wholesale emigration such as the world has not yet seen, a flooding of America, Asia, and Europe by the hated Chinaman, a competition for work with the American, Australian and European workmen on the basis of the Chinese standard of life, the lowest of all, and if the system of production has not been changed in Europe before that time, it will have to be changed then. Impasse ed. I 346. Engels to Keiko Sky. London, September 23, 1894. The war between China and Japan signifies the end of old China, the complete, if gradual, revolution of its entire economic foundation, including the abolition of the old bonds between agriculture and industry in the countryside by big industry, railways, etc., and thus also the mass exodus of Chinese coolies to Europe, consequently, a hastening for us of the debacle and the aggravation of antagonisms into a crisis. It is again the wonderful irony of history. China alone is still to be conquered for capitalist production, and in so doing at long last the latter makes its own existence at home impossible. 347 Engels to F. A. Zarga London, November 10, 1894. The war in China has given the death blow to the old China. Isolation has become impossible, the introduction of railways, steam engines, electricity, and modern large-scale industry has become a necessity, if only for reasons of military defense. But with it the old economic system of small peasant agriculture, where the family also made its industrial products itself, falls to pieces too, and with it the whole old social system which made relatively dense population possible. Millions will be turned out and forced to emigrate, and these millions will find their way even to Europe, and en masse. But as soon as Chinese competition sets in on a mass scale, it will rapidly bring things to a head in your country and over here, and thus the conquest of China by capitalism will at the same time furnish the impulse for the overthrow of capitalism in Europe and America. 348 Notes 1. Revolution in China and in Europe was written by Karl Marx, like many other articles of this collection, for the New York Daily Tribune, founded in 1841 by Horace Greeley, the well-known American journalist and politician. Until the mid-1850s it was a left-wing paper and subsequently the organ of the Republican Party. In the 40s and 50s it held progressive views and took a strong stand against slavery. A number of prominent American writers and journalists were associated with it. Charles Dana, who was strongly influenced by the ideas of utopian socialism, was one of its editors at the close of the 1840s. Marx's association with the newspaper began in August 1851 and continued for more than 10 years until March 1862. Many articles for the New York Daily Tribune were written by Engels at Marx's request. The articles Marx and Engels wrote treated the key issues of international and domestic policy, the working class movement, the economic development of the European countries, colonial expansion, the national liberation movement in the oppressed and dependent countries, etc. During the period of reaction in Europe, Marx and Engels made use of the widely read American paper to expose with concrete materials the vices of capitalist society, its irreconcilable contradictions, and the limitations of bourgeois democracy. In some cases the New York Daily Tribune editors took considerable liberties with the articles contributed by Marx and Engels, publishing some of them unsigned in the form of editorials, or tampering with the text. Marx protested repeatedly against this. In the autumn of 1885-7, Marx was compelled to reduce the number of his articles in connection with the economic crisis in the United States, which affected the finances of the newspaper. Marx's association with the New York Daily Tribune broke off entirely at the beginning of the American Civil War. This was largely due to the fact that advocates of a compromise with the slave-owning South had taken precedence in the newspaper and it departed from its former progressive positions. p. 19-2. Marx refers to George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770-1831, the outstanding German philosopher who developed idealist dialectics. p. 19-3. In 1851, an anti-feudal liberation movement broke out in China, which grew into a powerful peasant war. It began in the south, notes 349 in Guangxi province, from where it spread to the central provinces and to almost all of the lower and middle Yangtze. In the course of the fighting the insurgents formed the Celestial Empire, Taiping Tanho, with its seat in Nanking, whence the name of the movement the Taiping Rebellion. Its members massacred Manchu feudals who held sway in China, lifted taxes, and abolished big feudal property. The rebellion assumed a religious character, distinguishing feature of a peasant movement, especially in the east, thereby delivering a blow at the Buddhist clergy and monasteries, this bulwark of the Manchu dynasty. The Taiping Rebellion set off an extensive struggle of the Chinese people against the feudal system and foreign invaders, but proved unable to do away with the feudal mode of production in China. The Taiping state formed its own feudal top strata which made a deal with the ruling classes. This was one of the causes why the movement declined. The main blow at it was dealt by the armed intervention of England, the USA, and France. Originally these countries aided the Ilfan dynasty under the cover of neutrality, whose troops joined the Chinese feudals and in 1864 put down the Taiping Rebellion. p. 19-4. The reference is to the First Opium War of 1839-42, a predatory war waged by Britain against China, which started the conversion of China into a semi-colony. It was started over the destruction of foreign merchants' stocks of opium in Canton by the Chinese authorities. The British colonizers took advantage of the defeat suffered by backward feudal China and imposed the onerous Nanking Treaty, August 29, 1842, which made China open to British C0 5 of its ports Canton, Amoy, Foochow, Ningpo, and Shanghai, cede the island of Hong Kong to Great Britain for all time, and pay a big indemnity. In 1843 a supplementary treaty was signed, which granted foreigners extraterritoriality in China. p. 19-5. Early in the 17th century China was menaced by the United Manchu tribes, which, along with the Turco-Mongol peoples, were known as Tartars, after a Mongol tribe inhabiting northeastern Mongolia and Manchuria when Genghis Khan formed his empire. Despite the stubborn resistance of the Chinese people, which developed into an open armed struggle and continued until 1683, the invasion by the Manchus led to the rule of the Manchu Qin dynasty in the country, 1644-1912. The subjugation of China was made easier by the crisis of the feudal state under the last emperors of the Ming dynasty and the coming over to the invaders' side of a part of the Chinese feudal lords who were alarmed by the peasant rebellions. p. 19-6. The British East India Company was founded in 1600. Its agents established a number of factories in India. At the close of the 17th century the company began to seize Indian territory. During the 1/8 and the first half of the 19th centuries it waged san 350 Guinea wars of conquest in the Carnatic, Bengal, Sindh, Punjab, and other regions of India, with the effect that by the mid-19th century almost all India was under the sway of the company. By deceit, blackmail, violence, and outright plunder, its businessmen laid their hands on colossal riches, which they transferred to England, thus making fabulous fortunes. The British government granted the East India Company the right to monopoly trade with India and China. And also the right to govern India and collect taxes from its population. The British Parliament periodically renewed the charter of the East India Company, which defined its administrative and trading privileges. The British industrialists who wanted to market their products in India and the British commercial bourgeoisie whose interests were harmed by the company's privileges, waged a persistent struggle against the company, demanding the abolition of its monopoly rights. In 1813 the British Parliament stripped it of its monopoly on the trade in India. By an act in 1833 the company was also deprived of the China trade monopoly, but its right to govern India was preserved. In 1858, by a special edict of Queen Victoria, the East India Company was dissolved and its functions handed over to the Crown. p. 27. The reference is to the discovery of rich gold deposits in California in 1848 and in Australia in 1851, which strongly influenced the economic development of the European and American countries. p. 22-8. THIRD Economist, a British weekly devoted to questions of economics and politics, founded in London in 1843 by the big industrial bourgeoisie. p. 23-9. This article is part of Marx's International Review written for the New York Daily Tribune. The full title of the review is Affairs in Holland-Denmark, Conversion of the British Debt, India, Turkey and Russia. p. 27-10. THIRD Coalition Cabinet, the name of Aberdeen's ministry, which was in office in 1852-55 and consisted of Whigs, Free Traders and Pecklites, adherents of Robert Peel, the leader of the moderate Tories. p. 27-11. The Observer, a conservative British weekly established in London in 1791. p. 27-12. Board, Court, of Directors, governing body of the East India Company, elected annually from among the most influential associates of the company and members of the British government in India owning company shares worth not less than £2,000. The Court of Directors had its seat in London and was elected by the General Meeting of Shareholders, at which only holders of not less than £1,000 in shares had the right to vote. The court had XNOTES 351 tenths of powers in India until 1853. It was dissolved in 1858 when the East India Company was abolished. p. 27-13. The Board of Control was set up in 1784, its 6 members were appointed by the Crown. The President of the Board of Control was a member of the Cabinet and, in effect, the Secretary of State for India and its Supreme Governor. The decisions of the Board of Control, whose seat was in London, were communicated to India through a secret committee comprising 3 directors of the East India Company. Thus, a double system of Indian government came into being: the Board of Control, British government, and the Court of Directors, East India Company. The Board of Control was abolished in 1858. p. 28-14. Downing Street, a street in the centre of London where the official residence of the government is situated. 3 presidencies according to the Administrative Division of British India, the name of the territories of Bengal, Bombay, and Madras, governed by officials appointed by the East India Company. The Regulating Act of 1773 raised the Governor of Bengal to the rank of Governor-General of all Britain's Indian possessions. p. 28-15. The Manchester School, an economic school which reflected the interests of the industrial bourgeoisie. Its supporters, the Free Traders, advocated free trade and non-interference by the state in economic affairs. Their centre was in Manchester, where the movement was headed by Cobden and Bright, 2 textile manufacturers, who formed an anti-Corn Law League in 1838. In the 40s and 50s Free Traders made up a separate political group which subsequently joined the British Liberal Party. By the Indian Society is meant the East Indian Reform Association founded by Free Trader John Dickinson in March 1, 1853. p. 2816. This article is part of Marx's International Review written for the New York Daily Tribune. The full title of the review is The Russian Humbug Gladstone's Failure, Sir Charles Wood's East Indian Reforms. p. 3017. The Zamindari system was introduced in Bengal and some other provinces by the 1793 Act on Permanent Zamindari issued by the British Governor-General in India. The law handed over the land, which belonged to the village communities from time immemorial, into the possession of the zamindars, or tax collectors, thus establishing a new class of big landowners. As land proprietors, the zamindars had to pay the East India Company a portion of the land taxes collected from the expropriated peasants by violence and torture. The ryotwari system was introduced by the British authorities in the presidencies of Bombay and Madras in 1818. Under 352 notes the system, the Indian peasant, the ryot, formerly a member of the village community, was turned into a tenant of government land. The ryot was obliged to pay rent tax for his holding to the East India Company. If the ryot could not pay this high rent, he lost the right to the land. Gradually the ryot's land fell into the possession of profiteers and usurers. p. 3118. Religion of the Lingam. The cult of the deity Shiva, particularly widespread among the southern India sect of Lingaya, from the word linga, the umbilici of Shiva, a Hindu sect which does not recognize distinctions of caste and denies fasts, sacrifices, and pilgrimage. Juggernaut, Jagannath, depiction of one of the chief Hindu gods, Vishnu. The cult of Vishnu Juggernaut was marked by pompous ritual and extreme religious fanaticism which manifested itself in the self-torture and suicide of believers. During the festivities, some of the believers threw themselves under the wheels of the chariot bearing the image of Vishnu Juggernaut. p. 3619. Mughals, conquerors of Turkish descent who in the early 16th century invaded India from the east of Central Asia and founded in 1526 in northern India an empire of the Ghuriid Mughals, after the name of the ruling dynasty of the empire. Contemporaries regarded the founders of the Mughal Empire as the direct descendants of the Mongol conquerors of Genghis Khan's time, hence the name Mughals. The Mughals reached the zenith of their might in the mid-17th century by subjugating the greater part of India and part of Afghanistan. Later on, however, the empire began to crumble due to peasant rebellions and the growing resistance by the Indian peoples to the Mohammedan conquerors, and also due to the uninterrupted internal strife among the Mughals and the increasing separatist feudal tendencies. By the early half of the 18th century the empire of the Ghuriid Mughal had practically ceased to exist. Heptarchy, a term used by the English historians to designate the political system of England in the early Middle Ages when the country consisted of 7 Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, 6th to 8th CENT. Marx uses this word by analogy to denote the feudal dismemberment of the Deccan, central and southern India, before its conquest by the Muslims. p. 3620. Brahmins, one of the 4 ancient Indian castes originally comprising mainly privileged priests. Subsequently it also embraced, like other Indian castes, people of various trades and social standing, including impoverished peasants and artisans. p. 3621. The island of Salsette, to the north of Bombay, was famous for its 109 Buddhist cave temples. p. 3622. Laissez-faire, laissez-aller, grand freedom of action, a slogan of bourgeois economists, adherents of free trade and the state's non-interference in economic affairs. p. 38 notes 353-23. This article is part of L/1 Marx's International Review written for the New York Daily Tribune. The full title of the review is English Prosperity Strikes the Turkish Question India. p. 42-2-. Glorious Revolution, name given high English bourgeois historians to the coup d'état of 1G88 which deposed the English King James II supported by the reactionary feudals and brought to power /William III of Orange, who was associated with big landowners and the upper strata of the commercial bourgeoisie. The revolution extended the functions of parliament, which gradually came to hold supreme state power. p. 4625. The 7 Years' War, 1756–63, a war between two European coalitions, the Anglo-Prussian and the Franco-Russo-Austrian. One of the chief causes of the war was colonial and commercial rivalry between England and France. Aside from naval battles, the war was fought primarily in the American and Asian colonies of these states. The main theater of operations in the East was India, where the French and their puppets from among the local princes were opposed by the East India Company, which had substantially increased its armed forces and took advantage of the war to seize Indian territories. As a result of the war, France lost almost all her possessions in India, excepting 5 coastal towns whose fortifications she was compelled to demolish, while England considerably strengthened her colonial might. p. 4626. Anti-Jacobin War, the war which England started against revolutionary France in 1793, when the Jacobins were in power in France, and which she continued against the Napoleonic Empire. Reform Bill. The reference is to the electoral reform carried out by the British Parliament in June 1832. The reform was aimed against the political monopoly of the landed and financial aristocracy and gave access to Parliament to representatives of the industrial bourgeoisie. The proletariat and the petty bourgeoisie, most prominent in the struggle for the reform, were duped by the liberal bourgeoisie and remained disfranchised. p. 4827. Marx lists a number of wars of conquest which the East India Company waged in India with the purpose of seizing Indian territories and crushing its chief colonial rival, the French East India Company. The war in the Carnatic lasted at intervals from 1746 to 1763. The warring sides, the British and French colonialists, sought to subjugate the Carnatic under guise of supporting different local pretenders to the principality. The English, who in January 1761 took possession of Pondicherry, the principal French bastion in the south of India, ultimately won out. In 1756, in an effort to avert a British invasion, the Nabob of Bengal started a war, seizing Calcutta, the British base in northeastern India. But the armed forces of the British East India 354 Notes Company under Clive's command soon recaptured that city, demolished the French fortifications in Bengal and defeated the Nabob at Plassey on June 23, 1757. The uprising that broke out in 1763 in Bengal, which had been turned into a vassal possession of the company, was crushed by the English colonialists. Along with Bengal, the English took possession of Bihar, which was under the rule of the Nabob of Bengal. In 1803, the English completed the conquest of Orissa, which embraced several local feudal principalities subjugated by the company. In 1790–92 and 1799 the East India Company waged war against Mysore, whose ruler Tipu Sahib had taken part in previous Mysore campaigns against the English and who was an implacable enemy of British colonialism. In the first of these wars Mysore lost half of its dominions, seized by the company and its allied feudal princes. The second war culminated in a total defeat for Mysore and the death of Tipu. Mysore became a vassal principality. Subsidiary system or system of so-called subsidiary agreements, a method of turning the potentates of Indian principalities into vassals of the East India Company. Most widespread were agreements under which the princes had to maintain, subsidize, the company's troops stationed on their territory, and agreements which saddled the princes with loans on exorbitant terms. Failure to fulfill them led to the confiscation of their possessions. p. 4928. The First Anglo-Afghan War of 1838–42, started by the British with the aim of seizing Afghanistan, ended in total failure for the British colonialists. The British colonialists seized Scinde in 1843. During the Anglo-Afghan War of 1838–42 the East India Company resorted to threats and violence to obtain the consent of the feudal rulers of Scinde for the passage of British troops across their possessions. Taking advantage of this, the British demanded in 1843 that the local feudal princes reclaim themselves to be vassals of the company. After crushing the rebel Baluchi tribes, the annexation of the entire region by British India was announced. Punjab, northern India, was conquered in British campaigns against the Sikhs in 1845-46 and 1848-49. In the 16th century, the Sikhs were a religious sect in Punjab. Their teaching of equality became the ideology of the peasant movement against the Indian feudals and Afghan invaders in the late 17th century. As time went on, a feudal group emerged from among the Sikhs whose representatives stood at the helm of the Sikh state. In the early 19th century, the latter included all Punjab and a number of neighbouring regions. In 1845, the British colonialists enlisted the support of traders among the Sikh gentry to provoke a conflict with the Sikhs, and in 1846 succeeded in turning the Sikh state into a vassal principality. In 1848 the Sikhs revolted, but were totally subjugated in 1849. The conquest of Punjab turned all India into a British colony. p. 49.